Hello there, friend. Good evening, and welcome once again to Sleeptale Histories. The dark narrative of the Second World War doesn't truly open with Hitler's forces sweeping into Poland in September of 1939, nor does it start in the early 1930s amid Mussolini's grand parades in Rome or the advance of Japanese troops into Manchuria. If we want to grasp why the globe spiraled into a second devastating cataclysm, we have to travel back to the exact moment the artillery of the Great War finally quieted. November 11th, 1918, the armistice. It was a day that sparked immense relief, certainly, yet it also ushered in profound bewilderment, lingering resentment, and invisible injuries so severe they could never heal within a single lifetime. The First World War had been promised as the war that would end all wars. Ultimately, it was merely a pause. The next great conflict was already germinating in its embers. Before we settle too deeply into our story, please take a brief moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel, but only if you truly find value in our time together. As you get perfectly comfortable, leave a comment letting me know where you are tuning in from and what hour it is in your part of the world. It is always a pleasure to see the vast array of locations that unite for these late-night historical explorations. So, go ahead and dim the lights. Perhaps let a fan hum softly in the background, and let us drift quietly into tonight's journey. By 1918, Europe resembled a landmass violently uprooted from its very foundations. Immense expanses of northern France and Belgium had been transformed into desolate wastelands. Villages that had proudly stood for hundreds of years were now nothing more than jagged piles of rubble. Ancient churches, quiet schools, and generational farms lay utterly destroyed. In certain areas, farmers who tried to till their soil would only unearth human remains and dormant artillery shells. Once lush forests were stripped down to charred, lifeless stumps. Thick mud still clung to the labyrinth of trenches that scarred the earth like jagged wounds. Even in quiet towns situated far from the battle lines, the glaring absence of young men echoed in every local shop. Every wooden church pew and every quiet family dinner. Nearly 10 million soldiers had perished, while another 20 million bore the physical marks of battle, alongside millions of missing civilians. The concept of a lost generation wasn't just some poetic notion. It was a stark, everyday reality. Across Britain, stone war memorials quietly appeared in almost every village, each one painstakingly engraved with columns of fallen names. Throughout France, entire communities grieved for sons who would never walk through their doors again, leaving the harvest to be gathered by sorrowful widows and young children. Over in Germany, this heavy grief was compounded by a bitter sense of humiliation. For them, defeat wasn't solely recognized on the battlefield. It festered in the minds of citizens who felt deeply, painfully betrayed. The mourning was a shared, universal blanket over the continent, yet the ways people coped varied greatly. Some knelt in prayer, some erected monuments, while others poured themselves a drink, desperately trying to wash away the clinging memories of rats, poison gas, freezing mud, and death. When the victorious leaders convened in Paris in 1919 to forge the terms of peace, they carried their own national traumas and distinct agendas into the room. The French, guided by Prime Minister Georges Clemenceau, insisted upon severe, uncompromising consequences. France had suffered the nightmare of invasion twice within living memory, and Clemenceau was determined to ensure Germany could never mount a threat again. The British delegation, steered by David Lloyd George, attempted to walk a fine line between seeking retribution and maintaining diplomatic practicality, harboring fears that excessive punishment might throw the entire European continent into chaos. Meanwhile, the Americans, led by President Woodrow Wilson, arrived holding on to idealistic visions of a completely new global order, championing a League of Nations and the fundamental right of self-determination for all groups of people. These conflicting ideals collided within the ornate, smoke-filled chambers of Paris. What emerged from this friction was the Treaty of Versailles. For Germany, the resulting treaty was nothing short of devastating. It forcefully stripped the nation of its overseas territories across Africa and the Pacific. The German military was aggressively downsized to a mere 100,000 men, a number barely sufficient to keep domestic peace, while outright banning the possession of tanks, military aircraft, and submarines. Their once proud navy was entirely dismantled. The Rhineland, a crucial artery for industry, was ordered to be completely demilitarized. The territories of Alsace and Lorraine were handed back to France. The newly drawn Polish corridor sliced the German nation in half, physically isolating East Prussia from the homeland. Yet, casting a shadow over all these losses were the financial reparations. A staggering demand of 132 billion gold marks was levied, a figure so astronomical it was functionally impossible to repay. Facing the imminent threat of another military invasion, German politicians reluctantly placed their signatures on the document. To many citizens back home, this was not a treaty of peace but an act of profound humiliation. In quiet cafes, somber veterans clubs, and dimly lit living rooms across the country, a deep-seated bitterness took root. The term diktat, a forcefully dictated peace, was whispered with undeniable venom. The years that followed plunged everyday Germans into an economic nightmare. By 1923, inflation had spiraled completely beyond control. The government, desperately attempting to keep up with impossible reparation deadlines, began printing paper currency at a feverish, reckless pace. Initially, the cost of living crept up slowly, but soon it accelerated and finally, it ran wild. Before long, the nation's money held absolutely no value. A simple loaf of bread demanded billions of marks. Harried housewives would race to the market twice a day, trying to purchase food before the prices doubled again by nightfall. Young children were seen playing in the streets with thick stacks of useless banknotes, stacking them like wooden blocks. Families who had carefully saved their earnings over decades watched helplessly as their entire life's cushion evaporated in a matter of hours. There is a famous photograph from this era depicting a man pasting banknotes onto his walls simply because the cash was cheaper than buying actual rolls of wallpaper. Farmers absolutely refused to exchange their crops for paper that lost its worth by the minute. Citizens began to starve while standing in the literal shadows of full granaries. And yet amidst this crushing instability, the rhythm of life persisted. Couples still exchanged vows, even if their wedding bands were fashioned from cheap tin. Classrooms remained open, despite teachers working for nothing. The cabarets of Berlin pulsed with vibrant jazz and energetic dances imported from the United States, providing a fleeting, dizzying escape from the gloom. Novelists, painters, and philosophers migrated to the capital city, forging bold artistic statements that defied long-standing traditions. But lingering just beneath the glittering facade of the so-called Golden Twenties was a potent mixture of outrage, wounded pride, and an aching desire for steady ground. Many Germans gazed upon their young, delicate democracy, the Weimar Republic, and saw only incompetence and weakness. The distant memory of firm control, even authoritarian rule, slowly began to look incredibly appealing. Yet Germany was far from the only nation drowning in turmoil. All across the European map, mighty empires had shattered. The sprawling Austro-Hungarian Empire was sliced into entirely new sovereign states, forming Austria, Hungary, Czechoslovakia, and Yugoslavia. The centuries-old Ottoman Empire fractured, leaving much of the Middle East segmented into mandates controlled by Britain and France. The colossal Russian Empire had already succumbed to the fires of revolution back in 1917, eventually giving rise to the Soviet Union following years of brutal civil conflict. Poland, after being erased from the map for more than 100 years, proudly re-emerged. However, these freshly drawn borders, sketched hastily by the pens of distant diplomats, completely disregarded generations of complex ethnic, religious, and linguistic boundaries. Deep-seated tensions quietly boiled over, waiting for a spark. Down in Italy, the taste of wartime victory was incredibly hollow. The Italian people had been assured great territorial prizes in exchange for aligning with the Allies. When the dust settled, a great many of those promises simply vanished into thin air. A wave of bitter discontent washed over the agricultural fields and industrial centers. Widespread strikes flared up. Laborers forcefully occupied manufacturing plants, while impoverished, landless farmers demanded sweeping agricultural reforms. Stepping boldly into this turbulent void was Benito Mussolini, a former socialist who had sharply pivoted toward fierce nationalism. Leading his black-shirted followers, he preached a seductive gospel of unyielding strength, national unity, and a glorious rebirth. By 1922, his infamous March on Rome intimidated the establishment, elevating him to the role of prime minister. Shortly thereafter, Italy was transformed into the world's very first fascist state, a stark authoritarian model that would soon captivate observers abroad, including a disgruntled young German veteran named Adolf Hitler. The lingering wounds of the conflict were not just carved into the landscape or the political map. They were intimately, agonizingly psychological. Soldiers trickled back from the muddy front lines bearing invisible, heavy burdens. Shell shock, what modern medicine now recognizes as post-traumatic stress disorder, cast a long, dark shadow over their return. Some men stuttered without any ability to stop. Others would shake violently at the mere sound of a closing door. A tragic many simply could not find the words to describe the horrors they had witnessed. Families back home tried desperately to reconnect with the husbands, brothers, and sons who had physically returned, yet somehow seemed forever altered. Brilliant writers like Erich Maria Remarque distilled this profound melancholy into literature, penning works like All Quiet on the Western Front. It was a raw narrative that stripped away the myth of glorious combat, revealing the war as nothing more than an agonizing, futile slaughter. The novel struck a chord across the globe, though back in Germany, it drew the intense ire of hardline nationalists who felt it insulted the memory of their fallen soldiers. Military cemeteries expanded endlessly across the continent. Uniform rows of stark white crosses blurred into the horizon throughout Flanders and Normandy. Stone monuments took their place in the center of sleepy town squares, heavily engraved with the names of the lost. In some tragic cases, it felt as though entire local populations had been etched into the granite. The solemn rituals of remembrance wove themselves into the fabric of everyday existence. Bells chimed mournfully every November 11th, and school children bowed their heads in practiced silence. Yet even as communities mourned, a quiet anxiety persisted. Was this immense sacrifice genuinely in the name of freedom? Had an entire generation perished for nothing? Could this fragile peace possibly hold? Or were the dark clouds of another tempest already massing on the horizon? Over in Britain, the vast empire appeared externally solid, but deep fractures were beginning to show. Distant colonies that had supplied enormous manpower and vital resources were now raising their voices, demanding proper recognition and the right to self-rule. Over in India, the push for independence gathered fierce momentum, deeply moved by Mahatma Gandhi's philosophy of nonviolent defiance. Closer to home, prolonged rebellion and strife in Ireland culminated in the birth of the Irish Free State in 1922, a deep political fracture that permanently altered the British Isles. France, despite emerging on the winning side, was thoroughly depleted. Her beautiful countryside was scarred, her national coffers entirely drained. In response, the French constructed the Maginot Line, a massive, elaborate string of defensive fortifications tracing their border with Germany, desperately hoping to physically block any future invasions. Yet this formidable wall provided far more psychological relief than it did actual military security. Across the Atlantic, the United States had entered the fray late, but with absolute decisiveness, stepping out of the smoke as a true global heavyweight. However, as the 1920s dawned, the American public largely turned its gaze inward, wrapping itself in a cozy blanket of isolationism. The US Senate flatly rejected joining the League of Nations, effectively crippling Woodrow Wilson's vision of a unified protective global community before it even took its first steps. America's roaring 20s ushered in a dazzling era of wealth and technological leaps, alongside a comforting sense of detachment from the endless struggles of Europe. But when the Wall Street markets catastrophically plummeted in 1929, the resulting tremors would shake the entire planet, dragging country after country into a suffocating era of economic depression and widespread despair. The delicate nature of democratic governance was glaringly obvious all across the European continent. Germany's Weimar Republic was battered by violent uprising attempts from both the extreme left and the far right. Communist revolts shook the urban centers, while heavily armed nationalist militias routinely fought bloody skirmishes in the city streets. Throughout Eastern Europe, fading monarchies were swiftly replaced by iron-fisted authoritarian regimes, all offering the illusion of order at the steep price of personal liberty. A deep, pervasive dread of communism, a fear of societal collapse, and the stinging memory of national embarrassment. These emotions were expertly weaponized by strongmen who guaranteed a return to stability no matter the cost to civil freedoms. And yet, for a fleeting stretch in the mid-1920s, it genuinely felt as though peace might finally take root. Germany was officially welcomed into the League of Nations in 1926. Diplomatic agreements like the Locarno Treaties aimed to solidify and respect the newly drawn borders. The Dawes Plan, followed by the Young Plan, carefully restructured the crushing weight of war reparations, ushering in a wave of American financial loans that briefly steadied the wobbly German economy. Metropolitan streets buzzed with renewed life. Berlin transformed into a vibrant epicenter for modern art, cutting-edge architecture and scientific breakthroughs. Jazz melodies drifted from lively clubs. Visionary Bauhaus designers fundamentally changed the way buildings looked, and women confidently embraced fresh independence in both their careers and their fashion. For a brief, shining moment, the world let out a collective breath, quietly hoping the long nightmare had concluded. But it was only a brief intermission. Just beneath that polished veneer, bitter resentments were still quietly breathing. When the Great Depression hit like a hammer in 1929, that paper-thin stability instantly shattered. Manufacturing plants shuttered their doors, powerful banks collapsed, and the unemployment lines stretched endlessly. Back in Germany, a staggering 6 million people found themselves out of work by 1932. Desperate families combed the edges of train tracks, hunting for stray pieces of coal to keep warm. Charity soup kitchens simply could not feed the massive crowds. Rural farmers watched helplessly as their generational lands were swallowed by foreclosure. The Weimar government appeared utterly paralyzed in the face of the disaster. Extreme political factions saw their golden opportunity and seized it. Communist voices clamored for a total workers' revolution, while the National Socialist promised a glorious, sweeping national revival. Dense crowds packed into smoky beer halls, captivated by Adolf Hitler's blistering, impassioned speeches detailing betrayal, lost honor, and the promise of a powerful resurgence. The stark emblem of the swastika began unfurling across massive banners and clinging to the arms of dedicated followers. It was an intoxicating, dangerous blend of boundless hope and unchecked hatred. In other corners of the globe, authoritarianism was similarly gaining ground. Over in Japan, a severe economic slump poured gasoline on the fires of militarism. The Japanese military forcefully took control of Manchuria in 1931, establishing the puppet government of Manchukuo while completely ignoring the protests of the international community. Down in Italy, Mussolini tightened his iron grip, carefully cultivating a massive cult of personality that worshipped him as Il Duce. Across the world stage, vulnerable democracies were stumbling, while ruthless strongmen stepped into the spotlight. Humanity had indeed weathered the storm of one magnificent, terrible war, but it had entirely failed to secure a permanent peace. The deep gashes inflicted in 1918 had never truly closed. They had merely festered beneath the bandages, quietly waiting for a fresh conflict to tear them open once more. The lingering ashes of the Great War had left behind far more than shattered buildings and endless graveyards. They had branded a deep psychological trauma across multiple generations. They bred intense resentment in Germany, lingering paranoia in France, sheer exhaustion in Britain, unchecked ambition in Italy, and the fires of revolution in Russia. They birthed a League of Nations far too timid to halt outright aggression, and financial systems entirely too brittle to survive a true crisis. Above all, they left millions upon millions of everyday people desperately searching for a sense of purpose, for a feeling of safety, and ultimately for someone to blame. And in the darkness of that desperate search, the world eagerly turned its face toward leaders who offered absolute certainty. Leaders who would very soon guide the human race into an even darker, more terrifying abyss. Fascism and dictatorship take root. The 1920s had certainly been an era of profound unpredictability, but the 1930s arrived as a brutal decade of reckoning across Europe and far beyond. The painful scars from the First World War only grew deeper, stubbornly refusing to heal. Complete economic ruin, widespread societal unrest, and a crushing loss of faith in the democratic process cultivated incredibly fertile ground for fresh, highly dangerous ideologies. The traditional long-standing order had perished violently in the muddy trenches between 1914 and 1918. Yet, whatever new system was meant to replace it had not quite been cemented. Into this gaping political void stepped the strong men, figures who were endlessly charismatic, fiercely ruthless, and entirely uncompromising. They did not offer the slow, frustrating process of political compromise. They guaranteed absolute certainty. They swore to bring about sweeping national revival, brushing aside any need for parliamentary debate, and they demanded total, unquestioning obedience as the fair price for their salvation. This marked the dark dawn of fascism and absolute dictatorship, a shift that would fundamentally rewrite the future of the globe. Italy served as the very first grand experiment. When the First World War finally concluded, Italy was officially seated at the table of the victorious. Even so, the nation felt deeply shortchanged. The grand promises whispered by British and French diplomats during the heat of the conflict, assurances of vast new lands for their allegiance, were ultimately ignored. The Italian people bitterly referred to it as the mutilated victory. Exhausted soldiers who had shed their blood in the freezing Alps and along the winding Isonzo River trekked home only to find grinding poverty, lack of work, and utter disillusionment. Widespread strikes paralyzed the industrial sectors. Frustrated agricultural workers seized massive estates, fiercely demanding their rightful share of the land. Socialist factions began swelling in numbers, striking deep fear into the hearts of wealthy factory owners and the landed elite. The unsteady Italian parliament appeared completely incapable of calming the storm. Amid this swirling chaos, a former socialist who had sharply transitioned into an ardent nationalist saw his perfect opening. Benito Mussolini was not a man born into wealth or high society. The son of a humble blacksmith, he was raised in a modest household in northern Italy. Armed with a booming theatrical speaking style, he had once championed the socialist cause, but as the war drew to a close, He completely reinvented his persona, emerging as the fierce prophet of Italian resurrection. In 1919, he established the Fasci di Combattimento, a radical fascist organization taking its name from the ancient Roman fasces, a bundle of rods symbolizing absolute authority. His devoted followers, clad in their signature black shirts, were a rough mixture of disgruntled veterans, restless young men, and street brawlers. They marched in militaristic formations through local towns, violently smashing picket lines, beating socialist organizers, and projecting an aura of total discipline. To some fearful citizens, they resembled much-needed saviors. To others, they were little more than violent thugs, but in Mussolini's eyes, they were the very vanguard of his revolution. By late 1922, Mussolini recognized that his window had opened. Italy's string of fragile governments had crumbled one after another, completely incapable of managing the paralyzing strikes and economic freefall. The entire country was running on fumes. That October, Mussolini orchestrated the March on Rome, a massive, theatrical display of intimidation where tens of thousands of his black shirts converged on the ancient capital. They didn't seize the government through outright bloodshed. Instead, they effectively bullied the state into surrendering. King Victor Emmanuel III, terrified of sparking a bloody civil war, formally invited Mussolini to assemble a new government. Over the next few years, Mussolini methodically dismantled the mechanisms of democracy. Rival political parties were outlawed, strict censorship blanketed the press, and the government officially branded itself a totalitarian dictatorship. Mussolini crowned himself Il Duce, the leader. His rising regime heavily romanticized the glory of the ancient Roman Empire, orchestrated massive, hypnotic public rallies, and swore that Italy would once again dominate the world stage as an unstoppable empire. The international community had just watched fascism take its very first breath. Over in Germany, the descent was a slower process, but infinitely more explosive. The Weimar Republic, birthed from the literal ashes of the Great War, was fatally delicate from its very first day. Its entire existence was permanently stained by the shame of military defeat and the deeply despised Treaty of Versailles. The German politicians who had put their names to that treaty were viciously labeled as traitors, relentlessly accused of plunging a knife into the back of the fatherland. The devastating hyperinflation of 1923 had inflicted deep, agonizing financial wounds that no citizen could ever forget. When a brief period of calm settled in the late 20s, largely propped up by an influx of American cash, it all folded like a flimsy house of cards the moment the Wall Street markets plummeted in 1929. By 1932, an astonishing 6 million Germans were out of work. Farmers were evicted from their soil, laborers were turned away from silent factories, and desperate families combed the streets just looking for a meal. The democratic system appeared entirely useless in the face of such a disaster. Rising from this ocean of despair was Adolf Hitler. Born in Austria in 1889, Hitler had been a profoundly unsuccessful artist, coldly rejected by the prestigious art academies of Vienna. He had drifted aimlessly through his early years until the outbreak of the Great War, where he found purpose serving as a soldier on the Western Front. He was wounded in combat, awarded medals for bravery, and left entirely embittered by his adopted nation's surrender. Following the armistice, he stayed on the army payroll and was assigned to monitor tiny, fringe political organizations. One of his targets was the obscure German Workers' Party, a small radical nationalist group. Hitler did not play the role of an undercover spy for very long. He officially joined their ranks, eventually taking the reins and completely transforming the group with his blistering, hate-filled speeches and an absolute, relentless drive. He molded it into the National Socialist German Workers' Party, known to the world as the Nazi Party. Their early years were steeped in pure chaos. In 1923, Hitler attempted to overthrow the regional government in Munich during the infamous Beer Hall Putsch. Taking direct inspiration from Mussolini's successful march on Rome, he believed he could simply grab power through a sudden display of force. The gamble failed miserably. Local police forces opened fire on the marchers, leaving 16 Nazis dead in the streets. Hitler was promptly arrested and handed a prison sentence, yet sitting in his confinement he discovered a dark opportunity. It was within those prison walls that he dictated Mein Kampf, My Struggle. It was a rambling, venomous book that laid out his entire worldview in plain sight. A rabid hatred of the Jewish people, a deep loathing for communism, a fanatical belief in the supposed racial superiority of the German bloodline, and a terrifying vision of relentless military conquest toward the East. Very few people took the manuscript seriously upon its release, but it would eventually serve as the exact blueprint for the most murderous regime in human history. After serving less than a year behind bars, Hitler walked out and immediately changed his strategy. He realized he could not smash the state from the outside. Instead, he would conquer it from within, using the ballot box. The Nazis rapidly constructed a political propaganda machine that was entirely unprecedented. They weaponized bold posters, the new medium of radio, cinematic films, and colossal, perfectly choreographed rallies to inject their message into the mainstream. They provided incredibly simple, easily digestible answers for deeply complex societal problems. Germany was starving, they claimed, strictly because of backstabbing traitors, Jews, and communist agitators. Germany could reclaim its historic greatness, but only under the iron will of a singular, uncompromising leader. Their chosen emblem, the stark, jagged swastika, quickly became a unifying banner of both proud identity and menacing defiance. The party's paramilitary wing, the SA or stormtroopers, marched heavily through the avenues, eagerly brawling with political rivals and radiating a powerful illusion of absolute discipline and strength. Very slowly, the organization morphed from a noisy fringe element into a massive national phenomenon. When the economic depression hit rock bottom, the party's seductive appeal skyrocketed. By 1932, the Nazis had captured the largest share of seats in the Reichstag. In January of 1933, following a murky series of backroom negotiations and political maneuvering by conservative elites, an aging President Hindenburg officially appointed Adolf Hitler as Chancellor. Just months into his term, a mysterious fire gutted the Reichstag Parliament building. The Nazis immediately pointed the finger at communist agitators, whipping the public into a frenzy of revolutionary terror and successfully strong-arming the government into passing sweeping emergency decrees that granted Hitler absolute dictatorial authority. Germany's democracy essentially voted itself out of existence. By the warm summer months of 1933, the Nazi Party stood alone as the sole legal political entity in the nation. Hitler was officially the Führer, and the dark shadow of the Third Reich had officially fallen. While Italy and Germany were writing the modern playbook for fascism, a completely different breed of dictatorship was choking the life out of the East. The Soviet Union, birthed from the bloody Russian Revolution of 1917, was still in its turbulent infancy during the 1920s. Following the death of Vladimir Lenin in 1924, a vicious, behind-the-scenes power struggle consumed the Communist Party elite. Emerging victorious from that shadow war was Joseph Stalin. Short in stature, distinguished by a thick mustache, and seemingly ordinary at a glance, Stalin would soon reveal himself to be among the most terrifyingly cold-blooded rulers in recorded history. He systematically erased his political rivals through a masterclass of quiet cunning, psychological manipulation, and sheer, unfiltered terror. Leon Trotsky, his most brilliant and vocal adversary, was forced into foreign exile, only to be brutally assassinated years later in Mexico with an ice axe. By By the dawn of the 1930s, Stalin stood entirely alone as the unquestioned master of the massive Soviet state. Stalin's iron-fisted rule mutated the Soviet Union into an empire held together by pure paranoia. He initiated sweeping, relentless industrialization campaigns, brutally forcing independent peasant farmers onto massive state-run agricultural collectives. Millions of people fiercely resisted, and as a direct result, millions were left to slowly starve to death, most notably in Ukraine during the agonizing Holodomor famine of 1932 and 1933. Simultaneously, Stalin's shadowy secret police apparatus launched massive societal purges. They dragged people from their beds in the dead of night, arresting, torturing, and casually executing anyone even mildly suspected of being an enemy of the working class. The sprawling network of the Gulag swelled to bursting, shipping millions of souls into the freezing oblivion of Siberian forced labor camps. And yet, amid this suffocating blanket of terror, Stalin did manage to force incredible rapid industrial expansion. Massive new factories, towering hydroelectric dams, and sprawling railway networks carved their way across the harsh Soviet terrain. The nation was forcefully dragged into modern power status, but the toll exacted in human blood was almost too vast to comprehend. Meanwhile, halfway across the globe in Asia, the nation of Japan was experiencing a dramatic metamorphosis of its own. Following the sweeping Meiji Restoration of the late 19th century, Japan had modernized at a breathtaking pace, stunning the globe by defeating the Russian Empire in 1905 and taking a rightful seat among the world's premier powers. During the Great War, the Japanese fought allied with the West, easily snapping up German colonial possessions scattered across the Pacific. But as the 1930s set in, a severe economic downturn fed the flames of a surging aggressive militarism. The civilian politicians in Tokyo found themselves increasingly powerless to rein in a wildly ambitious army command. In 1931, rogue Japanese military officers orchestrated the Mukden incident, a deliberately staged bombing of a railway line that gave them the perfect excuse to launch a full-scale invasion of Manchuria. The diplomatic government back home desperately tried to halt the operation, but the military simply ignored them and marched on. The vast territory of Manchuria was conquered, and the puppet state of Manchukuo was hastily erected in its place. The League of Nations loudly condemned this blatant act of war, but ultimately did absolutely nothing to stop it. Japan simply packed up and withdrew from the League entirely. The chilling takeaway was painfully obvious to anyone paying attention. Bold military aggression would no longer carry any real consequences. The dark thread connecting all these disparate regimes, the fascism of Italy, the Nazism of Germany, the communism of Stalin, and the fierce militarism of Japan, was their absolute shared hatred for democratic governance. They looked at political compromise, open debate, and cultural pluralism with utter disgust. In their place, they worshipped raw physical strength, blind obedience, and the complete unbroken unity of the collective. They carefully engineered massive, almost religious cults of personality, artificially raising their leaders to the status of living deities. Mussolini became Il Duce. Hitler was the Führer. Stalin was branded the Man of Steel. And in Japan, Emperor Hirohito was quite literally revered as a divine being on earth. State-sponsored propaganda bled into every single corner of daily existence. Young school children were drilled to shout state slogans in unison. Daily newspapers were only permitted to print government-approved narratives. The radio waves carried nothing but the carefully curated voices of the regime. Even fine art, grand architecture, and the cinema were entirely hijacked to serve the glory of the state. For the average citizen trying to survive, Life inside these borders was a strange, intoxicating cocktail of constant anxiety and a deep sense of national belonging. Standing up to the government was incredibly dangerous. It guaranteed a swift arrest, a dark prison cell, or a quiet execution. But bowing your head and falling in line provided a comforting sense of shared identity, collective purpose, and predictable stability. After surviving years of chaotic street violence, financial ruin, and lingering national shame, a great many people found the sheer simplicity of this bargain deeply appealing. Follow the leader, serve the nation, and your future will be fiercely protected. Certainly not everyone bought into the lie, but a large enough majority did, making any real resistance virtually impossible. And those who quietly saw through the charade usually kept their mouths firmly shut, deeply terrified of the knock at the door. By the time the 1930s were fully underway, the globe was fracturing. The proud democracies of Britain, France, and the United States were severely handicapped by crippling economic woes and bitter internal political feuds. Conversely, the authoritarian powers rising in Italy, Germany, the Soviet Union, and Japan were becoming incredibly bold, fast, and intensely aggressive. The League of Nations, an institution supposedly designed to keep the peace forever, was exposed as entirely toothless. When Mussolini ordered his forces into Ethiopia in 1935, the League raised its voice in protest, yet refused to take any substantial action. When Hitler openly spat on the Treaty of Versailles and began rapidly rebuilding his war machine, the League simply sat on its hands. When Japanese forces pushed even deeper into the heart of China, the international community did nothing but watch from the sidelines. The beautiful, hopeful dream of collective global security was falling apart at the seams. The ascent of fascism and dictatorship was not necessarily predetermined by fate, but looking back, it is profoundly understandable. The First World War had inflicted deep, jagged wounds that democratic systems simply could not bandage fast enough. Total economic ruin had stripped millions of their last shred of hope. A paralyzing fear of communist revolution had pushed the wealthy elite to quietly back authoritarian brutes. Deeply wounded national pride screamed for a chance at violent retribution. Slick propaganda served up incredibly simple, satisfying answers to impossibly complex problems, and everyday human beings, completely exhausted by years of living on shifting sands, desperately yearned for a powerful hand that promised clarity and decisive action. These dark regimes did not simply kick down the door and take power entirely by force. In many cases, they were warmly invited inside by citizens who genuinely believed they were the cure to the nation's sickness, and tucked inside that willing choice lies the ultimate tragedy of the era. As the 1930s drew to a close, the global stage was fully arranged. Fascist Italy was dreaming wildly of carving out a new empire in the sands of Africa. Nazi Germany was meticulously mapping out its bloody revenge against the chains of Versailles. Stalin's Soviet Union was frantically mass-producing weaponry, driven by a deep, isolating paranoia. Japan was hungrily eyeing the absolute domination of the Asian sphere. Meanwhile, the world's democracies simply hesitated, fractured, weary, and deeply uncertain of their next move. The era of the dictators had officially arrived. They had stepped into the light, flexed their new muscles, and discovered that their opponents were completely terrified of a fight. Soon, they would decide to test the world with fire, the world in crisis. The decade of the 1930s did not dawn with the bright light of hope, but under a suffocating cloud of despair. The intricate web of the global economy had completely snapped. The delicate democratic governments scattered across Europe were trembling, and the grand promises of eternal peace sworn in 1919 now sounded like a bitter joke. All around the globe, ordinary men and women felt an undeniable creeping sensation that they were witnessing the very unraveling of modern civilization. The Great War had successfully smashed the grand old empires into pieces. Now the Great Depression appeared determined to wipe out whatever tiny shreds of stability were left behind. It is within the dark soil of crisis that political extremism truly thrives. The quiet, measured voices of moderation were completely drowned out by the shouting of the loud, the furious, and the radically uncompromising. The world was desperately ill, and it seemed that only the most ruthless of doctors were confident enough to claim they possessed the cure. The spark of the Great Depression was struck in the United States, ignited by the catastrophic Wall Street crash in October of 1929. Yet, the shock waves of that collapse radiated outward with a terrifying, unstoppable momentum. America had been acting as the vital financial engine for the entire post-war world. They were floating massive loans to Germany to cover reparation debts, pumping cash into Britain and France for national reconstruction, and financing countless other countries to keep the wheels of global trade turning smoothly. The moment the New York markets cratered, that essential financial lifeline was brutally severed. Massive banks locked their doors permanently. Bustling factories fell eerily silent. International trade simply grounded to a halt. By the early years of the 30s, the ranks of the unemployed had exploded to 6 million in Germany, 3 million in Britain, and a staggering 15 million across the United States. Proud families were reduced to selling off their living room furniture just to buy a week's worth of groceries. Grown men aimlessly walked the pavement of the cities, desperately hunting for wages that simply no longer existed. Charity soup lines wrapped around city blocks. Young children were passing out at their school desks, their bodies weak from chronic hunger. For so many everyday people, this economic depression felt like a deeply personal betrayal. Had they not just survived the meat grinder of the Great War? Had their governments not promised them an era of lasting peace, boundless prosperity, and steady living? Instead, they were rewarded with empty cupboards and endless anxiety. Public faith in democratic institutions, now widely viewed as sluggish, hesitant, and fundamentally corrupt, plummeted straight to the floor. This profound global crisis pushed the door wide open for radical extremists. In Germany, the Nazi machine handed the public convenient scapegoats and catchy slogans. Down in Rome, Mussolini proudly declared that only the iron will of fascism could weather the storm. In Tokyo, military brass insisted that violent conquest was the only realistic way to put rice in the nation's bowls. And deep in the Soviet Union, Joseph Stalin coldly assured his people that the brutal mechanics of communism were the only true path to the future. Inside Germany, the total collapse of the financial system was nothing short of apocalyptic. Working-class families who had barely managed to cling to a sliver of hope following the shame of Versailles now watched as their very last pennies vanished. Rural farmers hauled their harvest to market only to find their crops were completely worthless. Massive industrial plants sat entirely abandoned, their tall brick chimneys cold and smokeless. Beggars lined the grand avenues of Berlin and Hamburg in droves. The Weimar Republic, which had always been on shaky legs, was completely paralyzed by the sheer scale of the disaster. Government coalitions were formed and immediately dissolved in a rapid, dizzying blur. Elected politicians bickered endlessly inside the halls of the Reichstag, while just outside the heavy wooden doors, millions of out-of-work laborers marched in protest, and armed political gangs beat each other bloody in the streets. The democratic process seemed utterly incapable of stopping the bleeding, and piercing right through this immense chaos, Adolf Hitler's voice grew louder and more mesmerizing by the day. The Nazi apparatus capitalized on the public's absolute despair with a terrifying cold efficiency. Their core propaganda message was brilliantly simple. Germany's intense suffering was not some unfortunate economic accident. It was a deliberate, malicious crime. And the culprits behind this crime, they screamed, were the communists, the Jewish people, and a cabal of corrupt, spineless politicians. Bold, colorful posters plastered on brick walls depicted strong, proud laborers marching united beneath the swastika, smiling farmers standing waist-deep in golden wheat, and brave soldiers raising their arms in absolute loyalty to the Führer. It projected a deeply seductive fantasy of perfect order, immense strength, and glorious national rebirth. To millions of starving, humiliated citizens, the pitch was simply irresistible. By 1932, the Nazi banner held the most seats in the Reichstag parliament. A world gripped by an unprecedented crisis was quite literally handing them the keys to the kingdom. Over in the Soviet Union, the Great Depression manifested in a completely different manner. Stalin's isolated regime had already intentionally severed itself from the global capitalist network, but the internal cost of his policies resulted in a staggering amount of human agony. His ruthless campaign to forcefully collectivize the nation's agriculture in the early 30s triggered a man-made famine on a scale the modern world had never witnessed. In the fertile lands of Ukraine, the Holodomor erased millions of lives. Entire farming villages slowly starved to death, while the state violently confiscated their grain to sell on the foreign market. Simultaneously, Stalin initiated his infamous 5-year plans, a brutal mandate to industrialize the vast country at a breakneck, feverish pace. Towering new steel mills, massive manufacturing hubs, and endless miles of railway tracks emerged from the earth, heavily constructed by the bare hands of slave labor. The remote camps of the Gulag swelled to the bursting point, packed tightly with political prisoners, wealthy peasants known as kulaks, outspoken intellectuals, and anyone casually labeled an enemy of the workers' state. For a tyrant like Stalin, a national crisis was simply an excellent opportunity. He wielded the weapon of pure terror to solidify absolute control over the nation, mercilessly purging the ranks of the Communist Party, the high command of the military, and the general public. The Soviet state was transformed into a bizarre hybrid of an impenetrable fortress and a sprawling prison. It was quietly admired by certain naive factions abroad who were impressed by its outward industrial vitality, yet deeply feared by those who truly understood its underlying brutality. In Japan, the global financial crash severely highlighted the island nation's desperate reliance on foreign imports for basic raw materials and food. The global price for silk, Japan's most vital export, completely cratered, economically destroying the rural farming class. Starving and entirely out of options, a growing segment of the population turned their hopeful eyes toward the military establishment for an answer. Hardline army generals loudly proclaimed that Japan's true destiny and its literal survival depended heavily on aggressive expansion. They argued for the outright seizure of Chinese and Southeast Asian territories to violently secure the resources they needed. The civilian government in Tokyo desperately tried to pull the leash back on the generals, but the politicians were easily brushed aside. In 1931, radical Japanese military officers orchestrated the Mukden incident, using a fake railway bombing as their golden excuse to storm into Manchuria. The diplomatic leaders back home frantically protested the maneuver, but their military machine had already crossed the line. When the League of Nations formally condemned the blatant land grab, they failed to back their words with any real force. In response, the Japanese delegation simply packed their briefcases and abandoned the League. It was a cold, terrifying lesson for the rest of the world. International law was merely ink on paper if no one possessed the courage to enforce it. In Rome, Mussolini eagerly welcomed the global depression as absolute proof that his fascist ideology was the only way forward. Fascism, he loudly boasted from his balconies, was completely immune to the pathetic weaknesses of capitalist democracies. He aggressively stamped out labor strikes, threw a heavy blanket of censorship over the printing presses, and proudly declared that the government would tightly steer every gear of the national economy. Massive, sweeping public works projects, sprawling new highways, imposing marble structures, and grandiose public spectacles were all meticulously designed to broadcast an aura of unstoppable vitality. Yet digging just slightly beneath that polished marble surface revealed an Italian economy that was actually quite frail, heavily reliant on outside imports, and sinking under a mountain of national debt. Mussolini's grand solution to this problem was foreign conquest. The nation of Ethiopia, one of the incredibly rare, fully independent states remaining in Africa, found itself squarely in his crosshairs. In 1935, the Italian war machine invaded the African nation utilizing horrific poison gas and ruthlessly brutal combat strategies. The League of Nations raised its voice in protest once again and even went so far as to slap economic sanctions on Rome. But the penalties were painfully weak and half-hearted. The leaders of Britain and France were absolutely terrified of pushing Mussolini away, holding on to a naive hope that they could use him as a political counterweight against the rising Hitler. Left entirely unsupported, Ethiopia collapsed, despite its emperor Haile Selassie delivering a desperate, heartbreaking plea for help before the Assembly of the League. Fascist Italy had just proven to the world that naked aggression yielded fantastic rewards. The crushing weight of the 30s wasn't just suffocating Europe and Asia. Over in the United States, the Great Depression left deep, permanent scars on the American psyche. Midwestern farmers trapped in the nightmare of the Dust Bowl watched their entire livelihoods wither away under severe droughts and blinding storms of choking dust. Their once fertile acres transformed into barren, cracked wastelands. Desperate families strapped whatever they could carry onto the backs of rusted trucks and migrated toward the West Coast, praying for any kind of manual labor. A tragic exodus beautifully, painfully immortalized in John Steinbeck's The Grapes of Wrath. Millions of jobless men lined the sidewalks of towering cities, wearing sandwich boards that simply read, "Will work for food." President Franklin D. Roosevelt eventually answered the crisis by rolling out his sweeping New Deal, a massive wave of federally funded public works, social safety nets, and strict financial regulations. At a painfully slow pace, a heartbeat of confidence began to return to the American people. But while the United States was pouring all of its energy into fixing its own broken house, the fascist regimes across the ocean were busy lifting weights. A strict policy of isolationism heavily dominated the American political landscape. Very few citizens had any desire to tangle with the endless bloody disputes of Europe or Asia. This profound reluctance to intervene would massively dictate the horrific events of the years to come. Across the English Channel, the ongoing economic misery was rapidly draining the political resolve of both France and Britain. In Paris, the government seemed to operate on a revolving door, with ruling coalitions frequently collapsing after just a few short months. Massive labor strikes brought essential industries to a grinding halt. A deep, paralyzing terror of a communist takeover violently fractured the French public. Over in Britain, unemployment numbers in the heavy industrial sectors skyrocketed, sparking angry public protests and desperate hunger marches through the streets. The British Empire remained incredibly vast on a map, but its actual citizens felt deeply fatigued, lost in uncertainty, and absolutely terrified by the looming prospect of a second global conflict. The horrific memories of the trenches from 1914 to 1918 were still fresh, bleeding wounds in the public consciousness. Millions vividly recalled the suffocating mud, the blinding mustard gas, and the endless mechanical slaughter. The natural, overwhelming instinct of the people was not to bravely stand up to these new rising threats, but to avoid another bloodbath at almost any conceivable cost. This global state of emergency effectively created a massive moral vacuum. The grand institutions that were painstakingly designed to maintain global harmony simply stopped working. The League of Nations sat entirely paralyzed, completely incapable of throwing a punch to stop a bully. The great democracies of the world, severely malnourished by years of economic famine, constantly hesitated. The new dictators looked at this vast, empty space and exploited it with absolute cold-blooded ruthlessness. Every single time they broke a rule and got away with it, their confidence swelled. First, it was the Japanese sweeping into Manchuria. Then it was Mussolini planting his flag in Ethiopia. Soon after, Hitler openly defied the chains of Versailles by rebuilding his army and then boldly marched his troops right back into the demilitarized Rhineland in 1936 without facing a single consequence. Brick by brick, the entire post-war foundation of peace was being gleefully dismantled. For the ordinary citizen, this grand geopolitical crisis was measured in the exhausting struggle of simply getting through the day. On the chilly street corners of Berlin, grown men with no prospects stood quietly trying to sell handfuls of pencils. Deep in the rural heart of Ukraine, starving mothers boiled weeds and stripped tree bark just to keep their children breathing through a man-made famine. Over in Tokyo, exhausted factory laborers marched for a living wage while the morning papers endlessly celebrated the glorious military conquests over in Manchuria. Under the Roman sun, young schoolchildren were conditioned to raise their hands in a fascist salute, loudly reciting Mussolini's slogans. And amid the towering skyscrapers of Chicago and New York, desperate fathers stood shoulder to shoulder in shivering breadlines, desperately tuning their radios to catch Roosevelt's fireside chats, clinging to his warm promises that a national recovery was just over the horizon. Everywhere you looked, the crisis was radically reshaping what people expected out of life, changing their core values and shifting their deepest loyalties. It engineered a fragile world where desperate populations were actively hunting for absolute, unbending answers, even if those answers were falling from the lips of incredibly dangerous men. The 1930s were much more than just a timeline of shattered economies and broken governments. They represented a profound global crisis of faith, a total loss of belief in the democratic process, a loss of faith in human progress, and a crushing loss of hope for lasting peace. The weary generation that had bled in the mud of the First World War truly believed their immense suffering had purchased a ticket to prevent any future nightmares. Instead, they were now watching their own children face the terrifying realities of starvation, deep societal fear, and the dark storm clouds of new wars gathering in the distance. The feeling of ultimate betrayal ran incredibly deep in the bone. Rushing rapidly into this emotional void came the radical ideologies that offered absolute, unshakable certainty. Fascism promised an unbreakable shield of national strength and fierce unity. Communism promised to burn down the old world to forge perfect, absolute equality. Militarism promised the intoxicating pride of violent conquest. And in stark contrast, democracy, with its endless red tape, noisy arguments, and slow compromises, suddenly looked incredibly fragile and outdated. As the curtain began to fall on the decade, this relentless era of crisis had completely redrawn the global map of power. The iron fist of fascism firmly controlled Italy and Germany. A cold, aggressive militarism completely dominated the Japanese Empire. The brutal mechanics of communism had hardened to steel under the watchful eye of Stalin. Meanwhile, the free democracies of the world continued to waver, stumbling forward with deep uncertainty and endless hesitation. The League of Nations, that grand, beautiful temple built to safeguard human peace, had rotted into a hollow, empty shell. The world, deeply battered by years of unrelenting crisis, was now accelerating straight toward a violent, inevitable confrontation. The dictators had climbed to the top, tested the strength of the fences, and happily discovered that the guards were too terrified to raise their weapons. The great storm was finally arriving. It was now only a matter of time before a decade of severe crisis violently erupted into total global catastrophe. Testing the boundaries. By the middle of the 1930s, the globe had slipped into a deeply dangerous twilight. The grand old order constructed in the immediate aftermath of the First World War, the strict rules of the Treaty of Versailles, the hopeful assembly of the League of Nations, the beautiful dream of collective security, was crumbling away piece by piece. The dictators, who had clawed their way out of the decade's absolute despair, were no longer satisfied with merely holding on to power within their own borders. They were actively beginning to probe the perimeter. They were testing the waters, pushing the boundaries just to see exactly how far they could step before someone finally found the courage to stop them. Every single move forward was breathtakingly bold. Every broken treaty was entirely deliberate, and almost every single violation went completely unpunished. It was precisely within this suffocating atmosphere of deep hesitation and endless appeasement that the dark, paved road to a second global war was finally completed. Germany, however, was the most glaring flashpoint. The Treaty of Versailles had bound the nation with severe military constraints. They were allowed no more than 100,000 soldiers and absolutely no tanks, air force, or submarines. But to Adolf Hitler, these restrictions were heavy chains, and they simply had to be shattered. In 1935, he openly announced a massive campaign of rearmament. Factories that had previously manufactured automobiles were suddenly churning out armored tanks. Bustling airfields appeared in places where quiet pastures had once been. The Luftwaffe, the new German Air Force, was seemingly conjured overnight. Grand military parades flooded the avenues of Nuremberg and Berlin, radiating a bold confidence that directly challenged the victors of 1918. The rest of the world watched, offered mild protests, and ultimately did nothing. Britain and France, still limping from the economic depression and deeply haunted by the nightmares of trench warfare, chose to hesitate. There were even voices arguing that Germany possessed a fundamental right to rearm, suggesting the post-war penalties had been far too cruel. And just like that, the ironclad laws written in 1919 dissolved into meaningless paper by 1935. Hitler had pushed against the boundaries, and he had found them to be incredibly soft. The very next year, in 1936, he made another move. The Rhineland, a crucial industrial corridor running right along the French border, had been strictly demilitarized by the Versailles Agreement. It was designed as a protective buffer zone, an absolute guarantee of safety for France. Yet on March 7, 1936, Hitler ordered his troops to march directly into that territory. It was a gamble of staggering proportions. His own generals had warned him that if the French military retaliated with force, their lightly armed German units would have to flee, deeply humiliating the Nazi regime and potentially bringing it all down. But Hitler grasped a truth that his adversaries had not yet accepted. Paralyzing fear and endless hesitation were his most powerful allies. The French forces, which were vastly superior to the Germans at that time, simply stood still. Britain advised everyone to remain cautious. The League of Nations released stern statements, but took zero physical action. Hitler's soldiers paraded completely unopposed through local towns, greeted by cheering crowds. His massive gamble had paid out perfectly. The entire Versailles settlement was crumbling right in front of the world, dismantled not through diplomatic negotiation, but through sheer brazen defiance. While Germany was busy testing the waters in Europe, Italy cast its gaze to the south. Benito Mussolini harbored grand dreams of building an empire, desperate to resurrect the ancient glories of Rome. In 1935, his military forces violently invaded Ethiopia, which stood as one of the very last independent countries on the African continent. The assault was unbelievably brutal. Deadly poison gas was dropped from aircraft, innocent civilians were cut down by machine gun fire, and quiet villages were set ablaze. The Ethiopian Emperor Haile Selassie stood before the Assembly of the League of Nations and pleaded for help, his desperate voice echoing through the grand chamber. "It is us today," he warned them. "It will be you tomorrow." His words would prove terrifyingly prophetic, yet the League did virtually nothing. They issued sanctions, but they were weak and half-hearted. Britain and France, absolutely terrified of pushing Mussolini into an alliance with Hitler, carefully avoided any meaningful intervention. Ethiopia was utterly conquered, and Italy proudly proclaimed itself an empire. The takeaway was crystal clear. Unchecked aggression yielded real results. Polite international condemnation was absolutely powerless against rolling tanks, screaming airplanes, and the ruthless will to use them. That exact same year revealed another major fracture in the global order, this time unfolding in Spain. The Spanish Republic, which had been founded in 1931, was incredibly fragile, constantly torn apart by feuding conservatives, liberals, and radical factions. In July of 1936, a military revolt commanded by General Francisco Franco dragged the entire nation into a bloody civil war. What could have been contained as a tragic domestic dispute rapidly morphed into a global dress rehearsal for the coming World War. Both Germany and Italy scrambled to back Franco's nationalist forces, funneling in troops, warplanes, and heavy weaponry. Hitler viewed the Spanish conflict as the perfect testing ground, a live laboratory to experiment with modern military tactics. The Luftwaffe's Condor Legion executed horrific aerial bombardments, most notoriously leveling the town of Guernica in 1937. They reduced the quiet town to smoking rubble, slaughtering hundreds of civilians from the sky. This ruthless attack horrified the international community and moved Pablo Picasso to create his haunting masterpiece Guernica, a striking black and white scream of pure human anguish. On the opposing side, the Soviet Union threw its support behind the Republican government, dispatching shipments of weapons and military advisors. Passionate volunteers from all corners of the globe, writers, factory laborers, and young students poured into the international brigades, taking up arms to defend the concept of democracy. But despite their remarkable bravery, the Republican forces were deeply divided, crippled by internal political fighting and severe supply shortages. Supported by heavy fascist backing, Franco slowly and methodically conquered the map. By 1939, the Republic finally collapsed, and Spain joined the growing list of European dictatorships. The Spanish Civil War was far more than a localized national tragedy. It was a glaring, bloody warning. The entire world had just witnessed the modern mechanized bombing of civilian populations, the synchronized deployment of tanks and aircraft, and the sheer cruelty of fighting a war based on ideology. In nearly every aspect, it served as a dark prelude to the Second World War. And yet, once again, the governments of Britain and France simply stood on the sidelines. Shackled by a strict policy of non-intervention, they completely refused to get involved. The world's dictators had thoroughly tested the fences, and they realized that the great democracies possessed absolutely no backbone. Over in Asia, the Japanese Empire continued its massive expansion without any resistance. After conquering Manchuria back in 1931, their vast armies kept pressing deeper into the Chinese mainland. In 1937, Japanese soldiers launched an assault near the Marco Polo Bridge just outside of Beijing, immediately igniting a full-scale, brutal war. Major cities crumbled one by one. The metropolis of Shanghai suffered through months of savage block-by-block combat. By December, Japanese troops marched into Nanjing. The nightmare that unfolded there became known to history as the Nanjing Massacre. For 6 agonizing weeks, soldiers systematically slaughtered innocent civilians, executed surrendered prisoners, and engaged in horrific, widespread atrocities. Modern estimates place the death toll well into the hundreds of thousands. The global community was utterly sickened, but yet again, absolutely no one stepped in to stop it. The League of Nations issued formal condemnations, but Japan had long since walked away from the table. The United States voiced its protests, yet remained stubbornly chained to its policy of isolationism. Britain and France, too deeply consumed by the rising tensions in Europe, offered practically nothing. China was abandoned, left to endure its immense suffering entirely alone. The underlying message was impossible to ignore. The so-called international order had absolutely no teeth. Back on the European continent, Hitler relentlessly kept pushing. In 1938, he locked his sights on Austria. The concept of folding all ethnic Germans into a single massive Reich, known as the Anschluss, had been a core pillar of Nazi ideology since the very beginning. Local Austrian Nazis, heavily encouraged and funded by Berlin, aggressively campaigned for the unification. In March of 1938, Hitler ordered his columns to cross the border. There was no grand battle, no heroic resistance. Massive crowds filling the streets of Vienna cheered deliriously, tossing bouquets of flowers at the boots of the advancing German soldiers. Austria was smoothly swallowed by the Reich, directly violating the Treaty of Versailles. Britain and France lodged their formal protests but took zero physical action. In London, Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain viewed the takeover as nothing more than the natural, inevitable realization of German national desires. For Adolf Hitler, it was just one more glorious triumph secured without ever having to fire a single bullet. But his dark ambition was far from satisfied. Next on his territorial checklist was Czechoslovakia, aiming specifically at the Sudetenland, a mountainous region home to a large population of ethnic Germans. Hitler loudly proclaimed that these German citizens were being severely oppressed, fiercely demanding their immediate liberation. The Czechoslovak government stood its ground and resisted. Backed by standing mutual defense treaties with both France and the Soviet Union, the entire European continent teetered dangerously on the razor's edge of war. In September of 1938, the major leaders convened in Munich. Adolf Hitler, Benito Mussolini, Neville Chamberlain and French Premier Édouard Daladier sat down to decide the ultimate fate of Czechoslovakia, notably without a single Czechoslovak representative allowed in the room. Chamberlain, overwhelmingly desperate to sidestep a war, hunted for any possible compromise. Ultimately, the resulting Munich Agreement simply handed the Sudetenland over to Germany on a silver platter. In exchange, Hitler swore that this would be his absolute final territorial demand. Chamberlain flew back to London, proudly waving the document and declaring he had secured peace for our time. The British crowds cheered him as a hero, but it was nothing more than a comforting illusion. Czechoslovakia was stripped of its vital mountain defenses and left entirely exposed. Just a few months later, in March of 1939, Hitler completely shattered his promise and ordered his forces to occupy the remainder of the country. The truth was now painfully undeniable. The policy of appeasement was an absolute failure. The established boundaries had been tested, totally shattered, and wiped from the map. The world had just crossed into a terrifying new era. By the dawn of 1939, the dictators had successfully unraveled the entire Versailles system, thread by thread. Germany was fully rearmed and expanding its borders. Italy boasted a newly conquered empire in Africa. Japan held an iron grip over massive expanses of the Chinese mainland. Spain had fallen under the absolute dictatorship of Francisco Franco. The once proud League of Nations was now a completely hollow shell, its international credibility reduced to ash. The governments in Britain and France still desperately clung to the faint hope that appeasement might somehow preserve the peace, even as a mountain of evidence screamed the exact opposite. Yet through all of this, ordinary citizens simply longed for a quiet, stable life. In London, tired parents were far more concerned with providing for their children than they were with complex foreign policy. In Paris, men and women still packed tightly into corner cafes, doing their best to ignore the dark clouds gathering overhead. In Berlin, plenty of Germans marveled at the booming employment and strict order that Hitler had brought back, even while others traded terrified whispers about sudden arrests and midnight disappearances. In Tokyo, young children marched proudly in vibrant parades honoring their emperor, while their parents quietly worried over dwindling food rations. All across the globe, the daily rhythm of life carried on, even as the very tectonic plates of modern civilization began to fracture beneath their feet. The constant testing of the boundaries throughout the 1930s was not just a string of clever political maneuvers. It was a chilling demonstration of exactly how fragile peace becomes the moment the will to defend it evaporates. Every single act of violent aggression that went unanswered and unpunished simply made the next violation that much easier. Every moment of cowardly silence from the world's democracies only injected the dictators with more venomous confidence. By the time Britain and France finally decided to draw a hard line in the sand, officially promising to protect Poland in 1939, it was already far too late. The old boundaries had been thoroughly erased. The next move wouldn't be a mere test of strength, it would be total war, born from a long, tragic string of appeasement and bitter betrayal. The global community had watched with nervous, deep uncertainty as Adolf Hitler systematically dismantled the post-war framework piece by piece. The bold rearmament in 1935, the aggressive remilitarization of the Rhineland in 1936, the smooth Anschluss with Austria in 1938, and the vicious dismemberment of Czechoslovakia later that very same year. Every single one of these actions was a blatant violation of the Versailles Treaty. Each move was a massive gamble, and every single time the dice rolled exactly in his favor. The dictators had uncovered a deeply dangerous truth. Their democratic opponents simply did not have the stomach for a fight. In the halls of London and Paris, the defining buzzword of the decade was appeasement. It was the desperate belief that global harmony could be maintained simply by handing aggressive bullies a small piece of what they were demanding. It was a political strategy birthed from deep fear, haunting memories, national exhaustion, and a fragile sliver of hope. But when the dust settled, appeasement was revealed to be a profound betrayal. A betrayal of signed treaties, of loyal allies, and of millions of innocent everyday people whose entire lives were about to be swallowed by the flames of war. The true roots of appeasement were buried deep within the lingering trauma of the First World War. For the citizens of Britain and France, the horrors of 1914 to 1918 were not some fading historical echo. They were an agonizingly fresh scar. Nearly every single family had buried a loved one. Endless, perfectly straight rows of white gravestones stretched across the fields of northern France, standing as silent, haunting witnesses to the ultimate sacrifice of an entire generation. For the vast majority, the mere thought of diving headfirst into another continental bloodbath was simply unthinkable. The phrase "never again" wasn't just a catchy political slogan, it was an overwhelming national instinct. Over in Britain, Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain perfectly embodied this profound reluctance. A quiet, deeply serious individual, Chamberlain was certainly no fiery radical. He held a genuine, unshakable belief that careful compromise and patient diplomacy could keep the peace intact. He wasn't completely blind to Hitler's aggressive posturing, but he sincerely felt that many of Germany's political complaints were actually quite legitimate. The Treaty of Versailles, after all, had been incredibly punishing. Why not simply allow the German government to revise those terms peacefully? Why not grant their seemingly reasonable requests, and in doing so successfully sidestep another global catastrophe? Over in France, the national mood was remarkably similar, though heavily laced with a much sharper anxiety. The Maginot Line, a massive, elaborate network of concrete fortifications hugging the German border, served as a towering symbol of both their fierce determination and their deep-seated terror. France had bled more heavily than any other Western nation during the Great War. Their beautiful countryside was permanently disfigured, their surviving population was smaller and aging rapidly, and the national morale was incredibly brittle. A great number of French officials were terrified that, without the military backing of the British, they would be completely unable to hold off a German assault. Consequently, they too gravitated toward the path of compromise, desperately hoping to buy enough time to forge new alliances and steer clear of the looming abyss. But appeasement wasn't entirely fueled by fear alone. it was equally shaped by undeniable practical weakness. In the mid-1930s, the British armed forces were completely unequipped for a large-scale conflict. Their standing army was alarmingly small. Their air force was still in the slow process of modernizing, and their naval fleets were stretched dangerously thin across a massive global empire. France boasted a significantly larger land army, but the country's bitter political divisions made any kind of swift, decisive action nearly impossible. Both of these great nations were also still drowning in the economic aftershocks of the Great Depression. Rearmament programs had officially started, but they moved at a glacial pace. The political leaders constantly assured themselves that they just needed more time, that every single year purchased through quiet diplomacy was another vital year to build up their defenses. However, Adolf Hitler wasn't wasting a single second. Germany's industrial factories were churning out military hardware at a terrifying speed not witnessed since 1914. Sleek, armored tanks rolled continuously off the assembly lines. The Luftwaffe rapidly expanded its fleets, bringing hundreds of cutting-edge aircraft into the skies. By the closing years of the 1930s, the German war machine wasn't merely bending the restrictions of Versailles. It was actively, aggressively preparing for total, unrestricted war. The very first massive test of this appeasement strategy arrived with Austria. The Anschluss in March of 1938 was met with roaring, jubilant crowds throughout the streets of Vienna. To many foreign onlookers watching from afar, the takeover looked almost completely voluntary. After all, the reasoning went, weren't the Austrian people essentially German anyway? Why shouldn't they be allowed to merge with their next-door neighbor? The governments of Britain and France issued their standard protests, but ultimately sat on their hands. Prime Minister Chamberlain would later quietly admit that very few citizens in Britain possessed any real desire to shed blood just to uphold Austrian independence. Hitler had taken yet another aggressive step forward, and the great democracies had simply blinked. But the ultimate defining crisis of the appeasement era exploded later that very same year, centering entirely on Czechoslovakia. This young country had been stitched together in 1919 as a direct product of the Versailles Agreement, a diverse patchwork nation composed of Czechs, Slovaks, Germans, Hungarians, and various other groups. Its westernmost edge, known as the Sudetenland, was home to well over 3 million ethnic Germans. Hitler loudly broadcasted that these people were being severely oppressed, ruthlessly discriminated against, and wrongly denied their rightful place inside the Grand German Reich. The truth, however, was that Czechoslovakia stood as one of the most remarkably stable, functioning democracies in all of Eastern Europe, boasting strong legal protections for its minority populations and a thriving, healthy economy. But the region possessed something else that Hitler desperately wanted out of the way: incredibly formidable military defenses. The Sudetenland held the rugged mountain ranges and heavy concrete bunkers that physically shielded the rest of the nation. To hand over that territory was to completely surrender their national security. By September of 1938, Hitler formally demanded the total surrender of the Sudetenland. He openly threatened to launch a war if his ultimatums were ignored. The entire European continent balanced right on the razor's edge of total conflict. France was legally locked into a binding treaty to physically defend the Czechoslovak state. The Soviet Union had similarly guaranteed its military backing. While Britain wasn't strictly bound by any paper treaty, its geopolitical weight was massive. Naturally, the eyes of the world turned directly to Neville Chamberlain. Chamberlain remained stubbornly convinced that bloodshed could still be dodged. In an unprecedented move, he boarded a plane to Germany 3 separate times over the course of just 3 weeks to sit face-to-face with Adolf Hitler. High up in Berchtesgaden, down in Bad Godesberg, and ultimately in the city of Munich, he desperately hunted for a middle ground. With every single meeting, Hitler ruthlessly raised the stakes. At first, He merely requested political autonomy for the Sudeten Germans. Then he pivoted to demand outright territorial annexation, and eventually he pushed for even more. Yet Chamberlain absolutely refused to walk away. He held a deep, genuine belief that Hitler was a rational man who could be reasoned with, that if Germany's supposedly valid complaints were finally addressed, the dictator's hunger would be permanently satisfied. On September 29, 1938, the major leaders assembled in Munich: Hitler, Mussolini, Chamberlain, and the French Premier, Édouard Daladier. Crucially, the actual Czechoslovak government wasn't even allowed a seat at the table. Locked inside those hazy, smoke-filled rooms, the ultimate fate of an entire sovereign nation was casually decided. By the close of the conference, the infamous Munich Agreement had been signed. The entire Sudetenland would be handed directly over to German control. In exchange for this massive prize, Hitler gave his solemn word that this would be his absolute final territorial demand on the European continent. Chamberlain flew back to London, proudly waving the signed paper in the air for the press. Standing outside number 10 Downing Street as ecstatic crowds roared their approval, he proudly announced, "I believe it is peace for our time." For countless citizens, it was a profound moment of joyful relief and even a perceived diplomatic triumph. A horrific war had successfully been avoided. The unimaginable nightmare of 1914 was not going to repeat itself, at least not today. However, not everyone bought into the celebration. Standing up in Parliament, Winston Churchill delivered a blistering warning, stating that Britain had just suffered a total and unmitigated defeat by tossing Czechoslovakia to the wolves. He forcefully argued that the Western democracies hadn't preserved anything resembling peace. Instead, they had shamelessly betrayed a loyal ally and poured gasoline on the ambitions of a ruthless tyrant. History, of course, would soon prove him absolutely right. The Czechoslovak people, the Munich Pact was an apocalyptic disaster. Their vital defense lines, their protective mountains, their heavily reinforced bunkers, all of it was surrendered without firing a single bullet. Their national sovereignty had been violently stripped away without an ounce of their consent. The foul stench of betrayal hung thick in the air, much like the smoke from the conference rooms. President Edvard Beneš, completely broken by the ordeal, resigned his office. Everyday citizens stood on the sidewalks, watching helpless as German columns rolled into the Sudetenland, knowing deep in their bones that their country was completely doomed. Just a few short months later, in March of 1939, Hitler completely threw his promise in the trash. German military units flooded into the remainder of Czechoslovakia, forcefully occupying the capital city of Prague. This bold move was no longer hiding behind the excuse of rescuing ethnic Germans, nor was it about rectifying the old slights of Versailles. This was naked, aggressive conquest, plain and simple. The diplomatic mask had finally slipped off. Adolf Hitler simply could not be appeased. The painful betrayal of Czechoslovakia wasn't the only terrible price paid for this policy of appeasement. It broadcasted a loud, dangerous signal to the rest of the globe. To Joseph Stalin in Moscow, it served as absolute proof that Britain and France were far too cowardly to ever confront real aggression, and therefore could never be trusted. To Adolf Hitler, it served as thrilling confirmation that absolute boldness would always be richly rewarded. To the smaller, more vulnerable nations scattered across Eastern Europe, it was a terrifying demonstration that ink and paper treaties were incredibly fragile shields when the storm finally arrived. Appeasement also triggered a massive psychological shift. Inside Germany, Hitler's public prestige skyrocketed to unimaginable heights. He had successfully swallowed Austria and the Sudetenland without losing a single soldier in combat. Roaring crowds practically worshipped him as an infallible genius, a supreme leader who could literally manifest victory through sheer, unbroken willpower. Over in Britain, Chamberlain's public standing was far more complicated. Many citizens still loudly praised him for keeping their sons out of the trenches. Yet, a growing number of people were starting to realize that his endless concessions were simply delaying the inevitable bloodbath. In France, national morale plummeted. They possessed a large, well-equipped army, but their top brass was utterly devoid of confidence. The general public, exhausted and deeply fractured by internal politics, severely doubted that their own government possessed the spine to protect them. Why then did the leaders of Britain and France cling so desperately to appeasement for so long? The true answer is a messy cocktail of deep fear, logistical weakness, and desperate hope. It was the absolute terror of repeating the mechanical slaughter of 1914 to 1918. Grey-haired generals still had nightmares about Verdun and the Somme, where hundreds of thousands of young men were shredded to pieces just to gain a few muddy miles of ground. Politicians were acutely aware that their voters would not easily tolerate sending another generation into the meat grinder. Then there was the physical weakness. Both countries were still slowly trying to rebuild their militaries while crawling out from under the crushing weight of the Great Depression. The Royal Air Force was expanding, yes, but it was nowhere near ready for a real fight. The French military looked incredibly formidable on a spreadsheet, but its fighting spirit was dangerously demoralized. The leadership calculated that they simply needed more time on the clock, and handing over pieces of the map seemed like the easiest way to buy it. And finally, there was hope. The desperate, naive hope that Adolf Hitler wasn't actually the monster he appeared to be. Certain voices still claimed he would eventually settle down once his initial complaints were sorted out. There was a lingering hope that Mussolini could somehow be sweet-talked into acting as a neutral mediator. The blind hope that humanity could somehow tiptoe backward from the absolute edge of the cliff. These weren't necessarily foolish dreams. They were deeply human hopes, born out of profound national exhaustion and unhealed trauma. But in the end, they were nothing more than comforting illusions. The sacrifice of Czechoslovakia officially marked the death certificate for the policy of appeasement. The moment Hitler's boots hit the cobblestones of Prague in March of 1939, even Neville Chamberlain finally woke up to reality. The territorial ambitions of the German Reich were completely immune to political compromise. From that dark day onward, the governments of Britain and France started drawing much harder lines in the dirt. Firm diplomatic guarantees were quickly issued to the nation of Poland. If the German war machine dared to cross their border, the Allies would immediately declare war. The professional appeasers had finally reluctantly transformed into actual defenders. But by that late hour, the clock had already run out, and catastrophe was entirely unavoidable. To this day, appeasement stands as one of the most intensely debated foreign policies in all of recorded history. Many historians argue it was an act of pure cowardice, a display of pathetic weakness and a deeply shameful betrayal of vulnerable allies. Conversely, others maintain it was a highly rational, calculated attempt to buy precious time, intentionally delaying the conflict until their own national rearmament programs could be finished. In truth, both perspectives hold a great deal of merit. The strategy of appeasement perfectly mirrored the harsh realities of the 1930s. The unhealed psychological scars of the Great War, the sluggish bureaucracy of democratic governments, the widespread paranoia over communist revolutions, and the overwhelming, desperate hunger for peace at virtually any price. However, it also highlighted a catastrophic failure of imagination, a complete inability to recognize Adolf Hitler for exactly what he was. He was a dictator whose dark ambitions had absolutely no ceiling, a man whose solemn promises were completely worthless, and a leader whose chosen path ended only in total war. For the millions of ordinary people who actually lived through those anxious years, appeasement wasn't some abstract academic debate. It was a terrifying daily reality. For the quiet Austrians who stood by as German battalions flowed into Vienna, for the Czechoslovaks who watched their beloved homeland be brutally carved up without a shred of their consent, for the Ethiopians who choked on poison gas dropped from Italian aircraft, for the terrified Chinese civilians butchered in the streets of Nanjing. For all of them, appeasement was nothing short of a profound, bloody betrayal. It meant that their intense suffering was casually swept under the rug, their national independence was tossed into the fire, and their very lives were deemed entirely expendable, all in the pursuit of a lasting peace that was never actually going to arrive. And yet, for the grieving parents in London who still mourned the sons they had lost to the trenches, for the weary French farmers whose ploughs still churned up the bones of fallen soldiers, and for the distant American families firmly burying their heads in the sand of isolationism, appeasement genuinely felt like the only rational, sane option available. And right there lies the ultimate tragedy of the era. The policy of appeasement wasn't forged out of malice or cruelty. It was born entirely out of profound, paralyzing fear. It was a frantic, desperate scramble to avoid tumbling back into the abyss. Yet, in their desperate obsession with avoiding a war, they practically guaranteed that a war would happen. By 1939, the geopolitical boundaries had been thoroughly stress-tested. The grand experiment of appeasement had been fully played out. The ultimate betrayal had been signed into law. The fascists had rolled the dice and won every single gamble. The great democracies had folded their cards at every single confrontation. The entire globe had stumbled blindly from one emergency to the next, constantly taking the path of compromise, forever praying that the dark clouds would simply blow over. But massive storms do not simply vanish just because you close your eyes to them. Eventually they break. And this particular storm was about to unleash a torrent of unprecedented fire and absolute fury upon the earth. The timid age of appeasement was finally drawing to a close. The horrific era of total, unrestricted war was standing right at the doorstep. The road to war. By the time the spring of 1939 rolled around, the delicate, glass-like dream of a lasting peace had completely shattered. The tired old policy of appeasement was now lying in a pile of rubble, officially destroyed the moment German infantry boots echoed through the streets of Prague, fully occupying what remained of Czechoslovakia. It was simply no longer possible for anyone to pretend that Adolf Hitler was merely trying to correct the harsh penalties of the Versailles Treaty, or that his massive appetite could ever be satisfied with polite political concessions. He had finally laid his true cards on the table for the entire world to see. This was a dictator completely obsessed with total domination, not diplomatic negotiation. The European continent was now locked onto a high-speed collision course with destiny. The only real mystery left was exactly when and exactly where the very first punch would be thrown. The glaring warning signs had been flashing brightly for years. Hitler's manic speeches constantly thundered with absolute promises of aggressive territorial expansion. He spoke endlessly of Lebensraum, vital living space for the Aryan people. He fantasized about forging a colossal empire that stretched endlessly toward the east, violently conquering the vast territories of Poland, Ukraine, and Soviet Russia. The Slavic populations, he viciously declared, were biologically inferior. Their ancestral lands, in his mind, were only fit to serve as agricultural fields and industrial factories for incoming German colonists. His core ideology wasn't merely a political platform, it was a deeply racial crusade, heavily marinated in a highly toxic, delusional vision of genetic supremacy. Whatever prizes the Versailles Treaty had snatched away, and whatever grand goals the First World War had failed to secure, Adolf Hitler fully intended to seize with cold, ruthless determination. Yet, to a great many people watching from outside Germany's borders, his screaming rhetoric felt incredibly distant, almost cartoonish and unreal. Could any modern civilized head of state actually mean the horrific things he was saying? Surely, the optimists told themselves, these wild rants were just theatrical exaggerations designed to fire up his domestic voting base. Surely cooler heads and basic human reason would eventually take the wheel. But the aggressive military occupation of Prague in March of 1939 completely suffocated those comforting illusions. Hitler had officially crossed the Rubicon, moving away from righting historical wrongs and pivoting directly into naked, unprovoked aggression. The very next target squarely in the crosshairs of his ambition was the nation of Poland, the proud Polish state which had miraculously been reborn in 1919 following more than a century of being carved up by foreign powers, sat on territory that the Nazi regime firmly believed belonged to them. The Polish Corridor, a vital strip of land that finally granted Poland access to the waters of the Baltic Sea, physically severed East Prussia from the main body of the German nation. Furthermore, the bustling port city of Danzig, which held a heavily German population, was technically operating under the protective umbrella of the League of Nations, yet it was deeply coveted by the expanding Reich. Hitler began loudly demanding that these territories be immediately handed back, but Poland was absolutely not going to play the role of Czechoslovakia. The Polish leadership was fiercely determined to stand their ground. They carried the bitter, painful memories of the old historical partitions, recalling exactly what it felt like when their beloved country was casually erased from the map by greedy neighbors. They were absolutely not going to surrender a single inch of soil without a brutal fight. And this time around, in stark contrast to their behavior in 1938, the governments of Britain and France finally stepped up to the plate. On March 31st, 1939, Prime Minister Chamberlain stood before Parliament and officially announced that the British military would guarantee the independence of the Polish nation. France quickly released an identical pledge. If the German army dared to cross the Polish border, the Allies would instantly declare a state of war. A firm, undeniable line in the sand had finally been drawn. This sudden guarantee to Poland represented a massive, dramatic pivot in foreign policy. For years, the British and the French had twisted themselves into knots, trying to avoid a direct confrontation, desperately hoping they could throw a net over Hitler through endless compromise. Now they were openly acknowledging that a massive war was highly probable. Both nations threw their rearmament programs into maximum overdrive. Across Britain, massive industrial plants began churning out sleek Spitfire and Hurricane fighter planes at an incredibly frantic pace. Young school children were marched through terrifying air raid drills in their classrooms. Thick rubber gas masks were handed out to millions of everyday civilians. Over in France, military preparations were significantly ramped up, even though the spirit of the army remained worryingly fragile. All across the European continent, the air grew incredibly thick with tension. Hitler, however, was completely undeterred by the threats. Behind closed doors, he threw absolute tantrums over Britain's sudden guarantee. He was thoroughly convinced that the Western democracies were simply bluffing, deeply confident they would never actually spill their own citizens' blood just to save Poland. After all, his instincts had been dead on so many times before, during the remilitarization of the Rhineland, the annexation of Austria, and the carve-up of Czechoslovakia. Why on earth would this time play out any differently? Even so, he was smart enough to recognize the supreme danger of fighting a war on two separate fronts simultaneously. To successfully swallow Poland, he absolutely needed to take the Soviet Union off the chessboard. This strategic necessity birthed one of the most utterly shocking and deeply cynical diplomatic maneuvers of the entire 20th century, the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. For years, Hitler and Joseph Stalin had loudly, publicly condemned one another as absolute mortal enemies. Fascism and Soviet communism were the ultimate ideological polar opposites. And yet in August of 1939, Their respective foreign ministers, Joachim von Ribbentrop and Vyacheslav Molotov, sat down and signed a formal treaty of non-aggression. To the general public, it read like a very straightforward agreement. Germany and the Soviet Union simply promised not to declare war on one another. But hidden away in the shadows, highly classified secret protocols were actively slicing the map of Eastern Europe into distinct spheres of influence. Poland was to be violently chopped in half and shared between the two dictators. Furthermore, the Baltic states and Finland were quietly earmarked for Soviet domination. The international community was absolutely paralyzed with shock. Dedicated anti-fascists and die-hard communists alike felt their heads spinning at the sheer hypocrisy of the news. But for Adolf Hitler, it was an absolute masterstroke of geopolitical strategy. With the mighty Soviet bear temporarily sedated, he was completely free to smash into Poland without any fear of being encircled. For Stalin, the treaty was simply a way to buy precious time on the clock. The Soviet Union was in no shape to fight a modern war. Its military high command had been severely crippled by years of his own paranoid bloody purges. By putting his signature on that pact, Stalin secured essential breathing room and expanded his borders. It was a brutally cold, calculated transaction, and very soon millions of innocent people would be forced to pay the ultimate price for it. In the meantime, everyday citizens could feel the approaching storm in their bones. Over in Britain, the morning newspapers were plastered with dark, ominous headlines. Anxious fathers were busy digging up their backyard gardens to construct crude, makeshift bomb shelters. Inside Germany, the state propaganda machine loudly celebrated their national unity and unstoppable strength. Yet countless regular citizens were absolutely terrified by the prospect of a second war. Grizzled veterans from the class of 1914 muttered grim, terrifying warnings to anyone who would listen. Across the border in Poland, the military frantically began to mobilize its forces, even though their weaponry and equipment were severely outdated when matched against Germany's cutting-edge armor and aircraft. Deep inside the Soviet Union, the general public was kept entirely in the dark, told absolutely nothing about the sinister secret handshake that was about to violently redraw the European map. All around the world, the heavy weight of anxiety steadily ballooned. The sweltering summer of 1939 devolved into an agonizing, breathless waiting game. Desperate diplomats frantically sprinted between international capitals, hunting for any sort of last-minute miracle compromise. Neville Chamberlain still prayed for a peaceful diplomatic exit, even though his personal trust in Hitler had been completely vaporized. In France, the political elite endlessly debated military strategies, completely paralyzed by the ghosts of 1914. Back in Berlin, Hitler was growing incredibly restless. He had originally circled September 1st as the official date for the invasion, but briefly hit the brakes. He was carefully testing the temperature of his adversaries, desperately hoping to crack their alliance and somehow isolate Poland in the exact same way he had isolated Czechoslovakia, but the Allied guarantees to Warsaw remained rock solid. Finally, on the evening of August 31st, 1939, Hitler orchestrated one last theatrical deception. A squad of German operatives deliberately dressed in stolen Polish military uniforms launched a fake assault on a German radio station located in the border town of Gleiwitz. They seized the microphone, broadcast a brief, aggressive message spoken in Polish, and then quickly vanished, leaving several bloody corpses behind on the floor. These bodies were actually prisoners taken from a concentration camp, murdered in cold blood, and dressed up to look like Polish attackers. It was an incredibly crude, transparent fabrication, engineered solely to manufacture the illusion that Poland had fired the first shot. Hardly anyone living outside the borders of the Reich actually fell for the stunt, but it handed Hitler the exact flimsy excuse he needed to unleash hell. Just as the sun began to rise on September 1st, 1939, German Military forces violently poured across the Polish frontier. Massive columns of tanks chewed through the open farmland. Swarms of warplanes roared deafeningly overhead. Waves of grey-clad infantry surged relentlessly forward. The era of the Blitzkrieg, the Lightning War, had officially begun. Within a matter of hours, high explosives were raining down on the capital city of Warsaw. Terrified civilians abandoned their burning homes and fled into the countryside. Packed trains carrying desperate refugees were ruthlessly strafed by Stuka dive bombers screaming down from the clouds. The Polish armed forces fought with incredible, undeniable bravery, but they were hopelessly, tragically outmatched. The entire world held its collective breath. Would the governments in Britain and France actually honor their promises? For 2 agonizing days, they hesitated, opting instead to wire final ultimatums to the leadership in Berlin. Hitler simply waited them out, supremely confident that they would eventually fold. But finally, on the morning of September 3rd, a weary Neville Chamberlain sat in front of a microphone and broadcast a heavy message to the British public. This country is at war with Germany. France officially followed suit just a few hours later. Hitler's grand gamble had finally blown up in his face. He had officially ignited the Second World War. The dark road leading to this conflict had been incredibly long and severely twisted. It had crawled through the muddy, blood-soaked trenches of the First World War, trudged through the stinging national humiliation of the Versailles Treaty, and dragged itself through the soul-crushing despair of the global Great Depression. It had slithered through the terrifying rise of fascist dictators, the pathetic failures of the League of Nations, and the cowardly, heartbreaking betrayals of the appeasement era. Every single one of these milestones had dragged the human race one step closer to absolute catastrophe, and now, at long last, the catastrophe had arrived. For millions of ordinary families, this new war wasn't some distant theoretical debate happening in a parliament building. It was the terrifying wail of air raid sirens tearing through the middle of the night. It was the horrifying silhouette of heavy bombers blotting out the stars. It was the paralyzing dread of a sudden heavy knock at the front door. It was watching young boys being drafted to hold a rifle, seeing tearful mothers frantically packing suitcases for immediate evacuation, and watching tiny children tightly clutching their rubber gas masks as they were loaded onto trains headed for the countryside. It was a suffocating blanket of uncertainty, a deep primal dread, and the crushing realization that the world they knew was gone forever. And yet, even as the heavy artillery hammered the Polish landscape, a few optimistic souls stubbornly clung to hope. Perhaps they reasoned this conflict would be over quickly. Perhaps the German war machine could be swiftly contained. Perhaps the nightmare stories from 1914 to 1918 were just dramatic exaggerations. Very few people walking the earth could actually comprehend the sheer scale of the horror that was about to unfold. The Second World War was not going to be a simple repeat of the last one. It was going to be worse, unimaginably, exponentially worse. But during those chaotic, terrifying early days of September 1939, the pages of the future were still completely blank. The long path forward was heavily shrouded in thick, black smoke and terrifying uncertainty. But one absolute truth was undeniably clear. The road to war had finally reached its dead end. The war itself had officially begun. Blitzkrieg in Poland. The crisp morning of September 1st, 1939, broke with an eerie, unsettling stillness across the vast majority of the Polish landscape. In quiet rural villages and bustling towns, families slowly stirred awake. Weary farmers sleepily trudged out toward their morning fields. Local shopkeepers unlocked their doors and prepared for a normal day of business. But then, rolling across the horizon, came a sound that would permanently fracture human history. First, it was the low, steady vibration of hundreds of aircraft engines. Then, the sudden earth-shaking roar of heavy artillery, followed closely by the rhythmic thunder of countless marching boots and the mechanical screech of iron tank treads grinding down the country roads. At exactly 4:45 in the morning, the massive German battleship Schleswig-Holstein unleashed a blistering barrage upon a tiny, isolated Polish military garrison stationed at Westerplatte, just outside the port of Danzig. Those heavy shells were the very first shots of a conflict that would quickly consume the entire globe. By the time the deafening echoes of that opening bombardment finally rolled away, the Second World War was already a bloody reality. The absolute nightmare that crashed down upon Poland was absolutely nothing like the slow, grinding war that Europe remembered from 1914. This was not a sluggish, agonizing crawl of infantrymen digging into muddy trenches, nor was it a painfully drawn-out siege meant to slowly bleed the enemy dry. This was an entirely new, deeply terrifying beast. The German High Command proudly called it Blitzkrieg, the Lightning War. The very name was meant to project an image of sudden, overwhelming, inescapable violence, and that is precisely what it delivered. It was a meticulously choreographed hurricane of armored tanks, screaming dive bombers, rapid-fire artillery, and highly mobile infantry, all moving forward in perfect, ruthless harmony. The primary objective wasn't to lock horns with the enemy in a prolonged, bloody stalemate. The goal was to completely shatter the enemy's nervous system, paralyzing their defenses long before they even had a chance to lace up their boots. The Polish armed forces, undeniably brave and fiercely determined as they were, suddenly found themselves standing in front of a style of combat they simply could not comprehend. It was a mechanical hurricane that moved far too rapidly to be contained, striking with a sledgehammer force that was impossible to deflect. Germany hurled the absolute crushing weight of its military might into the assault. Well over 1.5 million highly trained soldiers violently surged across the border lines, heavily backed by thousands of armored panzers and cutting-edge warplanes. The invasion poured in from 3 separate directions all at once, pushing down from East Prussia in the north, driving hard from the German mainland in the west, and swinging up from the puppet state of Slovakia in the south. The maneuver trapped their target in a massive, suffocating vice grip with terrifying mechanical precision. Standing in their way were roughly 1 million Polish troops. These were fiercely proud men who carried an unbreakable, burning love for their homeland deep within their chests, yet they were forced to fight with bolt-action rifles and aging military gear that belonged to a completely different era of warfare. The Polish air squadrons were incredibly courageous, but their machinery was tragically obsolete. Their biplanes and older fighters were simply no match for the sleek, deadly Messerschmitts and the terrifying Stuka dive bombers that were now screaming unchallenged through their airspace. Heavy armor was incredibly scarce on the Polish side, and vital military communication networks completely collapsed almost the instant the first shots were fired. Even the natural geography offered them absolutely no place to hide. The vast, flat, sweeping plains of the Polish countryside left them totally exposed, offering no rugged mountain ranges or massive, deep rivers to act as a natural defensive fortress. Within the very first few hours of the invasion, the terrifying blueprint of the Blitzkrieg was completely exposed. Formations of Stuka dive bombers shrieked violently out of the clouds, diving straight down onto Polish military positions. The terrifying mechanical wail of their mounted sirens was deliberately engineered to shatter the psychological nerves of the troops below just as much as it signaled their lethal approach. Massive, high-explosive blasts ripped the defensive trench lines and vital roadways completely to shreds. Columns of armored tanks then forcefully punched straight through the resulting chaos, violently fracturing the front lines and sprinting deep into the unprotected countryside. Heavily motorized infantry units rode closely behind the armor, sweeping up the shattered remnants and securing the conquered territory before the dazed defenders could even attempt to catch their breath. Essential railway lines were blown to pieces, heavy stone bridges were reduced to rubble, and major communication hubs were bombed into silence. This sensory blackout left the Polish generals completely blind, frantically trying to guess where the German spearheads were located or how fast they were actually moving. Terrified civilian refugees, who were heavily clogging the dirt roads with their carts and livestock, quickly became military targets themselves. They were mercilessly, repeatedly strafed by fighter planes from above, a calculated move designed specifically to sow widespread, absolute panic and severely clog the movement of any retreating troops. In a matter of just a few days, massive sections of the map were completely severed from the rest of the country, fully surrounded and starved into submission. And yet, despite being massively outgunned and hopelessly outnumbered, the Polish people absolutely refused to simply roll over. Out on the tiny peninsula of Westerplatte, a garrison of fewer than 200 Polish soldiers miraculously survived 7 grueling days of relentless naval bombardment and repeated, bloody ground assaults before they were finally starved out of ammunition and forced to surrender. During the fierce Battle of Mokra, the famous Polish cavalry brigades proved their worth. While later historical myths often reduced them to foolishly charging at heavy tanks with nothing but drawn sabers, the actual reality was far different. They expertly utilized clever ambushes, mobility, and modern anti-tank rifles to successfully blow up dozens of advancing German armored vehicles, successfully bogging down the invasion force and buying precious time. Back in the capital city of Warsaw, uniformed soldiers and everyday civilians stood shoulder to shoulder, furiously digging deep anti-tank trenches, stacking heavy barricades across the cobblestones, and bracing themselves for a brutal, drawn-out siege with an inspiring, unshakable defiance. While the ultimate victory of the German army was practically mathematically guaranteed from day one, the sheer, unbroken courage displayed by the Polish defenders during those bloody opening weeks was permanently etched into history. It served as undeniable proof that the nation of Poland was not going to vanish quietly into the night. However, raw human courage was simply not enough to stop the sheer, mechanical weight of the German assault. The Nazi war machine operated far too quickly, its ranks were vastly too deep, and its modern tactics were too overwhelmingly devastating. The Polish Air Force threw themselves into the fight with tremendous valor, but they were almost completely wiped from the sky within a matter of days. A tragic number of their fighter planes were bombed directly on the runway before their engines could even be started. German tank columns and heavy armored divisions sliced right through the primary defensive lines, rapidly drawing circles around Polish battalions before they could ever receive the order to retreat. Before the first 2 weeks were even over, the fleeing Polish government was desperately begging its citizens to evacuate toward the east, trying to put distance between the people and the rapidly advancing front line. But tragically, the eastern half of the country would soon offer absolutely no safety. Right from the very first hour, innocent civilians were forced to absorb the absolute worst of the German cruelty. The Luftwaffe intentionally leveled civilian towns simply to manufacture widespread terror, casually turning quiet, peaceful villages into smoldering ash heaps that offered zero military value outside of pure intimidation. Exhausted families trudging down the dirt roads, pushing wooden carts and holding their crying children were casually mowed down by low-flying fighter planes. German infantry units began executing local citizens in any town where they merely suspected partisan resistance, randomly dragging men into the streets for brutal reprisal killings. The local Jewish populations in particular were immediately targeted for vicious public humiliation, grueling forced labor, and terrifying acts of random violence that served as a dark, bleeding preview of the absolute horrors that were yet to arrive. Marching closely in the footsteps of the regular army were the black-clad soldiers of the SS and the secret agents of the Gestapo. Their specific, chilling mission was to hunt down and completely exterminate the nation's political leadership, Catholic priests, school teachers, and university intellectuals. The grand strategy was brutally clear. They intended to completely decapitate Polish society from the top down, erasing not just the nation's military strength, but its very cultural identity and human spirit. For 2 agonizing days, Poland continued to fight and bleed, desperately looking over its shoulder, waiting for its promised allies to arrive. The governments of Britain and France had solemnly sworn to protect Polish independence, guaranteeing a massive military response if the Germans ever crossed the line. On September 3rd, their final written ultimatums to Adolf Hitler officially expired. Prime Minister Chamberlain's tired voice crackled over the radio waves, somberly informing the British public that they were officially at war with the German Reich. Just a few hours later, the French government made the exact same declaration. The dense crowds gathered on the streets of London and Paris absorbed the news in a heavy, funereal silence. The Grand War had officially been declared exactly as promised. But over in the burning fields of Poland, absolutely no physical help arrived. The Allied commanders, completely paralyzed by the terrifying memories of the slaughter from 1914, ordered their troops to simply hunker down in a defensive crouch behind the massive concrete walls of the Maginot Line. While Poland was literally being burned to the ground, the Western Front remained incredibly unsettlingly quiet. A bizarre, tense chapter of history that would quickly be dubbed the Phony War. For the Polish citizens currently dodging German bombs, this political hesitation felt like an unforgivable absolute abandonment. And then the final crushing blow landed. On September 17th, while the German war machine was still relentlessly hammering them from the west, and the battered Polish army was desperately trying to patch its broken lines, the Soviet Union suddenly violently invaded from the east. Following the dark, secret promises written into the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, Joseph Stalin's Red Army flooded into Polish territory. Moscow fed the world a blatant lie, claiming they were merely stepping in to protect the local Ukrainian and Belarusian minority populations. In reality, they were simply showing up to carve off their promised slice of the bleeding country. For the nation of Poland, this was the absolute end of the line. Hopelessly crushed in a vice between 2 massive, ruthless military giants, the Polish government was forced to flee into foreign exile. They escaped first into neighboring Romania, later relocating to France, and ultimately setting up a government in exile in Britain. Any Polish soldiers who managed to slip through the rapidly closing net fled the country as well, determined to regroup, rearm, and continue the fight from abroad. But millions upon millions of everyday people were completely trapped. Over in the newly conquered Soviet sector, tens of thousands of Polish military officers, police, and educated elites were quietly rounded up and arrested. A horrifying number of these men would later be driven into the freezing Katyn forest and executed with a single bullet to the back of the head. Meanwhile, over in the German-controlled zone, vibrant Jewish communities were violently shoved into cramped, walled-off ghettos, and the massive and industrial machinery of Nazi racial persecution began its first, sickeningly methodical movements. For the average Polish citizen left behind, the occupation would mean years of daily, suffocating terror, severe starvation, and the absolute death of human freedom. During those agonizing weeks, the capital city of Warsaw evolved into the ultimate shining symbol of national resistance. Completely surrounded, relentlessly bombed day and night, and severely lacking in basic food and clean water, the great city somehow managed to endure a continuous, punishing siege. Everyday citizens eagerly picked up rifles to fight alongside the remaining soldiers, fiercely defending their own front porches and local neighborhoods. They formed frantic bucket brigades to drown the raging fires sparked by incendiary bombs, desperately clawed at heavy concrete to pull survivors from collapsed apartment buildings, and hid their wounded neighbors deep down in pitch-black cellars. On September 25th, the Luftwaffe executed one of the very first and most utterly horrific terror bombings of the entire war. They dumped thousands of high explosives onto the city in a single afternoon, completely incinerating entire historic districts and reducing them to fine grey ash. The exhausted city finally agreed to lay down its arms on September 28th. They were physically completely spent, yet their inner spirit remained remarkably unbroken. The proud defenders stubbornly refused to use the word capitulation. Instead, they insisted on calling it a temporary ceasefire, a mere pause in a violent struggle that they fully intended to finish someday. By the early days of October, the last remnants of organized, uniformed Polish resistance had officially collapsed. Germany and the Soviet Union officially sliced the bleeding country right down the middle, even hosting symbolic joint military parades to cheerfully celebrate their newly drawn borders. But the fight for Poland was far from finished. Massive, highly organized underground resistance movements sprang to life almost overnight. They secretly printed underground newspapers, quietly orchestrated devastating acts of sabotage against railway lines, and consistently smuggled priceless military intelligence straight to the Western Allies. The Polish pilots and infantrymen who had managed to escape to Britain would very soon prove absolutely vital, fighting heroically in the skies over England and bleeding on battlefields all across the European map. They may have been physically erased from the atlas, but the Polish people violently refused to disappear from the earth. Their underground resistance would quickly become one of the fiercest, most enduring, and most legendary movements of the entire global conflict. The rapid, total conquest of Poland deeply shocked the international community, not just because of the terrifying speed of the operation, but because of the sheer unfathomable brutality left in its wake. In less than 6 short weeks, a proud, independent nation of 35 million souls had been ruthlessly carved up like a piece of meat and beaten into absolute submission. Military observers sitting in safe offices in London, Paris, and Washington studied the invasion reports with a deep, creeping sense of alarm. The comfortable, traditional strategies of slow, methodical troop mobilization, static trench lines, and agonizing wars of attrition had been violently shoved into the history books by an entirely new breed of warfare. The Blitzkrieg was not entirely invincible, but its raw, destructive power was undeniable. It completely demanded that the Allies invent brand new ways of thinking if they ever hoped to stop it. The brutal fall of Poland was far more than a localized national tragedy. It was a dark, screaming warning to the rest of Europe about exactly what was coming for them next. For the citizens of Poland, September of 1939 was much more than simply the opening chapter of a world war. It marked the dreadful beginning of a brutal, suffocating occupation that would subject them to some of the absolute worst suffering ever inflicted upon a modern civilized society. Millions of their people would eventually be murdered inside crowded ghettos, nightmarish extermination camps, and muddy mass execution pits. Millions more would be forced to endure forced deportation, back-breaking slave labor, and a daily routine of casual, sickening brutality. And yet, even during the absolute blackest days of the occupation, the proud memory of the defenders at Westerplatte, the brave cavalry at Mokra, and the unbreakable civilians during the siege of Warsaw served as a constant, burning reminder to themselves and to the world that Poland had stood tall and fought like lions against mathematically impossible odds. The Nazi invasion was specifically designed to permanently extinguish their entire culture. Instead, it struck a powerful, blinding spark of absolute defiance, a flame that no foreign occupier would ever be able to fully snuff out. The violent blitzkrieg across Poland served as the grim opening chapter of the Second World War. It was a terrifying storm that clearly illuminated the true, dark shape of the years to come. It proved beyond any shadow of a doubt that Adolf Hitler's appetite was absolutely bottomless, that his sworn promises were completely worthless, and that his military campaigns were never going to be limited border disputes. This was a war of total, unadulterated conquest and absolute destruction. It also clearly demonstrated that Joseph Stalin was perfectly happy to treat independent nations like poker chips, eagerly trading millions of human lives just to secure a larger sphere of geopolitical influence. Furthermore, it exposed the tragic reality that the great Western democracies, even after finally being dragged into declaring war, were still incredibly hesitant, still deeply paralyzed by the haunting ghosts of the previous global conflict. But above everything else, the tragedy of Poland proved that the true terrible cost of constant hesitation and endless appeasement is always paid in the blood and suffering of those who are left to stand entirely alone when the hurricane finally makes landfall. By the time the choking smoke finally settled over the rubble and the very last Polish battalion surrendered their empty rifles, the continent of Europe had officially crossed a dark threshold from which it could never, ever return. The prospect of a Second World War was no longer a theoretical debate or an anxious question of if. It was a cold, hard, bleeding reality, and it was about to aggressively spread its tentacles across multiple continents, vast oceans, and the endless skies above. The invasion of Poland was absolutely not the end of the crisis. It was the terrifying beginning of everything, and even though the rest of the world couldn't possibly comprehend it just yet, the absolute nightmare they had witnessed in September of 1939 was merely a brief, dark prelude to the unimaginably horrific chapters that were still waiting to be written. The fall of France. The sheer terrifying speed of the Polish conquest had left the global community completely stunned. Yet for a great many citizens living in Britain and France, the long, cold months that immediately followed felt incredibly, strangely quiet. In the wake of the grand declarations of war back in September of 1939, the entire Western Front simply settled into an awkward, deeply tense stillness. The French military quietly manned their concrete bunkers, hiding safely behind the formidable, supposedly unbreakable walls of the Maginot Line. British infantrymen, part of the recently deployed expeditionary force, spent their days digging muddy trenches and unspooling miles of barbed wire across the fields of Belgium and northern France. Small, restless scouting patrols would occasionally trade a few stray rifle shots with the Germans across the border, but there were absolutely no massive offensives. There were no grand, sweeping battles. Amused newspaper columnists quickly began referring to it as the Sitzkrieg, the sitting war. To others, it was simply known as the phony war. Average citizens sitting in cafes began to genuinely wonder if the dark storm was simply going to blow over. Perhaps they whispered to one another, Adolf Hitler had already swallowed everything he actually wanted. But deep inside the heavily guarded planning rooms of Berlin, the blueprints were rapidly coming together for a massive, violent offensive. An operation perfectly designed to completely shatter those naive illusions and aggressively drag the entirety of Western Europe straight into an apocalyptic catastrophe. For Adolf Hitler, the military conquest of France wasn't just another strategic campaign on a map. It was a deeply personal, obsessive dream firmly rooted in a burning desire for absolute vengeance. The dark, painful memory of Germany's absolute defeat in 1918 constantly haunted his every waking thought. He had personally lived through the agonizing humiliation of that surrender and tasted the deep, lingering bitterness of the Versailles Treaty. Now, he desperately hungered to avenge the German Reich by violently humiliating the nation of France in return. But sitting right alongside this blinding desire for revenge was cold, hard military strategy. France and Britain were the only legitimate, heavily armed opponents standing in Germany's way on the western side of the continent. If Hitler was ever going to achieve his ultimate grand ambition, the absolute destruction and conquest of the Soviet Union, he absolutely needed to neutralize the West first. Only by completely shattering the French military could he safely secure his western flank, finally freeing up his massive armies to pivot and march toward the east. Initially, the highest ranks of the German military command considered simply dusting off the exact same playbook they had used back in 1914, a massive, overwhelming right hook swinging directly through the flatlands of Belgium and down into northern France, completely bypassing the heaviest French fortifications. But one brilliant, highly unorthodox officer, General Erich von Manstein, proposed something incredibly bolder. Instead of charging headfirst into the exact spot where the Allied armies were sitting and waiting for them, he suggested launching a massive armored thrust directly through the Ardennes. This was a densely forested, deeply hilly and heavily wooded region stretching across Belgium and Luxembourg, an area that the top French military planners arrogantly considered to be completely impassable for heavy tanks. Manstein argued that if the German army could successfully thread its massive armored divisions through that incredibly tight terrain, they could burst unexpectedly into the wide, open plains of northern France. From there, they could quickly slice behind the British and French forces who had rushed into Belgium, trap them completely, and win a high-speed foot race straight to the English Channel. Hitler eagerly seized upon the brilliant idea. The operation was incredibly daring and packed with massive logistical risks, but if they could actually pull it off, it would easily deliver a military triumph far greater than anything the German Empire had ever managed to achieve during the entirety of the Great War. On the morning of May 10th, 1940, the long-awaited storm finally broke over the horizon. Massive waves of German troops surged violently into the Low Countries. The grand offensive kicked off with breathtaking airborne assaults plunging out of the sky over the Netherlands. Highly trained paratroopers rapidly seized vital bridges and strategic airfields in a series of perfectly synchronized, lightning-fast strikes. Heavy bombers roared deafeningly overhead, completely devastating the beautiful city of Rotterdam in a single, apocalyptic day of blinding fire and choking smoke. The small Dutch army fought back with incredible ferocity, but they were simply swallowed by the sheer size of the assault. In just 5 short days, the Netherlands was forced to officially surrender, its once pristine cities deeply scarred by raging flames and crushed stone. The nation of Belgium was hit just as hard, its defensive lines rapidly buckling and collapsing beneath the crushing weight of modern German armor. Terrified civilian populations fled their homes in absolute panic. They heavily clogged the narrow country roads, pushing wooden carts, pedaling rusty bicycles, and driving small cars piled dangerously high with whatever meager possessions they could carry. The European highways quickly transformed into slow, agonizing rivers of desperate humanity, all trying to flow westward as the German panzers pressed relentlessly forward behind them. As the German military poured into Belgium, the Allied forces reacted exactly the way Manstein had predicted. The heavy British and French armies immediately marched north to meet the threat head-on, rapidly deploying their forces to establish a solid defensive wall along the banks of the Dial River. It was a massive strategic blunder. It was exactly what Adolf Hitler had been praying for. The absolute bulk of the Allied military strength had just been successfully lured deep into Belgium, leaving the dense, wooded region of the Ardennes dangerously, almost comically underdefended. Hidden away inside those thick, ancient forests and deeply winding valleys, the true devastating German hammer was just about to swing. Massive, seemingly endless columns of heavy tanks and motorized infantry tore through the Ardennes with an astonishing, terrifying speed. Highly efficient combat engineers frantically cleared fallen trees, rapidly constructed pontoon bridges over the streams, and directed the massive flow of military traffic with absolute ruthless precision. For several continuous days, miles-long convoys of dark grey armor and supply trucks simply kept rolling forward, their heavy engines grumbling and echoing through the tight, narrow forest roads. To the old-school French generals, the Ardennes had always been an impenetrable natural fortress wall. To the modern German military, it was simply a heavily shaded highway. On May 13th, the spearhead finally reached the banks of the Meuse River near the town of Sedan. The moment they arrived, they unleashed a concentrated, terrifying bombardment that was absolutely unlike anything the stunned French defenders had ever experienced. Hundreds upon hundreds of Stuka dive bombers dropped out of the sky, screaming down again and again their heavy bombs, completely vaporizing the concrete bunkers and dirt trench lines, while massive German artillery batteries thundered relentlessly from the rear. Operating under this apocalyptic storm of fire and shrapnel, brave German engineers successfully ferried wave after wave of assault troops across the river in small rubber boats. Before the sun had even set, a solid bridgehead was firmly secured on the opposite bank. Within just a few days, a massive river of steel tanks was pouring across the water. The primary French defensive line, long considered to be totally impregnable, had been violently, irreparably shattered. Exploding outward from Sedan, the German armored division stepped on the gas and raced wildly toward the west, driving a deep, fatal wedge straight through the very heart of France. In less than a single week, the panzers reached the sandy shores of the English Channel. The trap had been perfectly executed. They had successfully sliced right behind the British Expeditionary Force and a massive chunk of the best French armies still sitting up in Belgium. The Allied forces were completely trapped in a shrinking pocket. Their vital retreat routes were totally severed, and their precious stockpiles of ammunition and food were rapidly dwindling to nothing. What unfolded next would cement itself as one of the most incredibly dramatic, nail-biting military evacuations in all of recorded human history: Dunkirk. As the unstoppable German forces aggressively squeezed the shrinking pocket closer and closer to the coastline, hundreds of thousands of exhausted, desperate Allied soldiers packed tightly onto the sandy beaches near the port of Dunkirk, praying for a rescue that seemed mathematically impossible. German bombers continuously pounded the crowded sand dunes. Fighter planes mercilessly raked the shoreline with heavy machine gun fire, and massive, thick columns of black smoke billowed from burning oil tanks in the distance. Yet, in that critical moment, a very strange, highly debated hesitation suddenly gripped Hitler's high command. The advancing German armor was officially ordered to halt just outside the town limits, inadvertently handing the British military a tiny, miraculous window of opportunity. The Royal Navy, bravely assisted by a makeshift armada of hundreds of ordinary civilian vessels, tiny fishing boats, weekend pleasure yachts, and commercial ferries, braved the treacherous waters of the Channel again and again. They frantically plucked exhausted men straight off the beaches while dodging a relentless storm of aerial attacks. Over the course of 9 agonizing days, an unbelievable 340,000 soldiers were successfully ferried back to the safety of the English coast. It was an absolute, undeniable miracle of human survival, but it was simultaneously a catastrophic military disaster. Almost every single piece of heavy equipment, thousands of transport vehicles, and hundreds of artillery cannons had to be abandoned in the sand. Britain's standing army had been miraculously saved from total annihilation, but just barely. They had been completely stripped of the very tools they needed to fight a modern war. Back in France, the national situation rapidly deteriorated into pure, unadulterated desperation. The German military advance was utterly relentless. The government in Paris officially declared it an open city in a desperate bid to save its beautiful historic architecture from being bombed to ash. On June 14th, the great capital fell to the invaders without a single shot being fired in its defense. German infantry marched proudly beneath the towering arches of the Arc de Triomphe. Massive red banners bearing the jagged swastika were unfurled and draped across iconic French monuments. It was a deeply surreal, sickening sight that completely stunned the watching world. Paris, the vibrant, beating cultural heart of Europe, was now fully occupied by the brutal forces of the Nazi regime. A mere 6 weeks after the massive offensive had first kicked off and the entire nation of France officially collapsed, the shattered French government had no choice but to beg for an immediate armistice. On June 22nd, inside a secluded railway carriage parked in the quiet woods of Compiègne, deliberately chosen because it was the exact same train car where the German Empire had been forced to sign its own humiliating surrender back in 1918, Adolf Hitler personally dictated the crushing terms of defeat. The nation of France would be violently chopped in two. The northern and western regions would be placed under absolute direct German military occupation. The southern half would be allowed to exist as a nominally independent, highly compliant puppet regime headquartered in the spa town of Vichy. Hitler stood inside that cramped wooden carriage with a dark, glowing satisfaction, deeply savoring the sweet taste of absolute revenge. In his twisted mind, he had just successfully rewritten the history books. He had finally delivered a brutal, paralyzing humiliation to France that perfectly matched the agonizing shame inflicted upon Germany 2 decades prior. The rapid fall of France was much more than a simple military defeat on a map. It delivered a profound, paralyzing shock to the entire globe. For several generations, the French Republic had been widely respected as one of the absolute premier military powers of Europe, boasting a massive standing army and what was widely believed to be a completely impenetrable line of defense. Watching that mighty nation totally collapse in just 6 short weeks, crumbling against the exact same enemy they had successfully fought to a standstill for 4 bloody years during the Great War, was simply unthinkable. Across the English Channel in Britain, the devastating news was absorbed with a heavy mixture of stunned disbelief and cold, creeping dread. Certain panicked voices within Parliament quietly began to argue that Britain should immediately try to negotiate a peace settlement before they, too, were completely wiped off the map. But their newly appointed leader, Winston Churchill, planted his feet firmly before the House of Commons and fiercely declared that the British people would continue to fight on entirely alone if they had to. His legendary thundering words, "We shall never surrender," perfectly captured and amplified the deep, stubborn defiance of the island nation. Looking across the narrow waters of the Channel with France now completely subdued, the next target on Hitler's checklist was painfully obvious. The crosshairs were now resting squarely on Britain itself. For the everyday citizens of France, the heavy blanket of occupation immediately brought deep societal division and brutal daily hardship. Up in the occupied north, the German military enacted incredibly strict societal controls. They ruthlessly confiscated food and vital resources and enforced rigid, punishing evening curfews. Local Jewish families were immediately ordered to register their names with the authorities, and a terrifying, systematic campaign of persecution quickly followed. Down in the southern zone, the Vichy government, steered by the aging hero of the First World War, Marshal Philippe Pétain, actively and willingly collaborated with their Nazi overlords. The Vichy regime happily enforced deeply repressive anti-Semitic laws and violently suppressed any whispers of public dissent. Yet, moving quietly in the shadows, the brave spirit of resistance was already beginning to stir. Hidden away in dimly lit back rooms and remote mountain hideouts, secret networks slowly began to form. Brave men and women risked the firing squad to smuggle priceless military intelligence, wire explosives to vital railway lines, and desperately keep the burning dream of national liberation alive. For every cowardly citizen who chose to collaborate with the enemy, there were incredibly brave souls who willingly risked absolutely everything to fight back in the dark. The stunning conquest of France completely scrambled the entire global balance of power. With the vast majority of Western Europe now firmly locked under German control, Adolf Hitler was finally free to pivot his gaze directly toward Britain and begin drafting blueprints for a massive cross-channel invasion. Down in Rome, Mussolini smelled blood in the water. Eager to snatch up some easy territory, Italy officially leaped into the conflict on the side of the Axis, immediately launching military strikes across the Mediterranean Sea and down into the deserts of North Africa. Far across the Atlantic Ocean, the United States watched the rapidly deteriorating situation with a deep, growing sense of alarm. Although the American government was still stubbornly clinging to its strict neutrality, the public was finally beginning to realize that the ultimate fate of Europe, and quite possibly the entire free world, was now dangling by a single fraying thread. The terrifying speed of the French collapse also forced top military commanders around the globe to completely tear up their old playbooks. The mighty Maginot Line, which had been universally praised as an absolute unbreakable shield, had simply been casually sidestepped in a matter of weeks. Massive armies that were specifically designed to fight slow, deliberate, grinding battles had been effortlessly swept off the board by highly mobile, perfectly synchronized armored thrusts. The Blitzkrieg doctrine had proven itself to be absolutely devastating, not just against the outdated forces in Poland, but against the largest, most heavily armed militaries the West had to offer. It wasn't an invincible strategy, but its sheer overwhelming effectiveness was more than enough to completely rewrite the rules of modern warfare across the entire globe. Yet, buried deep beneath the sterile statistics of military campaigns and the rapidly shifting colors on the geopolitical map lay the devastating, immeasurable human cost. Millions upon millions of terrified civilians had fled their cozy homes. They walked endlessly down the dirt roads, pushing wobbly wooden carts stacked high with their last remaining possessions, tightly gripping the hands of their crying children and guiding their exhausted elderly parents while German fighter planes swooped low overhead. Countless families were violently torn apart in the crushing chaos of the exodus. Evacuated farmers eventually trudged back to their land only to find their ancestral villages burned entirely to the ground. Desperate refugees crammed into unfamiliar towns only to discover that the grocery shelves were completely bare and the local houses were already filled with occupying enemy soldiers. For these everyday people, the tragic fall of France was never measured in the high-level signing of armistices or the breaking of diplomatic treaties. It was measured in the sharp, aching pangs of daily hunger, the suffocating grip of constant fear, and the heavy, terrifying silence of a brutal military occupation. By the warm summer months of 1940, the map of Europe had been violently redrawn all over again. The German Reich now maintained absolute control over a massive stretch of territory running all the way from the freezing Baltic Sea straight down to the sunny Pyrenees. France, Germany's greatest, most bitter rival for centuries, now lay completely beaten and subdued. Great Britain stood entirely alone on the opposite side of the English Channel. Her standing army was severely battered, and her coastal defenses were stretched dangerously thin. But the national will to fight remained remarkably, defiantly unbroken. The swift fall of France was a crowning, glorious triumph for Adolf Hitler, an absolute, unmitigated disaster for the Western Allies, and a profound, terrifying turning point for the entire globe. The conflict that had first sparked in the flat, muddy fields of Poland had now violently engulfed an entire continent. The ultimate future of the human race was now going to be decided high up in the cloudy skies over Britain, out in the freezing, turbulent waters of the Atlantic Ocean, and eventually deep within the vast, freezing expanses of the Eastern Front. But as the summer of 1940 slowly ticked away, one terrifying truth was already abundantly clear. The world was officially crossing the threshold into an era of total, unrestricted war, and absolutely no nation on earth would be spared from its deadly, suffocating reach. The Battle of Britain. When the nation of France officially collapsed in June of 1940, the watching world stood frozen in stunned, terrified silence. The German Reich, a country that had been treated as a weak, pathetic pariah state just 10 years prior, was now the absolute master of almost the entire European continent, stretching all the way from the freezing winds of the Arctic Circle straight down to the rocky peaks of the Pyrenees, and from the sandy beaches of the Channel coast deep into the rolling eastern plains. Jagged swastikas fluttered proudly above conquered government buildings, and armed German patrols marched freely through the quiet, subjugated towns. Only one single enemy remained standing in the west, the island nation of Great Britain. To Adolf Hitler, Britain's stubborn, continued resistance was both a frustrating military obstacle and a genuine psychological puzzle. He had actually harbored a strange, twisted admiration for the sprawling British Empire, quietly imagining them as a kindred, racially similar power with whom a victorious Germany might comfortably split the globe. He sincerely believed that, if pushed just hard enough, the British government could be persuaded to sign a peace treaty, which would finally leave Germany completely free to pivot and march east to crush the Soviet Union. But Winston Churchill, now sitting firmly in the Prime Minister's chair, absolutely refused to even entertain the thought. His iconic thundering speeches radiated an unshakable bulldog resolve. "We shall fight on the beaches," he roared to the public. "We shall fight on the landing grounds. We shall never surrender." With those incredibly powerful words, he permanently bound the entire British nation to a path of absolute defiance. For Hitler, the next step suddenly became painfully clear. If the British absolutely refused to yield, then they simply had to be broken. And the only mathematical way to truly break an island nation was to mount a massive amphibious invasion. The incredibly complex operation was officially given the code name Operation Sea Lion. However, in order to safely ferry thousands of vulnerable German troops across the choppy waters of the English Channel, Hitler absolutely had to secure total, unquestioned control over the skies. If the Royal Air Force was left intact, their fighter planes and bombers could easily annihilate the slow-moving German invasion barges long before they ever reached the beaches. Therefore, before a single German boot could step foot onto a boat, the Luftwaffe was given a very specific mission. They had to completely wipe the RAF from the sky. It set the stage for a spectacular, terrifying duel unlike anything human history had ever witnessed. It was a grand battle fought not in the muddy trenches or on the rolling ocean waves, but high up in the clouds, with the ultimate fate of the free world dangling delicately in the balance. In July of 1940, the grand aerial campaign officially began. Massive swarms of heavy German bombers, tightly escorted by incredibly sleek, deadly Messerschmitt fighter planes, swept aggressively across the English Channel. Their primary targets were the vital coastal radar stations, the sprawling inland airfields, and the massive aviation factories. On paper, the Luftwaffe possessed an overwhelming numerical superiority, boasting thousands of combat-ready aircraft compared to the RAF's meager handful of a few hundred serviceable fighters. High-ranking officials back in Berlin smugly predicted that Britain's entire defensive network would completely crumble in a matter of weeks. But the RAF possessed two massive hidden advantages. The first was purely technological. The Supermarine Spitfire and the Hawker Hurricane, the absolute backbone of Britain's fighter command, were incredibly fast, highly agile, and absolutely lethal in a dogfight. Even though the Hurricane was a slightly older design, its incredibly rugged frame and heavy grouped machine guns made it a deeply formidable opponent in the sky. The Spitfire, with its beautiful elliptical wings, could easily match the German Messerschmitt in raw speed, and could very often outturn and outmaneuver it in a tight fight. The second massive advantage was the magic of radar. Britain had successfully pioneered and installed an intricate overlapping network of towering radar stations all along its southern coastline, providing priceless early warnings of any incoming German bombing raids. Because these stations were directly linked to a highly efficient centralized command system, the radar network allowed the RAF to scramble their limited fighter squadrons at the exact right time and to the exact right place, perfectly conserving their incredibly precious fuel, ammunition, and pilot endurance. What might have looked like a relatively minor technological edge on paper translated in actual combat into an absolute revolution in modern air defense. Day after grueling day, massive German squadrons swept relentlessly over the green fields of southern England, dropping heavy payloads onto vital airfields and critical infrastructure. And day after day, the brave pilots of the RAF rose up to meet them, violently twisting and turning in deadly high-speed dances across the bright summer skies. These fighter pilots were very often just incredibly young men, many barely out of their teenage years. Their entire lives were violently compressed into split-second moments of blinding terror and exhilarating triumph. They were pushed to the absolute limit of human endurance, flying multiple exhausting combat sorties every single day. They would land their smoking planes just long enough to frantically refuel and reload their guns before blasting right back up into the clouds. Tragically, many of those young men simply never came back down. By nightfall, the quiet, empty bunks and the barracks stood as a grim, silent testament to the heavy price of the battle. The civilian population below also bore constant witness to the carnage. All across the counties of Kent and Sussex, and right over the heart of London itself, ordinary people would look up and see thick, white contrails aggressively crisscrossing the blue sky. They watched the bright sun flashing off metal wings as vicious life-or-death battles raged directly above their rooftops. Small children playing in the grass would freeze in absolute terror at the wail of the air raid sirens. Local farmers stood in their fields watching silk parachutes slowly drifting down to the earth, some carrying their own brave countrymen, others carrying the enemy who had just tried to kill them. Exhausted fire brigades sprinted through the streets to douse the raging blazes sparked by falling high explosives. Terrified families huddled tightly together in damp, dark cellars, covering their ears as the heavy anti-aircraft batteries thundered violently through the night. The war was absolutely no longer some distant theoretical concept playing out in a foreign land. It was directly overhead. It was immediate, it was terrifying, and it was entirely inescapable. The Luftwaffe constantly frantically shifted its tactics, desperately probing for Britain's breaking point. At first, they hammered the coastal defenses and merchant shipping lanes, hoping to simply starve the island of its vital supplies. Then they boldly shifted their crosshairs directly onto the inland airfields, intending to completely crush the RAF while their planes were still sitting on the grass. For several agonizing weeks in August of 1940, the ultimate fate of Britain teetered right on the absolute brink of destruction. Fighter Command was bleeding heavily, losing dozens of precious aircraft every single afternoon. Highly trained pilots were being shot down and killed much faster than the training schools could ever hope to replace them. Ground mechanics worked frantically through the pitch-black nights, desperately patching up bullet-riddled fuselages and frequently sending the planes back into the sky the next morning with jagged holes still visible in their wings. Winston Churchill, grimly reading the daily casualty reports, quietly admitted to his inner cabinet that the entire survival of the British Empire was now resting squarely on the physical and mental endurance of just a few hundred young boys. And then Adolf Hitler made a massive, fateful, strategic blunder. In early September, enraged by a daring, unexpected British bombing raid that had struck the heart of Berlin, Hitler completely changed his strategy. Blinded by fury, he ordered the Luftwaffe to stop hitting the airfields and instead turn their massive bomber fleets directly onto London and other major civilian cities. He believed he could simply terrorize the British population into begging for a surrender. This brutal, sustained campaign, which history would come to call the Blitz, inflicted a truly enormous amount of human suffering. Night after terrifying night, high explosives rained down upon the streets of London. Entire historic neighborhoods were completely pulverized into smoking rubble. Massive, unstoppable fires raged wildly out of control. Terrified civilians were forced to cram themselves deep down into the underground subway stations just to find a safe place to sleep, huddling tightly on the concrete platforms while the trains roared past their heads. Exhausted families would climb up to the surface every morning, only to find their familiar, beloved streets completely transformed into unrecognizable, smoking ruins. Yet, rather than successfully breaking the morale of the British public, the absolute horror of the Blitz only hardened it into steel. Defiant Londoners continued to gather in their local pubs, sang patriotic songs together down in the dark bomb shelters, and proudly painted bold signs on the sides of their ruined shops that simply declared, "We can take it." Crucially, this emotional shift to terrorizing the cities accidentally handed the battered RAF a priceless, life-saving gift: breathing room. The vital military airfields and delicate radar stations were suddenly spared from the absolute worst of the German onslaught. Given this miraculous pause, Fighter Command rapidly rebuilt its shattered strength. They rotated their dangerously exhausted pilots off the front lines, hastily repaired their cratered runways, and patched up their defensive networks. Daily losses in the air remained brutally high, but the British lines held firm. By the time late September rolled around, it was undeniably clear that the Luftwaffe had completely failed to achieve total air superiority. The massive fleet of wooden invasion barges that had been carefully assembled along the French coast simply sat there, rotting and completely unused. Adolf Hitler finally forced to face the bitter reality that the British island was not going to easily crack, officially postponed Operation Sea Lion indefinitely. Frustrated, he simply turned his gaze away from the Channel and shifted his dark ambitions eastward, looking hungrily toward the massive expanse of the Soviet Union. But the island of Britain had miraculously survived. The Battle of Britain would go down in history as the very first major, undeniable military defeat suffered by Nazi Germany. For the very first time since the war had begun, Adolf Hitler's supposedly unstoppable advance had hit a brick wall. The geopolitical consequences of this victory were absolutely immense. Had the British nation actually fallen, the entire trajectory of the Second World War would have been completely rewritten. The vast Atlantic Ocean would have been left wide open to total German domination. America's ability to ship vital supplies and mount a future rescue would have been entirely crippled, and the burning dream of a European liberation would have been permanently extinguished before it ever truly began. The simple, beautiful fact that Britain stood entirely alone against the darkness and stubbornly held her ground successfully changed the entire course of human history. The toll, however, was undeniably steep. Upwards of 40,000 civilians perished in the Blitz. Whole cities, Coventry, Liverpool, Birmingham, were left permanently scarred by raging firestorms. Fighter Command lost hundreds of its own, many being seasoned, irreplaceable veterans. Yet, out of this immense struggle, a new legend was born. Winston Churchill, addressing Parliament, famously declared, "Never in the field of human conflict was so much owed by so many to so few." That single phrase perfectly distilled a nation's immense gratitude toward its aviators, those select few who had steadfastly held the line. This pivotal battle also reshaped Britain's very identity. No longer just an island nation shaken by the ghosts of appeasement and early defeats, it emerged as Europe's final fortress of defiance. The steadfast resistance of the Royal Air Force breathed hope into occupied lands, broadcasting a clear signal that Hitler was not in fact invincible. It also forged stronger bonds with the United States, where public sympathy swelled as photographs of ruined cities and unbroken courage dominated the daily newspapers. For the young men fighting high above, the experience was permanently burned into their memories. Pilots recounted exhaustion so profound that they would drift off to sleep right in their cockpits. They spoke of close friendships abruptly ended in a sudden flash of flame, and of the surreal, quiet beauty of sunlight gleaming off metallic wings, even with death hovering just inches away. Those who survived carried these heavy burdens for the remainder of their days. Many chose to remain completely silent, preferring quiet reflection over revisiting the horror. Others shared their tales, ensuring the world would never forget what it truly meant to stand and fight when all hope seemed entirely lost. The Battle of Britain amounted to far more than a simple clash of machines and men. It was a profound test of endurance, of human spirit, and of absolute national willpower. When the skies finally quieted, Britain remained completely unbroken, battered and bleeding perhaps, but still firmly on its feet. Just across the Channel, the swastika fluttered above Paris and Brussels, yet it did not cast its shadow over London. Onlookers watching closely from New York, Moscow, and Tokyo suddenly realized that Hitler could actually be stopped. This clash was more than a mere military victory. It was a towering symbol, a bright beacon in a world that had plunged into darkness. During the crisp autumn of 1940, as the evenings stretched longer and bombs continued to rain down, the people of Britain placed flickering candles into their windows. They huddled close around their living room radios and breathed quiet prayers of gratitude. They had successfully weathered the storm. And even though the conflict stretched endlessly into the future and even greater nightmares lay ahead, they finally understood that they were not beaten. The clouds above had hosted a literal battle for the survival of civilization, and for the very first time since the guns began firing, true hope had finally taken flight. The Blitz and the war at home, the deafening roar of daylight dogfights eventually faded away. However, the battle for Britain was nowhere near its conclusion. The Luftwaffe had completely failed to break the Royal Air Force under the bright afternoon sun. Yet Adolf Hitler was simply not prepared to walk away from his crusade against the defiant island. He reasoned that if Britain could not be subdued through a traditional coastal invasion, perhaps it could be shattered by pure psychological terror. Starting in September of 1940, the German military playbook completely changed, pivoting away from remote airfields and aiming directly at the crowded, beating heart of Britain's metropolitan cities. This ruthless campaign stretched all through the freezing winter and well into the spring of 1941. It left sweeping, historic neighborhoods reduced to jagged rubble, tens of thousands of citizens dead, and millions more forever traumatized by flames and devastating loss. History recalls this nightmare simply as the Blitz. That moniker derived from the German term Blitzkrieg, meaning lightning war. Yet in this context, it took on an entirely different shape. It wasn't characterized by the rapid armored sprint of tanks across flat, open plains, but rather by a punishing, endless downpour of high explosives falling from the clouds. Almost every single evening, dark waves of German bombers hummed across the English Channel, their heavy engines vibrating like a distant rolling thunderstorm. Initially, their crosshairs were locked onto shipping docks, railway hubs, and manufacturing plants, desperately trying to cripple the nation's industry and transportation network. But very rapidly, the clear boundaries separating military targets from civilian homes completely evaporated. Vast, sprawling districts within London, Liverpool, Birmingham, Coventry, and dozens of smaller, quiet communities suddenly found themselves swallowed by roaring flames. The very first massive assault on London arrived on the evening of September 7th, 1940. Residents living in the East End stared upward in absolute horror as hundreds of heavy bombers swarmed across the twilight sky. They unleashed a torrent of incendiary devices and high explosives directly onto commercial warehouses, busy streets, and quiet residential homes. The bustling docks lining the River Thames violently erupted into a wall of fire. Thick, choking black smoke billowed into the atmosphere, painting the setting sun a deep, sinister red. That specific night ushered in a brand new, terrifying chapter of the conflict, one where everyday civilians were no longer just innocent bystanders, but intentional primary targets. Londoners quickly, tragically grew used to the haunting wail of the air raid sirens. The moment that piercing sound echoed through the streets, parents would snatch up their children in heavy wool blankets, sprinting toward the nearest shelter. A fortunate few found refuge inside specially constructed, reinforced concrete bunkers dotted around the metropolis, but that space was always severely limited. Consequently, tens of thousands of citizens turned toward the deep subway tunnels of the underground. As night fell, the concrete train platforms became completely carpeted with long rows of people sleeping shoulder to shoulder. Small children curled into tight balls beneath thick winter coats, while exhausted mothers gently hummed lullabies, desperately trying to mask the terrifying mechanical drone vibrating in the sky above. Occasionally, local musicians would softly play violins or accordions in the dim light, hoping to calm the anxious crowds. The familiar, rhythmic clatter of the subway cars was entirely replaced by the heavy, sickening thud of detonating bombs, rattling loose dust and plaster down from the curved ceilings. When the sun finally rose, weary families would climb back up the stairs, only to discover their familiar streets utterly transformed. Childhood homes were hollowed out by fire, and beloved historic landmarks were pulverized into jagged heaps of stone. But the devastation of the Blitz was absolutely not limited to London. Coventry, a bustling industrial hub nestled in the Midlands, suffered through one of the most apocalyptic raids of the entire war in November of 1940. Over the course of just one single night, the Luftwaffe systematically erased the vast majority of the city's historic center. They reduced magnificent medieval churches and sprawling modern factories alike to smoldering rubble. Massive, uncontrollable firestorms raged through the streets, eagerly feeding on shattered timber and industrial fuel, all whipped into a frenzy by the biting autumn winds. Dazed survivors blindly stumbled through the thick, choking smoke, while desperate rescue crews tore at the heavy concrete with their bare hands, frantically searching for anyone trapped beneath the wreckage. The sheer scale of the destruction was so absolute that German propagandists actually invented a brand new term, konzentrieren, which literally meant to completely annihilate a city. Liverpool, serving as a critically important port for the incoming Atlantic supply convoys, naturally became another primary target on the map. Its massive shipping docks were hammered over and over again, and entire residential communities surrounding the waterfront were simply flattened into dust. Families desperately fled into the open countryside whenever possible, though a tragic many had absolutely nowhere else to run. Small children were evacuated out of the urban centers in massive, highly organized waves. They stood on train platforms, tightly gripping their tiny cardboard suitcases and rubber gas masks, preparing to be shipped off to quiet rural villages or placed with distant, unfamiliar relatives. To a handful of those kids, it felt like an exciting, grand adventure. For countless others, it was a deeply agonizing trauma they would carry for the rest of their lives, violently separated from their mothers and fathers, completely unsure if they would ever see their front doors again. Throughout this absolute nightmare, the British government worked frantically to keep national morale from collapsing. Strict wartime censorship prevented the most gruesome, heartbreaking photographs from splashing across the morning newspapers, but the grim reality of the situation was completely impossible to conceal. Instead, the state propaganda machine focused heavily on reshaping exactly how the public processed their own trauma. Bold, simple posters famously commanded the public to keep calm and carry on, cementing a phrase that would permanently define the island's legendary resilience. Evening radio broadcasts deliberately utilized steady, deeply soothing voices, gently reassuring families huddled in the dark that ultimate victory was guaranteed provided they could just hold on a little longer. Even King George VI and Queen Elizabeth personally visited the freshly bombed neighborhoods. They walked slowly through the still smoking ruins, speaking face to face with shell-shocked survivors. Their physical presence in the rubble served as a powerful, unifying symbol of national solidarity. The sheer human cost of the Blitz was truly staggering. Between September of 1940 and May of 1941, upwards of 40,000 innocent civilians lost their lives, and hundreds of thousands more were severely wounded. Nearly 2 million private homes were either badly damaged or completely erased from the map. Entire family lineages simply vanished in the blink of an eye when a direct hit found a crowded shelter or a packed tenement building. And yet the grand German strategy completely failed to achieve its ultimate goal. The spirit of the British public absolutely did not break. If anything, the shared overwhelming trauma only forged an unbreakable sense of national unity. Standing together in the local pubs, sitting shoulder to shoulder in the damp bomb shelters, and waiting patiently in long lines for heavily rationed groceries, everyday people discovered profound comfort in knowing they were all wading through the exact same nightmare. The popular phrase, "the spirit of the Blitz," quickly became cultural shorthand for displaying grace and courage in the face of unspeakable adversity. It was a quiet, stubborn determination that absolutely refused to snap under the weight of pure terror. But daily existence in wartime Britain was dictated by far more than just falling bombs. The strict rationing system, which had been rolled out in the early days of the conflict, grew incredibly tight as essential foreign imports dried up under the constant lethal threat of German U-boats. Regular families were forced to learn how to survive on powdered eggs, dehydrated milk, and severely restricted portions of meat. Exhausted housewives stretched their weekly recipes with remarkable creative ingenuity, miraculously transforming meager scraps into filling hot meals. The widespread Dig for Victory campaign heavily encouraged citizens to cultivate their own vegetables in tiny backyard gardens, on small community allotments, and even right in the middle of public city parks. Paved schoolyards suddenly blossomed with neat rows of green cabbages. Beautiful ornamental flower beds were entirely dug up to make room for hearty potatoes. Small children quickly learned how to properly weed, water, and harvest the crops, proud that their tiny, muddy hands were directly contributing to the greater national struggle. The mandatory blackouts completely transformed the evening hours. Every single glass window had to be tightly sealed with heavy dark curtains or thick black paper to guarantee that not even the faintest sliver of light could leak out and guide the enemy bombers overhead. Towering street lamps were permanently extinguished. Automobile headlights were heavily modified, fitted with tiny, narrow slits just to see the pavement directly ahead. The resulting darkness was so absolute, so physically disorienting, that pedestrians routinely walked face first into metal poles or tumbled blindly off the edge of the sidewalk. Traffic and pedestrian accidents skyrocketed, yet the blackout laws were followed with a grim, unwavering discipline. Everyone understood that the night sky currently belonged to the enemy, and one single careless spark of light could invite total disaster. Yet right in the middle of all this destruction, a profound cultural resilience managed to bloom. Local theaters bravely reopened their doors the morning after heavy raids, staging light-hearted comedies and gripping dramas for crowds who were absolutely starving for a few hours of mental escape. Whenever the electrical grid was actually functioning, the dance halls packed tightly with swaying bodies. Young couples waltzed beautifully across the floor, moving as if their very joy was a direct act of defiance against the bombs above. Crowded music halls vibrated with loud, unapologetic patriotic anthems. The local cinema evolved into an absolutely essential, warm refuge. The silver screen offered much-needed distraction, as well as deep, emotional inspiration. The gritty newsreels that played right before the main feature certainly showed the grim reality of leveled cities, but they also highlighted the heroic, dirty faces of the local rescue workers, constantly hammering home the powerful message that Britain remained fundamentally unbroken. Winston Churchill's towering leadership was the central pillar holding that national morale together. His gravelly, defiant speeches, broadcast far and wide across the BBC, gave everyday citizens the exact words they needed to define their own immense endurance. "Let us therefore brace ourselves to our duties," he famously thundered, "and so bear ourselves that, if the British Empire and its Commonwealth last for 1,000 years, men will still say, this was their finest hour." For a terrified nation currently crouching in damp cellars and frantically clawing through shattered brick, those profound words served as vital emotional lifelines. They were a powerful, soaring reminder that all of this agonizing suffering actually held a higher meaning, that they were not just helpless, bleeding victims, but active, vital participants in the ultimate battle to save human civilization itself. But the Blitz was about much more than just measuring Britain's capacity for pain. It was a critical, strategic turning point for the broader global conflict, because the German bombers had diverted their massive payloads away from the military airfields and manufacturing hubs. The RAF was handed the incredibly precious time it needed to heal from its staggering early losses. The absolute failure to obliterate Britain's industrial spine meant that fresh Spitfires and rugged Hurricanes could continue rolling continuously off the assembly lines. The towering coastal radar stations, having been largely ignored during the city bombings, kept their electronic eyes open, providing crucial early warnings. Therefore, the unbelievable resilience of the ordinary, everyday civilian was not just a beautiful symbolic gesture. It was a highly effective military strategy. Their quiet, stubborn endurance allowed the island to stay in the fight, preserving the exact piece of real estate that would eventually serve as the primary launching pad for the total liberation of Europe. Remarkably, even while the sky was literally falling, the stubborn rhythm of daily life simply carried on. Young, hopeful couples exchanged their wedding vows in hastily organized ceremonies, perfectly timed between the wailing of the air raid sirens. New babies drew their very first breaths down in the cramped, dusty shelters, welcomed into the world by exhausted midwives working by the dim glow of kerosene lanterns. Paper letters traveled at a painfully slow yet steady pace, carrying desperate words of love and vital news between the soldiers fighting overseas and the anxious families waiting by the door. Local schools tried their absolute hardest to keep the doors open, despite the mass evacuations and the surrounding destruction. Dedicated teachers simply improvised, sometimes propping intact chalkboards directly against a pile of the broken masonry. For the youngest generation, these war years were a deeply confusing blend of absolute blinding terror and strange everyday normalcy. They invented new imaginative games amidst the jagged ruins, whispered ghost stories in the pitch-black shelters, and forged incredibly deep lifelong friendships in the burning crucible of shared fear. By May of 1941, the suffocating pressure of the Blitz finally began to ease. This didn't happen because the British had surrendered, but simply because the strategic eye of the German war machine had shifted elsewhere. Hitler's massive upcoming preparations for the invasion of the Soviet Union demanded that the bulk of his aircraft and heavy resources be immediately transferred to the Eastern Front. The very same bombers that had mercilessly tormented the streets of London and Coventry were now spinning their propellers and turning their noses toward Minsk and Kiev. Britain, though deeply scarred and heavily burdened by grief, had miraculously survived the onslaught. The major cities were still smoldering and thousands of families were dressed in mourning black, but the core of the nation remained completely unbroken. The Blitz left behind an incredibly profound, lasting legacy. It aggressively taught the globe that modern mechanized warfare would absolutely spare no one. Everyday civilians were now just as physically vulnerable as frontline soldiers, and grand historic cities were just as likely to be targeted as heavily armed fortresses. It provided a stunning demonstration of the sheer power of human endurance, proving beyond a doubt that perfectly ordinary people could successfully resist unspeakable terror by leaning on basic solidarity and quiet courage. And perhaps most importantly, it clearly revealed that Adolf Hitler could not simply bend the British people to his will, no matter how many thousands of tons of high explosives he dropped on their heads. For the men and women who survived it, those dark memories lingered long after the final bricks of rubble were swept away. The chilling wail of the sirens would continue to haunt their midnight dreams for decades. The acrid, heavy smell of burning timber clung permanently to their recollections of childhood. For countless citizens, those agonizing war years became the absolute defining chapters of their lives. They became legendary tales whispered to wide-eyed grandchildren, stories about long, cold nights sleeping on the concrete floors of the underground, about towering walls of fire consuming the East End, and about dear neighbors tragically lost or miraculously found again in the suffocating chaos. The physical architectural scars left on the cities seamlessly blended into their modern identity, serving as permanent, proud monuments to human resilience. In the grand, sweeping narrative of history, the Blitz was technically just one single chapter in the vast saga of the Second World War. Yet, it was an absolutely decisive one. By completely failing to crush the British island, Adolf Hitler accidentally left a heavily armed, entirely free nation standing right on the edge of Western Europe. It became a powerful rallying point for underground resistance and the ultimate unsinkable launching pad for future counterattacks. If Britain had folded, there could have never been a D-Day. There would have been no grand liberation of France, and there likely would have been no ultimate Allied victory. The stubborn, unyielding endurance of a single population under heavy fire carried massive, globe-altering consequences. As the warm spring began to blossom in 1941 and the heavy bombers finally turned their attention toward the east, Britain stepped out into the sunlight, severely battered but undeniably alive. The raging city fires had finally been quenched. The jagged piles of rubble were slowly, methodically cleared away. The damp underground shelters were finally emptied, at least for the time being. Small children once again ran freely through the paved schoolyards. Young couples took quiet, peaceful strolls along the banks of the Thames. The surviving churches proudly rang their heavy iron bells for Sunday morning services. But resting just beneath this gentle return to daily normalcy lay a deep, incredibly quiet sense of national pride. They had been viciously tested in the absolute hottest of fires, and they had not shattered. The Blitz was specifically designed to terrorize, to paralyze, and to completely destroy. Instead, it had accidentally forged an unbreakable unity, a fierce courage, and a steely will to keep fighting. The Battle of the Atlantic. While the bombs were raining down on the streets of London and Coventry, an entirely different kind of battle was quietly unfolding, far removed from the anxious eyes of the general public. It was a ghost war. Completely devoid of drawn front lines or marble monuments, fought out on the freezing, endless grey waters of the Atlantic Ocean. It was a desperate struggle measured not by square miles of territory conquered, but by the grim tally of iron ships sunk, The number of vital supply convoys safely escorted or tragically lost, and the eerie, silent disappearance of massive vessels simply swallowed by the deep. The Battle of the Atlantic would become the single longest continuous military campaign of the entire Second World War, stretching agonizingly from 1939 all the way to 1945. And its ultimate outcome would strictly dictate whether the island of Britain could even continue to exist. For an isolated island nation, the surrounding sea served as both a vital lifeline and a protective shield. Britain relied heavily on importing absolutely massive quantities of foreign food, industrial fuel, and essential raw materials just to keep the lights on. Their standing armies fighting overseas were entirely dependent on heavy supplies being carefully shipped across the vast oceans. Without those massive floating convoys hauling fresh grain down from Canada, crude oil across from America, and heavy weaponry from factories scattered across the Atlantic, the British nation would quickly starve and completely collapse. Adolf Hitler understood this mathematical reality perfectly. He knew that while the Royal Air Force was successfully guarding the clouds, Britain's soft underbelly was entirely exposed on the rolling waves. And so he eagerly turned to a highly specialized weapon that could strike completely unseen. The submarine, or, as the German military called it, the U-boat. The U-boats had already thoroughly demonstrated their terrifying lethal menace during the First World War. But when they slipped back into the water in 1939, they returned with significantly faster engines, far more devastating torpedoes, and vastly deadlier hunting tactics. Operating in highly organized wolf packs, groups of these submarines would carefully coordinate to ambush the slow-moving supply convoys under the cover of pitch-black night. They would quietly slip right between the protective gaps of the armed escort ships, unleashing a spread of heavy torpedoes directly into the crowded, sluggish columns of merchant freighters. In one single moment, exhausted sailors would be quietly sipping hot tea down in the galley. In the very next second, a massive explosion would violently rip through the steel hull. Blinding flames would shoot hundreds of feet into the sky, and freezing black seawater would immediately violently surge into the lower decks. Desperate, terrified survivors would frantically scramble over the tilted decks to lower the lifeboats, praying to God for a swift rescue, while the predatory U-boat simply slipped silently back into the crushing dark. For the brave merchant sailors, the Atlantic crossing rapidly devolved into an absolute gauntlet of pure psychological terror. Every single voyage guaranteed weeks of mind-numbing, isolating monotony, brutally punctuated by moments of sudden, unspeakable catastrophe. Massive convoys would stretch for miles across the horizon, plodding agonizingly slowly through the heavy swells. Every man on board was acutely aware that cold mechanical hunters were constantly lurking just beneath the rolling surface. At night, the black horizon would frequently flicker with bright, violent flashes of orange light as neighboring ships took a direct hit. The freezing ocean quickly became choked with thick, burning oil, bobbing wooden cargo crates, and the desperate, haunting cries of men clinging tightly to the jagged wreckage. Tragically, the naval rescue ships could not always afford to stop and pull them from the water, absolutely terrified of becoming stationary targets themselves. Countless, nameless sailors simply vanished into the abyss without a single trace, permanently remembered only as cold statistics on a typed list of missing vessels. The sheer geographical scale of this naval struggle was truly immense. Thousands upon thousands of merchant ships were violently sent to the bottom, dragging millions of tons of absolutely vital cargo straight down to the ocean floor. Every single crate of cargo lost to the sea translated directly to fewer armored tanks, fewer fighter planes, and fewer sacks of baking wheat successfully reaching the shores of Britain. Every single ton mathematically mattered. Every single convoy crossing was a literal battle for national survival. And yet, despite the paralyzing terror of the journey, the convoys stubbornly kept sailing. The merchant seamen, who were very often just working-class civilians with absolutely minimal military training, bravely faced the wrath of the Atlantic over and over again. They were flanked by dedicated naval escorts, heavily armed destroyers, nimble corvettes, and sub-hunting sloops. The exhausted crews of these warships faced the maddening, constant challenge of trying to track down and physically destroy a stealthy enemy that they could almost never actually see. Early sonar technology, which was known back then as ASDIC, offered the escorts at least a fighting chance of underwater detection. But the U-boat captains were incredibly cunning and deeply elusive. Heavy explosive depth charges were frantically hurled over the rails, sending massive crushing shockwaves rippling through the deep water, sometimes finding their mark but very often missing entirely. The freezing Atlantic rapidly transformed into a massive watery graveyard for both the desperate hunted and the lethal hunters. In this cat-and-mouse game, advancing technology played an absolutely decisive role. Early in the conflict, the German submarines held a massive upper hand, striking with terrifying, almost total impunity. But as the long months dragged on, brilliant Allied innovations slowly began to turn the heavy tide. Naval radar systems grew significantly more sophisticated, suddenly capable of spotting a tiny metal periscope or a fully surfaced submarine in the dead of night. Long-range patrol aircraft finally began to sweep over the dreaded mid-Atlantic air gap, a massive, previously unpatrolled stretch of ocean that had once served as a perfectly safe, open hunting ground for the U-boats. Newly introduced escort carriers, small, highly modified aircraft carriers constructed at breakneck speed specifically to shadow the merchant convoys, pushed the protective umbrella even further out to sea. Taking it a step further, the introduction of high-frequency direction finding, affectionately nicknamed Huff Duff by the crews, allowed the naval escorts to rapidly triangulate the origin point of German U-boat radio chatter. Every single one of these technological leaps slowly choked out the hunters' distinct advantage. But perhaps the most dramatic, game-changing breakthrough of all was quietly unfolding through the top-secret code-breaking efforts at Bletchley Park, a sprawling, unassuming country estate tucked away in the English countryside. Brilliant mathematicians, chess players, and linguists worked frantically around the clock to crack the seemingly unbreakable German Enigma code. Visionary minds like Alan Turing, working alongside the incredibly dedicated women of the Women's Royal Naval Service, successfully intercepted and deciphered the scrambled U-boat communications, laying their secret coordinates and attack plans completely bare. Their painstaking intellectual labor, which would remain entirely cloaked in absolute government secrecy for decades after the war, provided the vulnerable convoys with an invisible magical shield. It allowed the naval commanders to actively steer the freighters completely around waiting ambushes, or to quickly dispatch heavily armed reinforcements at the exact critical moment. Countless ships and thousands of lives survived the crossing solely because of the scrambled signals being quietly unraveled inside that peaceful brick mansion. Still, ultimate victory out on the water was absolutely not a quick process. All through 1941 and well into 1942, the vicious U-boat attacks only intensified. When the United States was violently dragged into the conflict following the bombing of Pearl Harbor, the vast, unprotected American coastline quickly became an incredibly target-rich new hunting ground. German submarines confidently prowled the shallow waters, often operating well within plain sight of popular American tourist beaches. They mercilessly torpedoed massive oil tankers, sending towering pillars of fire into the night sky that were clearly visible to terrified civilians standing on the boardwalks. Hundreds upon hundreds of American ships were violently sent to the bottom before the U.S. military finally implemented strict coastal blackouts and organized convoy systems to successfully curtail the absolute slaughter. But daily life aboard a German U-boat was also profoundly, incredibly brutal. The living conditions inside the steel tubes were suffocatingly cramped and absolutely foul. The recycled air hung thick and stale, deeply tainted by the sickening smell of raw diesel fumes and unwashed human sweat. The tiny, narrow bunks were constantly shared by exhausted men rotating through their shifts, the mattresses never having a chance to cool down. Their tense combat patrols would drag on for several weeks and sometimes even months, offering practically zero true rest while operating under a cloud of constant, suffocating danger. Whenever they were actively hunted, the trapped submariners were forced to endure the absolute brain-rattling thunder of detonating depth charges. They sat in absolute darkness, listening to the horrifying metallic shriek of the steel hull groaning under the immense water pressure, completely paralyzed by the sheer terror of sudden leaks and catastrophic flooding. The ultimate casualty rates for these men were absolutely appalling. By the time the war finally came to a close, a staggering 70% of all German submariners had been killed in action, and yet they stubbornly continued to sail out of the pens, heavily driven by a strict sense of military duty, deeply brainwashed by toxic ideology, and held tightly in check by the absolute iron-fisted discipline of their commanding officers. For the brave men serving in the merchant navy, daily life was equally, unforgivingly harsh. They constantly endured the biting, freezing ocean spray, the mind-numbing daily monotony, chronic bouts of severe seasickness, and the ever-present threat of sudden violent death. Their monetary pay was incredibly low, and public recognition for their sacrifice was practically non-existent. Yet, without their quiet bravery, absolutely no Allied army could march across a field. Not a single bomber could take to the skies, and absolutely no industrial factory could keep its machines running. Winston Churchill would later candidly admit that the Battle of the Atlantic was the one and only military campaign of the entire war that truly terrified him to his core. Just one single, exceptionally successful month of U-boat attacks could have easily strangled the British supply lines, permanently starving the island and forcing an immediate unconditional surrender. The ultimate grand fate of the free world rested not just in the brilliant tactical plans of the generals or the raw bravery of the infantrymen, but squarely on the quiet, unshakable endurance of the working-class men hauling heavy cargo across those freezing grey waves. By the middle of 1943, the delicate balance of power out on the water finally shifted. The Allied escort groups were growing significantly stronger and far more experienced, now heavily equipped with cutting-edge radar, highly advanced sonar, and devastating new weaponry like the forward-firing Hedgehog mortar system. Massive, long-range Liberator bombers finally closed the dreaded mid-Atlantic gap once and for all, forcing the German U-boats to operate under the constant terrifying threat of death from above. The merchant convoys grew vastly more organized, the naval escorts became incredibly well coordinated, and the devastating shipping losses finally began to rapidly plummet. In May of 1943, a month that would forever be known as Black May within the German Navy, the Reich lost more active submarines than in any other period in their history. A staggering 41 U-boats were violently sent to the bottom in just a single month. The fearsome apex hunters of the deep had officially become the desperately hunted. From that dramatic turning point forward, the U-boat crews faced severely dwindling returns on their dangerous patrols. Dozens of fresh submarines were continuously launched from the concrete pens, and radical new technological designs were frantically tested, but the grand tide of the war had permanently turned against them. By late 1944, the massive Allied convoys were crossing the vast Atlantic Ocean with a profound sense of relative security. Vital supplies were now flowing into British ports in an absolute unstoppable torrent, Thousands of armored tanks, crated aircraft, millions of gallons of aviation fuel, and mountains of fresh food, all meticulously preparing the staging ground for the grand, upcoming offensives that would ultimately liberate the European continent. The Battle of the Atlantic was absolutely not a glamorous affair. It offered no highly cinematic beach landings for the press to photograph, and it featured no famous historic capital cities being proudly captured in triumph. It was purely a cold, mathematical war of attrition, fought out blindly amidst freezing storms and pitch-black darkness, fueled entirely by deep human fear and unbreakable, quiet endurance. The true heroes of this campaign were very often completely anonymous. It was the brave captain of a tiny destroyer aggressively ramming his hull straight into a surface submarine. It was an exhausted, brilliant codebreaker quietly unraveling a scrambled signal in a dusty room. It was the humble cook on a rusty merchant ship calmly serving up hot meals just minutes before the fatal torpedoes finally struck. Working together in the shadows, their combined monumental efforts kept the heart of Britain beating, allowing the isolated island nation to fiercely resist the darkness until the greater tide of the war finally turned. The ultimate human cost of this victory was deeply, profoundly staggering. Upwards of 30,000 merchant sailors from Britain alone were killed in action, their bodies permanently lost to the freezing depths. Thousands upon thousands of uniformed naval crewmen similarly perished in the deep. On the side of the enemy, the German U-boat losses topped a horrifying 28,000 men, representing a statistical death rate higher than almost any other branch of military service in the entire conflict. The vast Atlantic Ocean essentially became a massive, watery graveyard entirely devoid of wooden crosses. Its only lasting memorial was the endless rolling waves. Yet rising from the depths of that agonizing struggle came ultimate victory. The British people never starved. The stubborn merchant convoys absolutely refused to stop sailing. The booming, untouchable American industrial machine successfully constructed a massive floating steel bridge of heavy weapons and vital raw materials. Against all mathematical odds, the Atlantic lifeline firmly held. And precisely because that vital artery remained open, the Allies were able to slowly build and equip the colossal, unstoppable armies that would eventually storm the beaches of Normandy, successfully liberate the nation of France, and proudly march straight into the heart of Germany. The grueling Battle of the Atlantic, despite being fought entirely in absolute silence and deep shadow, proved to be every bit as decisive to the outcome of the war as any famous clash ever fought on dry land. When the global nightmare finally concluded, the weary survivors of the convoys didn't reminisce about the shining glory of military conquest, but rather the sheer, unbelievable endurance of human hardship. They quietly spoke of the endless freezing nights spent staring out at pitch-black horizons, of dear friends instantly vaporized in sudden, blinding flashes of orange fire, and of the rhythmic, maddening, endless sound of the crashing sea. For countless veterans, the freezing Atlantic would remain permanently anchored in their midnight dreams, serving as both a dark place of unspeakable terror and the watery stage of their own quiet, uncelebrated heroism. The Battle of the Atlantic was never just a mechanical contest between steel ships and hidden submarines. It was a brutal, grueling test of the raw endurance of entire nations. It was a terrifying question of whether the island of Britain could simply hold its breath long enough for the Western Allies to regroup, rearm, and finally strike back. It was the ultimate deciding factor of whether the free world could actually survive the long, suffocating night of total war. And in the very end, fueled by raw human courage, brilliant technological leaps, and unimaginable personal sacrifice, that fragile lifeline held remarkably beautifully firm. Operation Barbarossa, the invasion of the Soviet Union. By the blooming spring of 1941, the continent of Europe was lying almost entirely trapped within Adolf Hitler's iron grip. Poland had been violently erased from the map. Norway and Denmark had been quickly subdued. France had been thoroughly and publicly humiliated, and the rugged Balkans had been forcefully beaten into absolute submission. Only the island of Britain remained stubbornly defiant just across the English Channel, heavily battered but fundamentally unbroken. Yet deep within the dark architecture of Hitler's mind, the British were absolutely not the ultimate final enemy. To him, the true grand prize, the ultimate apocalyptic battlefield, was always waiting in the east. Spreading out toward the horizon lay the seemingly endless sweeping plains of the Soviet Union. It was a massive, sprawling land bursting with immense natural resources, incredibly fertile farming soil, and tens of millions of human beings whom he viewed with deep toxic disgust as both racially and ideologically inferior. In his twisted, grandiose vision of a 1,000-year empire, this vast eastern territory was destined to be violently conquered, ruthlessly colonized, and entirely exploited to feed the German war machine. Operation Barbarossa, a grand military campaign specifically named in honor of the legendary medieval German emperor Frederick Barbarossa, became the highly detailed blueprint to achieve this dark goal. It was destined to become the single largest, most massive military operation in all of recorded human history, representing a geographical gamble of truly staggering scale. The ideological seeds for this apocalyptic invasion had actually been planted many years prior. Deep within the pages of Mein Kampf, Hitler had openly obsessed over the concept of Lebensraum, vital living space, strictly reserved for the German people. He looked hungrily at the incredibly fertile agricultural lands of Ukraine and the massive bubbling oil fields of the Caucasus, viewing them as absolutely essential, non-negotiable prizes required to permanently sustain his expanding global empire. The total, merciless annihilation of what he venomously referred to as Judeo-Bolshevism, his blanket term for the entire Soviet regime, was explicitly framed not just as a cold political necessity, but as a deeply holy, ideological crusade. In his fanatical mind, completely shattering the Soviet Union wouldn't just erase Germany's absolute greatest continental rival. It would simultaneously unlock the endless overflowing resources required to feed and sustain an eternal, unstoppable Reich. And yet, just 2 short years prior to this moment, Hitler had willingly put his signature on the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, a cynical, cold-blooded non-aggression treaty forged with Joseph Stalin that had violently carved up the map of Eastern Europe. That dark handshake had successfully allowed the German military to bulldoze into Poland without any fear of triggering a Soviet intervention, and it had kept a steady, vital stream of raw materials flowing from the USSR directly into the Reich's factories. But that paper treaty was always intended to be a highly temporary, disposable convenience in Hitler's eyes. Stalin, for his part, distrusted the German dictator deeply and profoundly, yet he stubbornly believed he could cleverly buy enough time on the clock to properly rearm his own crippled military. Both of these ruthless men clearly understood that their manufactured peace was incredibly fragile, but neither truly anticipated that it would shatter with the sudden and apocalyptic ferocity that arrived in June of 1941. On the morning of June 22nd, as the very first light of dawn broke across the eastern horizon, an unbelievable 3 million German soldiers violently surged forward across a massive front line stretching nearly 1,800 miles long. They were heavily bolstered by 500,000 additional troops pulled from their Axis allies, a massive coalition of Romanians, Hungarians, Finns, and Italians. It was, without question, the single greatest and most massive invasion force ever assembled in the history of the world. They were heavily supported by an earth-shaking arsenal of 3,500 armored tanks, 7,000 heavy artillery pieces, and over 2,000 screaming combat aircraft. The Soviet border defenses, which were spread dangerously thin and severely unprepared for a modern assault, were caught almost entirely by surprise. The massive German advance immediately executed the now brutally familiar, highly polished pattern of the blitzkrieg. Incredibly fast-moving armored spearheads violently sliced right through the static defensive lines, heavily supported by a relentless, screaming barrage of tactical airstrikes. They were closely followed by massive waves of marching infantry divisions tasked with quickly encircling and absolutely annihilating the trapped pockets of dazed defenders. Entire massive Soviet armies were completely boxed in within a matter of days, hopelessly surrounded in vast, suffocating cauldrons from which very few men ever managed to escape. Staggering numbers of captured prisoners were forcefully marched westward in ragged, starving columns that literally stretched for miles toward the horizon. Quiet rural villages were callously burned to ash. Dirt roads became hopelessly clogged with panicked, fleeing refugees, and beautiful green agricultural fields were violently churned into deep, brown mud beneath the grinding weight of thousands of steel tank tracks. In those early chaotic days, the sheer scale of the German success was absolutely breathtaking. Over the course of the opening weeks, the Wehrmacht rounded up hundreds of thousands of stunned prisoners and aggressively pushed their front lines hundreds of miles deep into the heart of Soviet territory. The Luftwaffe delivered absolutely devastating, crippling blows from above, successfully destroying thousands of Soviet aircraft, with a massive percentage of them being blown to pieces while still parked helplessly on the runway. Major historic cities like Minsk and Smolensk completely collapsed and fell into German hands in incredibly quick succession. High-ranking German officers wired reports back to Berlin expressing sheer, giddy astonishment at the blinding speed and the unprecedented geographical scale of their victories. To the men looking at the maps, it genuinely appeared as though Stalin's entire massive regime might completely shatter and collapse long before the year came to a close. But quietly, just beneath the triumphant surface, this massive campaign was already beginning to sow the invisible seeds of its own ultimate destruction. The Soviet Union, though deeply stunned and bleeding heavily, was geographically vast almost beyond human comprehension. Its standing armies, though violently mauled and surrounded, were absolutely immense in their raw numbers. Its civilian population, though deeply terrorized by the invasion, possessed an ironclad, unbreakable resilience that had been slowly forged in the fires of decades of extreme hardship. And in stark contrast to the rapid falls of France or Poland, the Soviet state was absolutely not going to wave a white flag simply because they had suffered a few crushing early defeats on the border. Instead, the massive nation mobilized its people with an astonishing, terrifying determination. They frantically began summoning millions of fresh, untapped reserves from deep within the Urals, from the freezing expanse of Siberia, and from the distant corners of Central Asia. Joseph Stalin himself was profoundly, deeply shaken during those chaotic first few days. Absolutely shell-shocked by the sheer, apocalyptic scale of the invasion, he abruptly retreated into a dark, brooding silence at his private dacha located just outside of Moscow. Several men within his closest inner circle genuinely wondered if the dictator had completely lost his nerve. But within a matter of days, he firmly returned to the helm. On July 3rd, he directly addressed the terrified nation in an incredibly rare, highly emotional radio broadcast. He surprisingly referred to the public not as mere comrades, but as his brothers and sisters. He masterfully invoked the deep, bleeding memory of Russia's long and tragic history of repelling foreign invasions, stretching all the way back from the freezing retreat of Napoleon to the ancient hordes of the Mongols. He perfectly framed this new, desperate struggle as a deeply holy, patriotic war for absolute survival. It marked the official beginning of what the Soviet people would proudly call the Great Patriotic War. A brilliant shift in terminology that instantly transformed the conflict from a cold ideological dispute into a desperate bloody fight for their very national existence. The Grand German Battle Plan cleanly divided the massive invasion force into three primary, highly concentrated thrusts. Army Group North aggressively advanced upward toward the city of Leningrad, desperate to capture the historic cultural center and eventually link their lines with the advancing Finnish forces. Army Group Center, which was by far the largest and most heavily armored of the three, drove like a spear directly toward Moscow, aiming straight for the absolute political and logistical heart of the entire Soviet Union. Finally, Army Group South struck deep into the breadbasket of Ukraine, hungrily aiming to secure its incredibly rich agricultural farmland with the ultimate goal of pushing all the way down to the bubbling oil fields of the Caucasus. Every single one of these massive advances achieved breathtaking, dramatic gains throughout the sweltering summer of 1941. Major hubs like Kiev, Kharkiv, and Smolensk collapsed and fell under the swastika. Millions upon millions of Soviet soldiers were violently captured and disarmed. Their dark fates were permanently sealed inside grim open-air prisoner-of-war camps, where intentional mass starvation and rampant disease casually claimed countless undocumented lives. But operating quietly behind the advancing front lines, the war took on an even darker, far more sinister character. This was absolutely no ordinary military conquest. Adolf Hitler's specific written orders explicitly framed the campaign as a total war of absolute annihilation. Soviet political commissars serving in the Red Army were ordered to be summarily executed the exact moment they were captured. Vibrant, historic Jewish communities were specifically targeted for total systematic extermination by specialized mobile SS death squads, known to history as the Einsatzgruppen. These ruthless units trailed closely behind the regular army. They methodically rounded up innocent men, women, and small children, frequently forcing them to dig their own massive trenches before brutally shooting them en masse. Entire generations-old villages simply disappeared from the earth in a matter of days. The Holocaust, which had already begun its dark machinery, expanded exponentially and dramatically in the bloody wake of Barbarossa, permanently intertwining the horrors of systemic genocide with the mechanics of military conquest. Yet despite these unimaginable, horrific atrocities, the overall Soviet resistance only began to stiffen into iron. Up in Leningrad, everyday citizens frantically prepared themselves for a suffocating siege. They worked day and night building heavy concrete defenses, desperately stockpiling whatever meager food they could find, and furiously digging deep anti-tank trenches in the freezing dirt. Down in Moscow, massive industrial factories were hurriedly, methodically dismantled piece by piece. They were quickly loaded onto trains and transported hundreds of miles eastward, safely beyond the maximum range of the German bombers, where they were rapidly reassembled in the shadow of the Urals to continue producing vital weapons. All across the vast, occupied countryside, fierce partisan fighters began to emerge from the shadows. They aggressively struck at vulnerable German supply lines, ruthlessly ambushed isolated patrols, and then quickly faded right back into the cover of the dense ancient forests. The sheer, incomprehensible vastness of the Russian landmass itself rapidly evolved into a lethal weapon. The vital German supply lines were stretched incredibly dangerously thin. Heavy supply trucks and exhausted draft horses became hopelessly bogged down in the thick glue-like mud as the heavy autumn rains transformed the unpaved dirt roads into absolute impassable quagmires. By the time October arrived, the German spearheads were rapidly approaching the outer limits of Moscow. The nervous capital heavily braced itself for an apocalyptic disaster. Desperate civilians frantically clawed at the freezing earth, digging massive anti-tank ditches with their bare hands. Young university students eagerly enlisted in local makeshift militias, and hundreds of thousands of ordinary people prepared to violently defend their own doorsteps, block by block and street by street. And then the snow finally began to fall. It brought the very first chilling whispers of the legendary Russian winter, the exact same freezing nightmare that had successfully defeated Napoleon's Grand Army more than a century prior. The German soldiers, tragically lacking adequate winter clothing and severely short on antifreeze and proper supplies, stubbornly pressed forward into the biting, bitter cold. Severe frostbite began to maim and amputate just as many young men as the Soviet bullets did. Tank engines completely froze solid in the night, infantry weapons stubbornly jammed with ice, and supply horses simply collapsed and died in massive droves along the side of the road. And yet, incredibly, the German vanguard continued to advance until they were literally within striking distance of Moscow's outer suburbs. A handful of forward scouts could actually see the colorful, towering spires of the Kremlin through their field binoculars. Yet it was exactly here, on the freezing doorstep of the capital, that the great tide finally turned. Massive waves of Soviet reinforcements, freshly drawn from the deep reserves stationed in Siberia and the distant Far East, began pouring off the trains at the exact moment the German army reached the absolute limit of its physical exhaustion. Stalin had taken a massive strategic gamble, heavily betting that the Empire of Japan was not going to launch a surprise attack against his eastern border. And his intelligence was absolutely correct. Completely freed from that terrifying two-front paranoia, he immediately shipped his freshest, most heavily equipped divisions toward the west. In December of 1941, operating under the brilliant, ruthless command of General Georgy Zhukov, the Red Army unleashed a massive, overwhelming counteroffensive. These fresh Soviet troops, thoroughly hardened by a lifetime of brutal Siberian winters and perfectly equipped for the snow, violently surged against the freezing, utterly exhausted German lines. For the very first time in the entire Second World War, the mighty Wehrmacht was physically forced into a panicked, bloody retreat. The arrogant dream of a lightning-fast, easy victory had been completely, permanently shattered. The dramatic failure to capture the city of Moscow marked a massive, undeniable turning point in the conflict. Hitler had completely, fatally underestimated the Soviet Union's boundless capacity to endure unimaginable pain. He had failed to grasp that terrifying ability to instantly replace totally annihilated armies. And he was completely blind to the sheer, unadulterated savagery with which they were willing to defend their ancestral homeland. The war in the East, which was originally designed to be a swift surgical strike, rapidly devolved into a horrific, grinding war of pure attrition. It was now destined to be fought across endless, sweeping steppes and dense, ancient forests, drowning in a sea of freezing mud, blinding snow, and raging fire. The sheer mathematical scale of the human casualties was almost completely unimaginable to the modern mind. By the time the bloody curtain finally fell on 1941, millions of young men were already dead on both sides of the line. And yet this apocalyptic war was truly only just beginning. Operation Barbarossa was vastly more than a simple, strategic military campaign. It was a dark, venomous, ideological crusade, representing a total apocalyptic clash of entire civilizations. To Adolf Hitler, it was the ultimate, holy struggle to violently impose his deranged vision of a pure racial empire upon the earth. To the people of the Soviet Union, it was simply a matter of absolute biological survival. The sheer, unfettered brutality exhibited by both sides quickly exceeded absolutely anything the civilized world had ever witnessed before. Countless villages were burned to the foundation, massive cities were intentionally starved into submission, millions of prisoners perished miserably inside barbed wire camps, and everyday civilians were forced to endure daily horrors that sat completely beyond human comprehension. The Eastern Front rapidly evolved into the absolute bloodiest theater of the entire global war. It eagerly consumed human lives and industrial material on a staggering scale that completely dwarfed every single other battlefield on the map. As the freezing winter of 1941 slowly bled into 1942, absolutely neither side could claim a true, decisive victory. Germany had completely failed to deliver its promised knockout blow, yet its armies still maintained an iron grip over vast, sprawling swaths of prime Soviet territory. The Soviet Union had miraculously survived the initial terrifying onslaught, but they had paid a truly staggering, apocalyptic price for that survival. Entire massive armies had been casually annihilated, historic cities had been bombed back into the Stone Age, and millions of innocent people were either dead in the snow or permanently displaced. Yet against all mathematical odds, the Soviet state firmly endured. Their massive, relocated factories continued humming loudly, safely tucked away far from the front lines, while millions of fresh soldiers quietly prepared themselves for the incredibly long, bloody fight that still lay ahead. Operation Barbarossa had kicked off with supreme, arrogant confidence, heavily fueled by grand, intoxicating visions of rapid triumph and eternal empire. It ultimately ended in a freezing, agonizing stalemate, drowning in an ocean of blood. It left behind a massive, frozen battlefield stretching all the way from the chilly Baltic down to the shores of the Black Sea, entirely littered with the charred wreckage of tanks and millions of frozen corpses. For the German Reich, this marked the grim beginning of a war that it simply could not easily win. A grinding, endless war of attrition against an enemy that was far too vast, incredibly resilient, and absolutely determined to win at any cost. For the Soviet Union, it marked the terrifying beginning of a waking nightmare that would drag on for 4 agonizing years. It was a brutal, unforgiving crucible of unimaginable suffering and superhuman endurance that would ultimately permanently shape the future destiny of the entire globe. The massive invasion of the Soviet Union stands as the ultimate defining turning point of the entire Second World War. It violently ripped open the Eastern Front, the vast, sprawling theater where the absolute, overwhelming majority of the war's blood would eventually be spilled. It fundamentally transformed the nature of the conflict into a total, uncompromised war of pure annihilation, where ultimate victory meant biological survival and defeat guaranteed absolute extinction. And even though the bloody year of 1941 ended without a clear, decisive victor, it perfectly set the stage for the titanic, earth-shaking battles that were still to come. It paved the dark, bloody road leading straight toward Stalingrad, toward the massive tank clashes at Kursk, and eventually down the long, grueling, apocalyptic highway leading straight into the heart of Berlin. The Eastern Front deepens, Stalingrad and the turning tide. The highly publicized failure to capture the city of Moscow during the brutal winter of 1941 had severely shaken the grand myth of German invincibility, but it absolutely had not broken Adolf Hitler's dark ambition. To him, the massive expanse of the Soviet Union was still the ultimate crowning prize, and he firmly believed that this war in the East would ultimately decide the final fate of the entire world. As the warm spring finally returned in 1942, he confidently launched massive new offensives with a fiercely renewed determination. This time around, his greedy gaze shifted sharply to the south, aiming directly toward the incredibly rich, fertile farmlands of Ukraine, and looking far beyond them, straight toward the massive, bubbling oil fields of the Caucasus. Oil, after all, was the absolute pumping lifeblood of modern mechanized war. Without a steady supply of it, the heavy tanks simply would not move, the fighter planes would fall from the sky, and the massive industrial factories would instantly grind to a sparking halt. Hitler firmly believed that by successfully seizing those massive Soviet oil reserves, he could comfortably fuel his expanding Reich forever, while simultaneously strangling the Red Army's physical ability to mount a resistance. The massive new operational plan, officially codenamed Case Blue, violently kicked off in the sweltering summer of 1942. The German armies surged rapidly forward once again, aggressively sweeping through the southern half of Russia with an absolutely devastating, overwhelming force. They quickly captured the vital city of Rostov, acting as the primary gateway into the Caucasus region, and relentlessly pressed onward toward the prize. Yet as they pushed deeper and deeper into the vast territory, their defensive lines stretched dangerously thin, and their vital supply chains grew incredibly, agonizingly long. The Soviet Union, though severely battered and still bleeding, had learned invaluable bloody lessons from the apocalyptic disasters of 1941. Their massive manufacturing factories had been successfully relocated far beyond the safety of the Urals, and they were now actively producing fresh tanks, heavy artillery, and combat planes in absolutely astonishing, record-breaking numbers. Fresh reserves were rapidly mobilized, and the Red Army, even while continuing to absorb incredibly heavy daily losses, began to fight back with a newfound, growing sense of tactical discipline. Right in the middle of this vast, sweeping southern campaign, one single city rapidly emerged as the absolute burning focal point of the entire struggle: Stalingrad. Resting quietly on the banks of the mighty Volga River, it was certainly a vital industrial hub, but it was also a towering psychological symbol, because the city proudly bore the name of Joseph Stalin himself. It instantly became an incredibly personal, irresistible target for Hitler. To successfully conquer Stalingrad would be to strike a devastating, perhaps fatal blow directly at the heart of Soviet national morale. Conversely, to successfully defend it became an absolute matter of fierce personal pride and literal national survival for Stalin. And thus began what would become one of the most unimaginably savage, blood-soaked battles in all of recorded human history. In August of 1942, the massive German Sixth Army, operating under the command of General Friedrich Paulus, finally arrived at the outer limits of Stalingrad. The Luftwaffe immediately unleashed an apocalyptic aerial bombardment that quickly reduced the vast majority of the city to smoking, jagged rubble. Entire, sprawling residential districts were simply flattened into dust. The once busy streets were violently transformed into grey, cratered moonscapes of shattered red brick and twisted, burning steel. The terrified civilians who had not managed to evacuate in time huddled tightly together down in the damp, freezing basements. Their entire existence was suddenly reduced to blindly hiding from the falling explosives and desperately scavenging the ruins for tiny scraps of food. Yet, hiding quietly just beneath this sweeping destruction, the Soviet defenders grimly prepared themselves to make a desperate, bloody final stand. Vicious, suffocating urban warfare completely consumed the ruined city. The battle was fought block by bloody block, house by shattered house, and room by agonizing room. Desperate soldiers frequently engaged in brutal hand-to-hand combat, fighting to the death with heavy grenades, sharpened trench knives, and bloody bayonets. Hidden snipers, quietly perched high up in the hollowed-out skeletons of ruined apartment buildings, methodically picked off enemy soldiers one by single one. The freezing Volga River rapidly became both a vital lifeline and a watery graveyard, as small Soviet boats desperately ferried fresh reinforcements and precious supplies across the water while operating under a constant withering hail of artillery fire. Exhausted soldiers would frequently step off those boats onto the shore, only to be killed within a matter of hours. But still, the boats kept coming. Stalin's official written order to his commanders was brutally simple: not a step back. Any form of retreat was strictly, lethally forbidden. For the vast majority of the men fighting in the rubble, that order simply meant fighting until the very last drop of blood was spilled. For the advancing Germans, the battle rapidly dissolved into a claustrophobic, waking nightmare. Heavily accustomed to fighting swift, highly mobile campaigns and utilizing wide-open flanking maneuvers, they suddenly found themselves hopelessly bogged down in a maze of dense, jagged rubble. Their heavy tanks simply could not navigate the choked streets, and absolutely every single pile of broken concrete seemed to conceal a waiting defender. The frustrated German infantry grimly nicknamed this new style of fighting Rattenkrieg, the War of the Rats. Grown men violently battled for absolute control over single hollowed-out factory floors, shattered concrete stairwells, and sometimes even individual ruined bedrooms. The massive Red October steel plant, the sprawling tractor factory, and the towering grain elevator all transformed into epic blood-soaked battlegrounds where daily survival was literally measured in bloody yards. The casualty reports skyrocketed, and the once proud German morale began to severely fray at the edges, but Hitler stubbornly, blindly demanded total victory, regardless of the ultimate human cost. Then, the freezing winter returned, and with the falling snow, the great tide finally began to turn. In November of 1942, the Soviet command launched Operation Uranus, an absolutely massive, highly coordinated counteroffensive. Instead of foolishly throwing their men directly into the meat grinder of the city, they intelligently struck at the significantly weaker, poorly equipped Romanian and Hungarian forces that were tasked with guarding the vulnerable outer flanks of the German Sixth Army. The brilliant strategic plan worked flawlessly. Massive Soviet armies rapidly pincered together, completely encircling Stalingrad and successfully trapping well over 250,000 Axis troops inside the pocket. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying hunters had suddenly become the hopelessly hunted. For General Paulus and his trapped men, the Soviet encirclement was an absolute, unmitigated catastrophe. Their vital supplies dwindled at a terrifying rate. The Luftwaffe arrogantly promised to supply the trapped army via a massive aerial airlift, but they were ultimately only able to deliver a tiny, pathetic fraction of the daily tonnage that was actually required to keep the men alive. Severe, agonizing hunger gnawed at the freezing soldiers as their daily rations shrank to practically nothing. The army's draft horses were quickly slaughtered for their meat. Desperate, starving men actually began boiling their own leather belts just to make a thin, pitiful soup. Precious ammunition ran dangerously low, and thousands of severely wounded soldiers lay completely untreated, slowly freezing to death down in the dark, icy cellars. As the temperatures plunged far below zero, the shivering troops frantically wrapped themselves in stolen rags and torn blankets just to survive the bitter, biting cold. The once proud, glorious Sixth Army, the absolute shining spearhead of the mighty Wehrmacht, rapidly dissolved into a starving, desperate, freezing mob. Adolf Hitler, absolutely refusing to accept the concept of a tactical retreat, commanded Paulus to hold his ground inside the ruined city at all costs. Frantic last-minute relief attempts such as Operation Winter Storm, led by the brilliant Field Marshal Erich von Manstein, completely failed to punch a hole through the tightening Soviet encirclement. As the freezing weeks agonizingly dragged on, the grim fate of the Sixth Army was permanently sealed. On January 31st, 1943, a completely broken Paulus officially surrendered the southern pocket of Stalingrad. Just 2 days later, the remaining northern pocket finally collapsed. Nearly 100,000 surviving Axis soldiers marched slowly into Soviet captivity. They were skeletal, heavily frostbitten, and completely dead behind the eyes. The vast majority of them would never return home. Out of that massive original invading army, only a tiny, tragic fraction would ever live long enough to see the borders of Germany again. The stunning victory at Stalingrad was vastly more than just another battle won on a map. It was the ultimate, undeniable turning point of the war. For the very first time, an entire massive German field army had been completely, physically annihilated. That terrifying, carefully crafted aura of absolute invincibility that had always surrounded Hitler's forces was permanently shattered into a million pieces. All across the globe, bold newspaper headlines loudly proclaimed the Soviet triumph. Deep inside occupied Europe, underground resistance movements suddenly drew a massive breath of fresh, inspiring hope. In the high command rooms of Washington and London, Allied leaders finally saw absolute proof that the Red Army was not only surviving the onslaught, but was actually beginning to violently push the Germans back. For the exhausted, bleeding Soviet people, it was the ultimate, undeniable proof that the dark tide could actually be turned, that their unimaginable oceans of sacrifice could genuinely yield a final victory. Yet, the human cost paid for that victory was almost completely unimaginable. Modern historians currently estimate that nearly 2 million human beings, a staggering mix of uniformed soldiers and innocent civilians, perished during the grueling Stalingrad campaign. The ruined streets literally ran red with blood. Massive industrial factories collapsed into jagged piles of dusty rubble, and the freezing currents of the Volga carried countless nameless bodies slowly downstream. The city itself was almost entirely, thoroughly erased from the earth, its vibrant population completely decimated. The few who miraculously survived walked away bearing deep psychological scars that would plague them for a lifetime, haunting memories of blinding hunger, bone-chilling cold, and endless, senseless death. Stalingrad quickly transcended its place on a map. It became a towering, immortal symbol of superhuman endurance in the absolute depths of human horror. In the long, bloody months that followed the victory, the Soviets aggressively pressed their newfound advantage. Their massive armies relentlessly advanced toward the west, violently liberating occupied territory and proudly reclaiming the quiet towns they had previously lost. In the sweltering summer of 1943, the German military made one last, desperate attempt to regain the overall initiative at Kursk, launching what would become the single largest, most massive tank battle in the history of the world. But by that point in the war, the overall balance of power had permanently shifted. The relocated Soviet industry was now vastly outproducing the entirety of the German Reich. The Red Army was continuously swelling with millions of fresh recruits, and its surviving commanders had learned priceless, deadly lessons from their years of hard, bleeding experience. During the colossal clash at Kursk, the pride of the German army was completely, irreparably smashed. From that decisive moment forward, the Red Army carried the absolute, unstoppable momentum of the war. The twin victories of Stalingrad and Kursk officially marked the beginning of the end for the German Reich on the Eastern Front. The mighty Wehrmacht, which had once seemed completely, terrifyingly unstoppable, was now firmly planted on the defensive, bleeding heavily as it retreated, step by agonizing step, back toward its own national borders. The Soviet Union, though physically devastated and deeply scarred, had been completely transformed into an absolute, unstoppable military juggernaut, fiercely determined to violently drive the fascist invaders off its ancestral soil and hunt them all the way back to their capital. The Eastern Front had become a massive, burning furnace of human suffering. Entire generations-old villages were simply erased from existence. Millions of innocent people were permanently displaced, and rampant famine and disease spread like wildfire in the devastating wake of the marching armies. Yet, right in the middle of all this apocalyptic destruction, the great tide of the conflict had shifted completely, irreversibly. The Red Army was absolutely not going to stop and rest at Stalingrad or Kursk. It was going to march westward, completely relentlessly, pushing heavily through the borders of Ukraine, Belarus, Poland, and eventually crashing violently right into the very heart of Germany itself. The dramatic turning of the tide at Stalingrad was vastly more than a mere military reversal on a map. It was a massive global psychological earthquake. For the very first time since the guns began firing, Adolf Hitler's grand, supposedly glorious destiny seemed deeply, terrifyingly uncertain. For the very first time, Joseph Stalin's incredibly costly, bloody gamble appeared to be entirely justified. And for the very first time, the Western Allies could actually close their eyes and imagine a bright future in which Nazi Germany didn't not permanently rule the European continent, but instead completely collapsed under the crushing, suffocating weight of its own dark ambition. The Allied home fronts, total war economies, and civilian sacrifice. While massive, bleeding armies violently clashed in the rubble of Stalingrad, across the blistering sands of El Alamein, and high up in the freezing skies above Europe, an entirely different kind of war was quietly unfolding far away from the smoking front lines. It was a relentless war fought daily on the floors of heavy factories, out in the muddy agricultural fields, inside cramped family kitchens, and within the walls of local classrooms. It was a tedious, grueling war defined by strict ration books, suffocating nightly blackouts, colorful propaganda posters, endless exhausting work shifts, and a profound, quiet, entirely uncelebrated endurance. The collective home fronts of the Allied nations rapidly became just as absolutely vital to the ultimate victory as the men holding the rifles at the front. Without their constant grinding labor, the brave soldiers simply could not march, the fighter planes could never fly, and the heavy tanks could absolutely never roll. The true, complete story of the Second World War is absolutely not just a timeline of brilliant generals and famous battles. It is equally a story about perfectly ordinary, everyday citizens who completely transformed their daily lives into an incredibly vital battlefield of mass production, deep personal sacrifice, and unshakable resilience. Right from the very outset of the conflict, the Allied leadership clearly understood that winning this war was going to demand vastly more than just putting young men into uniforms. The entire massive scope of the national economy, absolutely every single manufacturing factory, every rural farm, every coastal shipyard, and every neighborhood school, was going to have to be fully, completely mobilized. High-level economists and military generals alike began speaking of total war, a heavy, terrifying phrase that didn't just mean a massive military draft, but rather the complete fundamental restructuring of modern society from the ground up. In the bustling capitals of London and Moscow, in Washington and Ottawa, in Sydney and Delhi, powerful governments actively asked their own citizens to willingly surrender their basic daily comforts, to labor intensely without adequate rest, and to quietly endure profound fear and personal loss, all for the sake of a distant, promised victory. Over in Britain, this societal transformation was immediate and jarring. From 1939 onward, strict, unyielding rationing simply became the new, everyday way of life. Average families received small paper books filled with tear-out coupons, with each tiny stamp strictly controlling their household access to the barest essentials, things like meat, sugar, butter, tea, and basic clothing. Everyday luxuries simply vanished from the local store shelves overnight. Women had to quickly learn how to stretch their meager evening meals by heavily relying on cheap lentils, garden carrots, and dried powdered eggs. Exhausted housewives frequently swapped creative recipes for mock goose, cleverly fashioned entirely out of potatoes and oats, or baked dense, simple cakes that were naturally sweetened with mashed carrots instead of precious rationed sugar. Bold government posters hung on brick walls constantly urged the public to waste not, want not, and to dig for victory. Perfectly manicured suburban lawns were immediately dug up and transformed into muddy vegetable plots. Sprawling public city parks suddenly sprouted endless neat rows of green cabbages, and even the royal grounds of Buckingham Palace were actively converted for emergency food production. Young children very quickly learned how to properly weed the soil and harvest the vegetables. Their tiny, dirt-stained hands became a vital, active part of a vast, sweeping national effort to successfully feed a heavily besieged island. The nightly blackouts completely transformed the evening hours into a terrifying, brand new kind of battlefield. Starting in 1939, absolutely every single glass window had to be tightly covered with heavy, light-blocking curtains or completely smeared with thick, dark paint. Towering street lamps permanently went dark. Automobile Headlights were heavily shielded to project only a tiny sliver of light, and even the cherry-red tips of burning cigarettes were carefully cupped in the palm of a hand just to hide their faint, distant glow. For the nervous government, these strict blackouts acted as a massive, invisible shield against the navigating German bombers. But for the everyday civilians trying to walk home, they were a stumbling, incredibly dangerous nightly ordeal. Tragic accidents rapidly multiplied across the cities as blind pedestrians violently collided in the pitch-black dark, or automobiles skidded entirely unseen into the intersections. Yet these harsh rules were strictly obeyed with a grim, unshakable discipline born entirely out of pure necessity, because absolutely everyone clearly understood that just one single careless spark of light could easily guide fiery death right down from the clouds above. Women, in particular, stepped up to play an absolutely central foundational role in this new home front war. With millions of able-bodied young men suddenly put into military uniforms and shipped overseas, the domestic labor force drastically shrank, and the women of the nation proudly stepped forward to fill the massive gap. They eagerly became city bus drivers, heavy industrial welders, covered in grease mechanics, and highly skilled engineers. Serving in the Women's Land Army, they strapped on heavy leather boots and thick denim overalls to physically plow the rural fields, milk the dairy cows, and successfully harvest the nation's crops. Deep inside the massive, deafening munitions factories, these same women worked daily with incredibly volatile, highly dangerous chemicals. In many cases, their skin would literally turn a sickly shade of yellow due to the constant toxic exposure to raw TNT. They silently endured agonizingly long work shifts, the constant looming danger of accidental factory explosions, and the insulting, lingering skepticism from the older men who still foolishly doubted their physical ability. Yet, time and time again, they proved themselves to be absolutely, undeniably indispensable to the war effort. The legendary, iconic cultural figure of Rosie the Riveter over in the United States quickly found her exact counterpart in Britain, Canada, and Australia, standing tall as a universal shining symbol of raw female strength and unapologetic patriotism. The youngest children, too, were inevitably drawn into the cold reality of the war. Over in Britain, millions of terrified kids were completely evacuated from the major industrial cities that were severely threatened by the bombing raids. They were packed onto trains and sent deep into the quiet countryside, carrying clunky rubber gas masks heavily slung around their tiny necks, their small hands tightly clutching battered cardboard suitcases. A lucky few found genuine warmth and loving kindness waiting for them inside those rural foster homes. Tragically, others were forced to endure quiet neglect or outright unforgivable cruelty from their new hosts. For countless children, this massive evacuation was a deep psychological trauma that would never be fully forgotten, a sudden, violent uprooting from their parents that left permanent, aching scars of deep loneliness and absolute fear. The brave kids who ended up remaining behind in the cities were forced to endure long, freezing nights sleeping in the damp bomb shelters. Their normal school days were constantly violently interrupted by wailing air raid sirens, and their daily math lessons were frequently carried out inside makeshift, drafty classrooms nestled right in the middle of the bombed-out ruins. The very concept of childhood rapidly mutated into a bizarre, surreal mixture of perfectly ordinary playground games and absolutely extraordinary, lethal danger. Through all of this, state-sponsored propaganda quickly became the sticky glue that successfully held the cracking home fronts together. Allied governments invested massive, unprecedented fortunes into bold posters, cinematic films, and nightly radio broadcasts that were specifically, scientifically designed to deeply inspire, gently comfort, and constantly cajole the weary public into pushing forward. Across Britain, stark posters famously proclaimed careless talk costs lives, serving as a grim, constant warning against casual pub gossip that might accidentally aid listening enemy spies. Over in the United States, brightly colored, heavily stylized posters urgently pleaded with the American people to purchase government war bonds, to strictly conserve their daily gasoline, and to actively plant their own backyard victory gardens. Deep in the Soviet Union, the state propaganda machine reached truly epic, almost mythological proportions. Massive, towering posters dramatically depicted the motherland as a fiercely strong, deeply grieving woman, tearfully calling out to her brave sons to pick up a rifle and defend her honor. State-funded films and swelling patriotic songs heavily glorified the concepts of absolute, bloody sacrifice and superhuman endurance. But no matter the country, the underlying message was always exactly the same. This massive war was absolutely everyone's personal responsibility, and ultimate victory strictly required completely unbreakable national unity. Meanwhile, far across the Atlantic Ocean, the United States was busy undergoing an absolute, undeniable industrial miracle. Just prior to the devastating attack on Pearl Harbor, America's massive, sprawling factories were happily producing shiny new automobiles, sleek refrigerators, and everyday consumer goods. But by 1942, those exact same assembly lines were churning out heavy armored tanks, massive strategic bombers, thousands of rifles, and massive steel ships in absolute staggering quantities that the world had never ever seen before. The entire nation rapidly transformed into what President Franklin D. Roosevelt famously dubbed the arsenal of democracy. Ford's absolutely colossal Willow Run manufacturing plant was soon pushing out fully assembled B-24 heavy bombers at the mind-boggling rate of one aircraft every single hour. The coastal shipyards were successfully launching massive Steel Liberty ships in a matter of mere days, rather than the traditional sluggish months. Millions of American women proudly entered the heavy industrial workforce in completely unprecedented numbers, trading in their domestic kitchen aprons for red bandanas and heavy denim overalls. That iconic painted image of Rosie the Riveter, with her plaid sleeves rolled high and her bicep proudly flexed, perfectly captured the fierce, unyielding spirit of this massive national transformation. This unprecedented massive mobilization completely, permanently reshaped the very fabric of American society. The crippling national unemployment rate, which had still been lingering painfully high from the dark days of the Great Depression, practically vanished overnight as millions upon millions of citizens eagerly found steady, well-paying work in the bustling factories and coastal shipyards. Hundreds of thousands of African Americans proudly migrated away from the rural, segregated South, traveling toward the massive industrial cities in the North and West, desperately seeking out new jobs and a fair chance at opportunity. Even though they still faced vicious systemic discrimination and deeply ingrained segregation in their new homes, they also discovered a profound unifying new strength in the Double V campaign, a powerful social movement fiercely demanding victory abroad against the evils of fascism and a simultaneous victory right at home against the poison of racism. Native Americans, too, stepped up and contributed massively to the war effort. The legendary Navajo code talkers brilliantly developed an absolutely unbreakable, highly complex radio code based entirely on their own native unwritten language, a tactical asset which ultimately proved absolutely vital to winning the bloody island-hopping campaigns of the Pacific War. In absolutely every single corner of American society, the outbreak of the war brought massive, sweeping change, unprecedented economic opportunity, and deeply profound social challenges. Over in the Soviet Union, the domestic home front evolved into a brutal, agonizing crucible of immense suffering and superhuman resilience completely unlike any other nation on Earth. When the massive German armies violently invaded in 1941, entire sprawling industrial complexes were frantically dismantled, piece by heavy piece, and rapidly transported eastward, safely far beyond the maximum striking range of the Luftwaffe bombers. Thousands upon thousands of heavily loaded trains carried the vital machinery, the exhausted workers, and their terrified families straight across the towering Urals and deep into the freezing expanse of Siberia. Out there, operating in absolutely sub-zero freezing conditions, the massive machines were hastily reassembled and production immediately resumed, very often operating inside crude, drafty wooden sheds that offered zero protection from the elements. The factory workers, the vast majority of them being weary women and young, malnourished teenagers, quietly labored through grueling 12-hour shifts entirely without the comfort of indoor heating, adequate food, or proper physical rest. Yet, remarkably, pouring straight out of these freezing, relocated factories came the massive waves of heavy tanks, fighter planes, and heavy artillery pieces that successfully sustained the bleeding Red Army. Soviet civilians were forced to endure absolutely unimaginable apocalyptic hardship. In the great city of Leningrad, completely surrounded and choked off by German forces for nearly 900 agonizing days, the trapped civilian population literally starved to death. The daily bread rations plummeted to a pathetic, life-threatening few ounces a day. Desperate, starving people were ultimately forced to eat their own beloved family pets, scrape off and boil old wallpaper paste, and even chew on boiled leather belts just to survive the freezing nights. Thousands upon thousands of innocent people died every single week, their emaciated bodies quietly carted away on wooden sledges through the snow-choked, frozen streets. Yet, against all mathematical odds, the city absolutely refused to surrender. Its surviving factories stubbornly continued to produce heavy weapons for the front lines. Its starving people fiercely clung to life with both hands, and incredibly, the city's starving symphony orchestra even managed to beautifully perform Shostakovich's legendary Seventh Symphony, which was proudly broadcast over the radio waves to deeply inspire the entire bleeding nation. The horrific siege of Leningrad quickly cemented itself as one of the most deeply harrowing yet profoundly heroic episodes of pure civilian endurance in the entire history of human civilization. Across Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and dozens of other loyal Commonwealth nations, the domestic home front completely transformed as well. Dedicated Canadians worked around the clock to produce absolutely vast mountains of wheat and food, heavy weaponry, and vital military aircraft. Australian industrial factories rapidly built modern warplanes and steel ships, while their rural farmers tirelessly supplied essential food stores for both the besieged British island and the troops fighting in the sweaty jungles of the Pacific. New Zealanders, despite being located incredibly far away from the European theatre, proudly contributed massive amounts of brave manpower and precious natural resources. For all of these distinct far-flung nations, the terrible pressures of the war completely reshaped their domestic economies and their social structures, permanently binding them tightly to the ultimate Allied cause. Strict rationing and daily scarcity heavily affected absolutely every single home front on the map. In the United States, precious commodities like gasoline and raw rubber were incredibly tightly controlled by the federal government. American families all received their own standard ration books, carefully tearing out precious coupons just to purchase essential fuel, fresh meat, granulated sugar, and basic canned goods. Millions of backyard victory gardens happily supplied fresh, healthy vegetables, successfully supplementing the severely short supplies at the grocery store. Young, eager children spent their weekends collecting heavy scrap metal, old rubber tires, and stacks of newspaper for massive neighborhood recycling drives. Local schoolyards and community churches frequently hosted massive scrap collections, wonderfully teaching the youngest generation that even their tiny, small efforts truly mattered in the grand scheme of the war. Over in Britain, even basic clothing was strictly rationed, leading to massive nationwide government campaigns urging the public to make do and mend old threadbare garments were carefully patched up and cleverly repurposed, with sheer, brilliant creativity entirely replacing the old habits of mindless consumption. The entire fashion industry rapidly adapted to this new austere reality, heavily favoring incredibly simple, elegant designs crafted from highly practical, durable fabrics. The ongoing war also brought deeply profound, lasting changes to the absolute basics of daily life. In both Britain and Germany alike, nervous citizens carried their clunky rubber gas masks absolutely everywhere they went, deeply terrified of a sudden horrific chemical weapon attack from the clouds. In the United States, frequent whaling air raid drills and strict nightly blackouts constantly prepared the coastal cities for massive aerial attacks that, thankfully, never actually came. In the Soviet Union, exhausted civilians literally lived their entire lives under a state of constant, deafening artillery bombardment, their childhood homes totally destroyed, and their extended families violently scattered to the winds. All across the entire globe, everyday people lived with a heavy, suffocating blanket of uncertainty, absolutely never knowing exactly when a dreaded yellow telegram might suddenly arrive at the front door, coldly announcing the violent death of a beloved son or husband at the front. In the face of this darkness, public entertainment and popular culture rapidly became highly effective weapons for boosting national morale. The massive studios of Hollywood eagerly produced hundreds of films that heavily glorified the Allied war effort, releasing everything from bright, toe-tapping patriotic musicals to gritty, inspiring frontline documentaries. Massive, A-list stars like Humphrey Bogart and Bette Davis proudly used their massive platforms to aggressively promote the sale of government war bonds. Over in Britain, the BBC constantly broadcast a steady stream of reliable news updates and light-hearted comedy shows that deeply comforted the terrified listeners huddled together down in the damp bomb shelters. Popular music provided a beautiful momentary escape and a deep well of emotional courage. Vera Lynn's incredibly famous, hauntingly beautiful song, "We'll Meet Again," quickly became the absolute and defining anthem of wartime hope. Her smooth, comforting voice carried far across the static airwaves, bringing tears to the eyes of muddy soldiers and anxious civilians alike. Deep in the Soviet Union, traditional swelling folk songs and stirring heavy military marches constantly reminded the bleeding public of their deep, ancestral heritage and their legendary, unbreakable resilience. The sheer, crushing psychological burden carried by the home front was truly immense. The endless, freezing nights spent sleeping on the floors of concrete shelters, the exhausting, tedious days spent quietly queuing up for meager rations, and the constant, suffocating fear of sudden, violent loss, all of it weighed incredibly heavily on the human soul. Yet somehow, local communities always found beautiful, quiet ways to endure the nightmare. Next-door neighbors generously shared their incredibly limited food rations. Total strangers worked shoulder to shoulder to frantically dig trapped families out of the smoking rubble. Unpaid, exhausted volunteers happily staffed the overflowing military hospitals and the busy neighborhood canteens. Local churches, mosques, synagogues, and quiet temples rapidly transformed into vital, beating centers of deep emotional comfort. Right in the absolute center of overwhelming fear and suffocating grief, everyday people discovered a profound, beautiful sense of human solidarity. The massive pressures of the war also rapidly accelerated the pace of global social change. Women's massively expanded, highly visible role in the heavy industrial workforce directly powerfully challenged the rigid, traditional gender roles of the era. Even though society fully expected many of these women to quietly return to a traditional domestic life the moment the war ended, the burning, proud memory of their own fierce independence and raw physical capability permanently remained. In the United States, the massive historical migration of African Americans into the booming industrial jobs laid the absolute concrete foundations for the upcoming monumental civil rights movement. In the Soviet Union, the unimaginable bloody sacrifices made by their brave women, young children, and elderly citizens were permanently, proudly etched into the very fabric of their national mythology. All across the sprawling British Commonwealth, the sheer hypocrisy of the war actively spurred massive growing movements for national independence, as colonized peoples quite rightfully questioned exactly why they should be forced to bleed and die for the concept of freedom abroad, while being completely denied that exact same freedom in their own homes. By the time 1943 rolled around, the combined Allied home fronts had successfully achieved an unprecedented level of total mobilization that completely mathematically dwarfed the Axis powers. The booming American factories were now vastly outproducing the entire industrial output of Germany and Japan combined. The relocated Soviet industry, despite operating under unimaginable physical devastation, continued to churn out heavy tanks and massive artillery pieces in absolutely astonishing world record numbers. The busy British shipyards and active airfields stubbornly continued to deliver the vital, life-saving convoys and cutting-edge aircraft required to stay in the fight. The absolute combined crushing weight of these massive economies, driven entirely by the quiet, uncelebrated sacrifice of the everyday civilian, permanently and irreversibly tipped the global balance of the war. Yet that ultimate victory would come at a truly terrible, unimaginable price. The domestic home fronts carried deep, aching scars that would linger for generations. Shattered, bombed-out cities required decades of painstaking reconstruction. Countless families would never truly recover from the agonizing loss of their fathers, sons, and daughters. Over in Britain, strict rationing remained a harsh reality well into the 1950s. Deep within the Soviet Union, the devastating shadows of famine and sheer destruction hovered for years. Across the United States, returning soldiers navigated the heavy psychological challenges of re-entering civilian life, while women and minority groups fought fiercely to hold on to the social and economic ground they had gained during the conflict. These Allied home fronts serve as a quiet, powerful reminder that wars are never won on the battlefield alone. They are won inside small family kitchens, where meager meals are brilliantly stretched. They are won on noisy factory floors, where women labored until their hands physically bled. They are won out in the rural fields where small children brought in the harvest, and down in the damp bomb shelters, where terrified families endured the nightmare together. They are won through profound collective sacrifice, unbreakable unity, and quiet resilience. The overarching story of the home front is a tale of silent heroism, forged by millions of everyday people who may have never fired a rifle, but whose stubborn endurance was absolutely vital to victory. They gently remind us that triumph in war is not solely the domain of the brilliant generals and massive armies. It is the product of entire societies willing to shoulder unimaginable hardship for the ultimate sake of human freedom. By the time 1944 arrived, the bountiful fruits of these immense sacrifices were finally undeniable. Allied infantrymen stormed the beaches of Normandy armed with cutting-edge weapons, reliable vehicles, and a seemingly infinite mountain of supplies that vastly overshadowed the rapidly shrinking reserves of the Axis powers. Massive Soviet offensives surged violently toward the west, heavily supported by steel tanks and heavy artillery that had been forged inside those freezing relocated factories. The great tide of the war had officially turned, and it was the incredible power of the home fronts, those endless, exhausting hours of civilian labor and sacrifice, that actually made it all possible. When the global nightmare finally concluded, the world's leaders naturally showered their brave soldiers and tacticians with praise. But the quiet citizens who had kept the home fires burning were equally deserving of that ultimate recognition. They had endured blinding fear, constant hunger, and bone-deep exhaustion. They had carried these heavy burdens in absolute silence, completely devoid of shining medals or grand ticker tape parades. Yet, their priceless contribution was permanently etched into every single battlefield victory, into the joyful tears of every liberated city, and into every agonizing step taken toward a lasting peace. The Italian campaign and the fall of Mussolini. When the choking dust finally settled over the deserts of El Alamein and Rommel's famous Africa Corps officially surrendered in Tunisia in May of 1943, the Mediterranean theater rapidly shifted from a grinding stalemate into a powerful Allied springboard. The looming question was exactly where to strike next. Winston Churchill, incredibly eager to pry open a brand new front and chip away at what he famously referred to as Europe's soft underbelly, strongly urged a massive invasion of Italy. The United States, whose strategic eyes were firmly fixed on preparing for a future cross-channel invasion straight into France, initially hesitated but ultimately agreed. Italy was widely considered the weakest, most vulnerable partner of the Axis alliance. Its military was profoundly demoralized, its civilian population was absolutely exhausted by the endless war, and its bombastic dictator Benito Mussolini was rapidly losing his iron grip on the nation. The Allies reasoned that if Italy could be successfully knocked out of the fight, the German Reich would find itself dangerously isolated in southern Europe and would be violently forced to divert precious troops away from the Eastern Front and the coast of France. Thus began one of the most physically grueling, yet frequently overlooked military campaigns of the entire war. The slow, agonizing, blood-soaked crawl straight up the Italian peninsula. The very first step of this operation was the island of Sicily, codenamed Operation Husky. The assault was launched in July of 1943, and it stood as the absolute largest amphibious invasion ever attempted up to that point, heavily involving British, American, and Canadian forces. Moving quietly under the cover of pitch-black night, brave Allied paratroopers dropped far behind the enemy lines, while a massive armada of naval convoys carried heavily armed divisions directly toward the Sicilian beaches. The dawn landings were met with incredibly stiff, violent resistance, but the troops gradually managed to gain a solid foothold. Fierce, bloody battles raged all throughout the sun-baked hills and ancient towns of Sicily, with the German and Italian defenders stubbornly retreating while executing highly skilled, lethal rearguard actions. The island's incredibly rugged, mountainous terrain naturally favored the defending armies, but the absolute Allied superiority in the air and out on the sea ultimately proved to be decisive. As the island of Sicily slowly crumbled, massive political tremors violently shook the Italian mainland itself. The Italian public, having suffered immensely through years of chronic food shortages, devastating aerial bombings, and humiliating military defeats, had grown entirely sick of Mussolini's hollow, grandiose promises. The fascist Grand Council officially turned its back on him, and on July 25, 1943, Benito Mussolini was formally deposed and immediately arrested by the direct order of King Victor Emmanuel III. Overjoyed Italians flooded into the streets in absolute celebration, genuinely believing that the long nightmare of the war might finally be coming to a close. Yet the sudden fall of Mussolini did not automatically guarantee immediate peace. The German High Command, having correctly anticipated this exact betrayal, moved swiftly to aggressively occupy the Italian mainland, heavily reinforcing their defensive positions and preparing their troops to fight on. The Allies quickly followed up by invading the mainland itself. On September 3rd, 1943, British forces hopped across the narrow strait from Sicily directly into Calabria, striking the very toe of Italy's boot. Just a few days later, the primary Allied landings violently crashed ashore at Salerno during Operation Avalanche. But waiting patiently for them in the hills above the beaches were the Germans, operating under the brilliant command of Field Marshal Albert Kesselring. As the exhausted Allied troops struggled through the surf, incredibly fierce German counterattacks threatened to violently push them right back into the sea. For several agonizing days, the ultimate outcome hung delicately in the balance, defined by bloody, block-by-block street fighting and deafening artillery constantly pounding the sand. It was only through the massive support of heavy naval gunfire and sheer, unyielding determination that the Allies finally managed to secure their fragile foothold. On September 8th, the Italian government officially signed an armistice with the Allies, effectively pulling their nation out of the global conflict. But tragically, this diplomatic signature did not bring any semblance of peace to the bleeding peninsula. German forces moved with terrifying speed to violently disarm the remaining Italian troops, took absolute control over the vast majority of the country, and successfully rescued Mussolini in an incredibly daring glider-borne commando raid led by the infamous Otto Skorzeny. Hitler quickly propped his old ally back up, installing him as the puppet leader of the Italian Social Republic, a fragile shadow regime securely based up in northern Italy. The brutal war in Italy was far from finished. Instead of enjoying the promised sweetness of liberation, everyday Italians now found themselves hopelessly trapped between a ruthless German occupation and a massive, destructive Allied invasion. Their beautiful historic homeland had been permanently transformed into a scarred, bleeding battlefield. The Allied advance pushing northward proved to be an agonizingly slow, deeply frustrating crawl. The natural geography of Italy offered the defending Germans an absolute paradise. Towering mountain ranges, deep, rushing rivers, and incredibly narrow, easily choked valleys provided an endless series of natural, impenetrable fortifications. The Germans expertly constructed incredibly strong, layered defensive lines, most notably the formidable Gustav Line. This massive wall of defense was firmly anchored at Monte Cassino, where a magnificent, centuries-old Benedictine monastery sat proudly crowning a high hilltop, perfectly commanding the vital valley road leading straight to Rome. For agonizing, freezing months, the Allied armies violently battered their heads against these concrete defenses in what would become one of the absolute most brutal, unforgiving campaigns of the entire war. The horrific Battle of Monte Cassino perfectly epitomized the sheer agony of the Italian campaign. Beginning in the freezing mud of January 1944, the Allied forces launched wave after wave of repeated bloody assaults against the towering monastery and its surrounding heavily fortified heights. The intense combat was incredibly savage. Exhausted infantrymen desperately clawing their way uphill, while under a withering blanket of heavy machine gun fire, armored tanks hopelessly bogged down in the thick mud, and heavy artillery completely pulverizing ancient, quiet villages into unrecognizable rubble. Firmly believing that the German military had actively fortified the sacred monastery itself, the Allied command made the highly controversial decision to bomb it in February, violently reducing the ancient, beautiful building to a jagged pile of smoking ruins. In a cruel twist of tragic irony, the Germans had actually never occupied the building prior to the bombing, but immediately afterward they happily moved into the jagged rubble, using it as a near impenetrable concrete fortress. For several agonizing months, the blood-soaked battleground chewed up lives, heavily involving a diverse international coalition of Polish, Indian, New Zealand, French, American, and British troops. Thousands upon thousands of young men died miserably in the freezing mud and shattered ruins. It wasn't until May of 1944 that the exhausted Allies finally managed to break through the lines, with the brave soldiers of the Polish Second Corps proudly planting their national flag atop the shattered remains of the monastery. While the meat grinder at Monte Cassino continuously consumed lives, another incredibly bold strategic maneuver was actively unfolding along the coast. In January of 1944, the Allies confidently launched Operation Shingle, a massive amphibious landing at Anzio located just south of the capital of Rome. The ultimate goal was to completely outflank the heavy German defenses and rapidly speed up the sluggish advance toward the north. Initially, the surprise landing succeeded brilliantly, meeting very little armed opposition on the beaches. However, the cautious Allied commanders fatally hesitated to aggressively push their forces inland. This dreadful delay provided Kesselring with the exact window he needed to rapidly rush in heavy reinforcements and completely encircle the vulnerable beachhead. Incredibly fierce, claustrophobic fighting quickly ensued as the Allied troops suddenly found themselves hopelessly trapped, constantly bombarded by heavy artillery and facing relentless armored counterattacks. The bloody Battle of Anzio dragged on for several miserable months, fought inside waterlogged muddy trenches that felt terrifyingly reminiscent of the absolute worst days of the First World War. Finally, in late May of 1944, a series of highly coordinated, massive offensives successfully broke the brutal deadlock, and the grand city of Rome finally fell to the advancing Allies on June 4th, arriving just 2 short days before the massive D-Day landings in Normandy. The thrilling capture of Rome stood as a massive, towering symbolic victory. It was the very first Axis capital to be fully liberated by the Allies. Ecstatic crowds cheered wildly in the cobblestone streets, ancient church bells rang out across the rooftops, and for one brief beautiful moment, the eternal city could have finally breathed free. But the grinding war in Italy was absolutely far from finished. The German forces simply executed a highly disciplined retreat toward the north, expertly establishing brand new, heavily fortified defensive lines high up in the rugged Apennine Mountains. The brutal campaign agonizingly dragged late into 1944 and eventually bled into 1945, characterized by bitter, exhausting fighting, pushing through Florence, Bologna, and the flat expanse of the Po Valley. Absolutely every single mile of the advance was fiercely contested, and every single river crossing was heavily paid for in human blood. For the everyday civilian, the Italian campaign was an absolute waking nightmare. Quiet rural villages were routinely bombed from the sky, historic towns were heavily shelled by artillery, and incredibly fertile farmland was permanently churned into a wasteland of craters and barbed wire. Millions of innocent people were permanently displaced from their homes, and severe, aching hunger constantly stalked the countryside. Up in the northern regions, fierce partisan groups boldly rose up from the shadows. They actively sabotaged vital German supply lines, ruthlessly ambushed isolated military convoys, and engaged in bloody, localized skirmishes with remaining fascist loyalists. This incredible resistance movement, heavily fueled by the raw courage of perfectly ordinary Italians, rapidly became an absolutely crucial partner to the advancing Allies, quietly gathering priceless military intelligence and successfully tying down thousands of German troops. But the subsequent Nazi reprisals were unspeakably brutal. Horrific massacres, sweeping deportations, and casual public executions permanently scarred local communities. By the blooming spring of 1945, the absolute end was finally drawing near. The Allied forces launched one final massive offensive in April, successfully smashing right through the very last German defensive lines in the north. Major cities began to fall, one right after another. On April 25th, armed Italian partisans successfully captured Benito Mussolini as he was frantically attempting to flee the country toward the safety of Switzerland. Just 2 days later, he was unceremoniously executed. His battered body was hung upside down in a public square in Milan, serving as a grim, horrifying symbol of fascism's ultimate bloody collapse. Within a matter of days, the remaining German forces in Italy officially surrendered their weapons. The brutal Italian campaign had been incredibly long, exceedingly bloody, and it was very often unfairly overshadowed by the massive events unfolding on other fronts. The ultimate casualties were truly enormous. Hundreds of thousands of men were killed, severely wounded, or captured on both sides of the line, with the local civilian population suffering terribly throughout the ordeal. However, the grueling campaign successfully managed to tie down dozens of elite German divisions that otherwise might have been sent to fight on the beaches of France, or the freezing plains of Russia, actively draining vital, irreplaceable resources from the Reich. It also starkly revealed the severe limits of Churchill's famous soft underbelly theory. The actual terrain of Italy proved to be anything but soft. The towering mountain ranges had effectively turned every single square mile into a concrete fortress. Yet despite the horror, the campaign successfully achieved its primary strategic goals. The nation of Italy was entirely removed from the Axis alliance, and the vast Mediterranean Sea was firmly secured, and the German military was stretched thinner and thinner across the map. For the brave soldiers who actually fought there, the young Americans slogging through the freezing mud at Anzio, the proud Poles bleeding to death on the steep slopes of Monte Cassino, the Indians and Gurkhas expertly scaling sheer cliffs in the Apennines, and the French North Africans bravely charging through shattered villages, the grueling campaign was entirely unforgettable. For the Italian people, it was a deeply complicated, heartbreaking story of brutal occupation, joyful liberation, and a bloody civil war. An epic tale of immense suffering and raw courage, belonging to a proud nation that found itself hopelessly caught in the crossfire between global superpowers. The violent fall of Mussolini ultimately marked far more than just the political collapse of one single dictator. It perfectly symbolized the total undeniable unraveling of the fascist ideology across the European continent. Once upon a time, Mussolini had proudly strutted across the world stage as Hitler's absolute senior partner, loudly boasting of an eternal, glorious empire. By the spring of 1945, he died completely reviled, his broken body openly desecrated in the street by his very own people. His dark, violent fate stood as a stark, screaming warning to all tyrants and a blinding signal to the entire world that the Axis dream of total global domination was rapidly crumbling into dust. D-Day and the liberation of France. By the warm summer of 1944, the top Allied commanders clearly knew that securing ultimate victory in Europe strictly required one massive, undeniable achievement above all else: the total liberation of France. Ever since the dark summer of 1940, the proud country had been suffocating under the boot of Nazi occupation, its people forced to endure strict daily censorship, grueling forced labor, and the ever-present terrifying shadow of the Gestapo. Brave underground resistance fighters constantly risked their own lives engaging in daring acts of sabotage and maintaining highly secret, encrypted intelligence networks. But without a massive, full-scale Allied invasion, actual liberation was simply a physical impossibility. Over in the east, the bleeding Soviet Union had been aggressively, loudly demanding the opening of a second front for years, desperately needing to relieve the crushing military pressure on the Eastern Front. Now, following the successful, hard-fought campaigns across the deserts of North Africa and the mountains of Italy, and after several agonizing years of meticulous preparation, brilliant deception, and profound sacrifice, the Allies were finally ready to strike. They were going to violently storm the heavily fortified beaches of Normandy in what would become the absolute largest amphibious military operation in the history of the world. That fateful day was June 6, 1944, forever immortalized as D-Day. The sheer scope of the logistical planning had been absolutely immense. For several long months, the top Allied commanders fiercely debated exactly where the invasion should land. The absolute narrowest point of the English Channel, the Pas de Calais, seemed to be the most logical, straightforward choice, but for that very reason it was incredibly heavily defended by the Germans. The region of Normandy, located much farther to the west, offered wide, sweeping beaches and slightly weaker coastal defenses, even though its unpredictable tides, sheer cliffs, and an incredibly dense bocage hedgerow countryside posed massive, unique tactical difficulties. Operation Overlord, which served as the official code name for the Grand Invasion, required not only flawless military precision but also absolute airtight secrecy. Elaborate, highly complex deception operations, most notably the famous Operation Fortitude, successfully convinced the German High Command that the real primary invasion was undeniably going to strike at Calais. Entire armies of inflatable rubber tanks, a massive web of fake scripted radio traffic, and even the creation of a completely phantom army, supposedly commanded by the fearsome General George S. Patton, were brilliantly utilized to completely mislead and blind the enemy. The sheer size of the military force that finally assembled was truly staggering. Nearly 7,000 individual vessels gathered tightly along the southern coast of England. Massive grey warships, crowded troop transports, flat-bottomed landing craft, and heavily loaded supply vessels. Well over 150,000 anxious soldiers, drawn from the United States, Britain, Canada, and a host of other allied nations, quietly prepared themselves to cross the choppy waters of the Channel. Thousands upon thousands of allied aircraft completely filled the skies above, standing ready to provide a vital umbrella of air cover and safely transport the airborne paratroopers. The sheer mathematics of the logistics alone were absolutely breathtaking. Mountains of food, millions of rounds of ammunition, endless barrels of fuel, and the heavy equipment required to sustain an entire massive army had to be physically carried across the sea. Every single young soldier stepping onto those boats carried not only his heavy rifle but also the crushing, invisible weight of history upon his shoulders. In the pitch-black hours of the night right before the beach landings began, thousands of brave paratroopers were quietly dropped directly behind the enemy lines. The elite American airborne divisions, the legendary 82nd and 101st, landed in the absolute darkness near the small town of Saint-Mère-Église. They were specifically tasked with securing vital stone bridges and violently disrupting the German defensive networks before the sun came up. Meanwhile, British and Canadian paratroopers dropped silently near Pegasus Bridge, immediately engaging in fierce close-quarters firefights throughout the dense hedgerows and quiet sleeping villages. Tragically, a great many of these men were wildly scattered by high, unpredictable winds and blinding curtains of heavy anti-aircraft fire, ultimately landing miles away from their designated drop zones. Some of these brave men quietly drowned in deliberately flooded agricultural fields, hopelessly weighed down by their own heavy combat gear. Others miraculously managed to rally together into small, mixed groups, carrying out incredibly daring localized ambushes and stubbornly holding on to key rural crossroads until the heavier reinforcements could finally arrive from the beaches. Their absolute willingness to sacrifice themselves successfully sowed a massive, paralyzing wave of confusion among the German defenders. As dawn finally broke on June 6th, the massive grey invasion fleet materialized out of the mist just off the coast of Normandy. The massive Allied warships immediately opened fire, their towering naval guns thundering so loudly that they physically shook both the sea and the sky. The small, flat-bottomed landing craft surged aggressively forward through the surf, tightly packed with terrified seasick soldiers bracing themselves against the biting waves and their own blinding fear. The designated landing beaches had been given specific code names: Utah and Omaha for the advancing Americans, Golden Sword for the arriving British, and Juno for the brave Canadians. Every single one of these beaches would ultimately tell its very own unique story of unimaginable courage, bloody chaos, and profound, devastating loss. Over at Utah Beach, incredible fortune actually favored the American troops. Extremely strong, unexpected ocean currents carried the very first wave of landing craft significantly off their intended course, but this fortunate mistake ultimately placed them directly in front of a much weaker, poorly defended stretch of the coastline. They managed to successfully secure the sandy beach incredibly quickly, aggressively advancing inland while taking relatively few combat casualties. Over at Omaha Beach, however, the story was a completely different, absolute nightmare. The German coastal defenses were at their absolute strongest here, a terrifying, overlapping network of heavy machine gun nests, pre-sighted artillery, dense thickets of barbed wire, and thousands of hidden landmines. As the heavy steel ramps of the landing craft finally dropped down, the young soldiers were forced to wade through waist-deep, freezing water while stepping directly into a horrific, blinding storm of flying bullets and exploding shells. Many of these brave men were violently cut down before their boots ever even touched the dry sand. Lifeless bodies quickly littered the red-stained surf. Heavy amphibious tanks completely sank in the soft sand. Commanding officers fell dead to the ground, one right after another. For several agonizing, bloody hours, it genuinely appeared as though the Omaha landing might turn into an unmitigated disaster. Yet tiny, isolated groups of terrified survivors slowly began to crawl forward through the sand. They blasted crude gaps through the thick wire, expertly scaled the sheer, towering cliffs, and aggressively silenced the concrete bunkers with grenades. Through sheer, unimaginable human grit, Omaha Beach was finally won, though the victory came at a truly terrible, heartbreaking price. Well over 2,000 American casualties were recorded in just that one single morning. Over on the British and Canadian beaches, Gold, Juno, and Sword, the combat was incredibly fierce, but the tactical progress remained surprisingly steady. Combat engineers frantically worked to clear the lethal beach obstacles. Heavy armored tanks finally rolled up onto the shore, and the infantry aggressively pushed their way inland through the coastal villages. The Canadian troops fighting at Juno Beach faced an absolutely deadly wall of fire, but they miraculously managed to advance farther inland on D-Day than any other Allied force on the map. The British units successfully captured several key coastal towns and brilliantly managed to link up with their paratroopers waiting at Pegasus Bridge, firmly securing the vital eastern flank of the invasion. By the time night finally fell, despite suffering incredibly heavy, agonizing losses, 5 distinct, solid beachheads had been successfully established. The legendary Atlantic Wall, Adolf Hitler's great, supposedly impenetrable line of coastal defenses, had officially been breached. The ultimate liberation of France, however, was absolutely not secured in just one single day. The brutal Normandy campaign agonized and stretched on for weeks, heavily grinding its way through the thick hedgerows, shattered villages, and muddy agricultural fields. The claustrophobic bocage countryside, defined by its incredibly dense and ancient hedges and deeply sunken narrow lanes, massively favored the defending German army. The German forces, heavily bolstered by elite veteran panzer divisions, launched incredibly fierce, punishing counterattacks. Quiet, picturesque villages were violently reduced to smoking rubble. Heavy tanks were frequently ambushed at incredibly close, terrifying range. Exhausted soldiers routinely engaged in bitter, desperate hand-to-hand combat in the dirt. The tactical fighting was incredibly slow and enormously costly, with absolutely every single mile of ground being fiercely, bloodily contested. In late June, the Allied forces finally managed to capture the city of Cherbourg, securing an absolutely crucial deep-water port to funnel in supplies. Yet the true, massive tactical breakout didn't actually occur until July, with the launch of Operation Cobra, heavily spearheaded by the American forces. Thousands upon thousands of heavy bombers effectively carpet-bombed the entrenched German positions, violently blasting massive, smoking gaps straight through their defensive lines. American infantry and heavy armor rapidly surged right through the opening, aggressively racing across the wide, open French countryside. The defending German units, completely worn down by a relentless war of attrition and totally cut off from their vital supply lines, finally began to buckle and collapse. The Allied armies poured violently through the breach, completely encircling tens of thousands of trapped German troops inside what became known as the Falaise Pocket. The long, bloody road leading straight to Paris was finally completely open. The grand city of Paris itself had been suffering under the heavy boot of German occupation since 1940. The beautiful city of light, once a vibrant, beating cultural heart, had been forced to endure years of strict rationing, suffocating censorship, and constant daily fear. The brave underground French resistance only grew bolder and more aggressive as the Allied armies drew closer, staging massive armed uprisings and continuously sabotaging the remaining German forces. In August of 1944, the citizens of Paris finally rose up in an open, violent revolt, aggressively seizing control of local police stations and dragging furniture into the streets to construct heavy barricades. The Allied armies literally raced toward the city to join the fight. On August 25th, the proud French 2nd Armored Division, fighting squarely alongside American units, triumphantly entered the city limits. Massive, ecstatic crowds cheered wildly. Historic church bells rang out across the skyline, and General Charles de Gaulle proudly marched straight down the Champs-Élysées, officially declaring that Paris had been liberated. It stood as one of the most profoundly emotional, deeply moving moments of the entire war. A towering, undeniable symbol that the dark grip of Nazi tyranny was finally breaking. But this beautiful liberation came at an incredibly heavy, tragic cost. The quiet towns and quaint villages of Normandy lay in absolute jagged ruins, thoroughly bombed and heavily shelled into mountains of grey rubble. Innocent civilians had suffered terribly, hopelessly caught in the deadly crossfire between the advancing and retreating armies, routinely bombed from the sky and violently driven from their ancestral homes. Tens of thousands of innocent French citizens were tragically killed during the intense fighting, and those who survived were left facing the monumental, heartbreaking task of rebuilding their completely shattered lives. Yet their profound sacrifices, standing right alongside those of the young, bleeding soldiers, ultimately made the dream of true freedom a reality. From a purely strategic standpoint, D-Day and the subsequent liberation of France completely changed everything about the war. It permanently handed the Allies a massive, undeniable physical foothold in Western Europe, successfully allowing them to launch sweeping offensives straight into Belgium, up through the Netherlands, and ultimately right into the very heart of Germany itself. It massively relieved the crushing military pressure on the Soviet Union, finally fulfilling the long-held promise of opening a true second front. It provided a stunning, undeniable demonstration of the sheer unstoppable power of Allied cooperation. Beautifully merging American industrial might, meticulous British tactical planning, raw Canadian valor, fierce French resistance, and the combined efforts of countless other nations, all completely united in a single righteous purpose. For the brave soldiers who actually fought in the sand and the hedgerows, those visceral memories absolutely never faded away. Some men spoke quietly of the blinding, paralyzing terror they felt on the beaches, of dear comrades tragically lost in the churning surf, and of the strange, eerie beauty of the early dawn breaking over the English Channel. Others fondly remembered the overwhelming, tearful gratitude of the liberated French villagers who eagerly offered fresh flowers and bottles of hidden wine to the dusty, utterly exhausted liberators. D-Day was a profound mixture of both unspeakable horror and glorious triumph. It was a day where mass death and joyous liberation were permanently bound together in a single unforgettable 24 hours. The complete liberation of France certainly did not end the global war, but it absolutely marked the definitive beginning of the end. Adolf Hitler's iron grip on the throat of Western Europe was officially permanently broken. The crumbling Reich was now facing massive, heavily armed enemies aggressively advancing from the west, the east, and the south, all at once. Even though a great many bloody battles still lay ahead in the future, the freezing Ardennes, the crossing of the Rhine, and the apocalyptic fall of Berlin itself, the great tide of the war had officially, irreversibly turned. D-Day and the liberation of France remain permanently etched in our collective human memory, not merely as brilliant military feats, but as towering immortal symbols of pure hope and international unity. They stand as a powerful reminder that dark tyranny, no matter how deeply entrenched it may appear, can absolutely be overcome when free nations stand firmly together. The sandy beaches of Normandy, which were once completely soaked in human blood, stand today as incredibly solemn places of quiet pilgrimage, where endless, perfect rows of pristine white crosses silently face the crashing sea. They stand forever as silent, proud witnesses to unimaginable sacrifice, raw human courage, and the enduring fundamental belief that freedom is ultimately worth any price. The Battle of the Bulge and Germany's last gamble. By the freezing late months of 1944, the massive Allied war machine seemed absolutely, completely unstoppable. The nation of France had been successfully liberated, the streets of Paris were finally free, and the combined Allied armies were aggressively pressing their weight right against the German border. Meanwhile, advancing from the east, the massive Red Army was thundering relentlessly forward, violently smashing its way through Eastern Europe and quietly preparing to cross directly into Germany itself. To a great many outside observers, the brutal war looked as though it were already nearly won. Yet Adolf Hitler, now deeply isolated inside his subterranean headquarters and completely obsessed with dark, delusional visions of magically reversing his fate, was quietly preparing one final, desperate, massive stroke. He firmly believed that if the German military could somehow violently split the Western Allies right down the middle, successfully sow massive, paralyzing panic, and completely recapture the tactical initiative, the ultimate outcome of the war might actually change. Born directly out of this desperate, feverish dream of a grand reversal came the massive Ardennes offensive, a brutal, freezing conflict that the world would eventually remember as the Battle of the Bulge. The Ardennes was a massive, incredibly dense forest region that stretched endlessly across the borders of Belgium and Luxembourg. It was a rugged, challenging landscape defined by towering pine trees, deeply rolling hills, and incredibly narrow winding valleys. It was absolutely not an obvious, logical place to launch a massive armored military attack. Back in the spring of 1940, the German forces had brilliantly surged through this exact same region to completely surprise the French army. But by the winter of 1944, the vast majority of Allied military planners arrogant considered it to be a completely quiet, practically dead sector. Severely exhausted American infantry divisions were specifically stationed out there simply to rest and recover, quietly manning dangerously thin defensive lines with only a limited supply of heavy weapons. A brutal, freezing winter had fully set in, completely blanketing the rugged landscape in deep, blinding snow and incredibly thick, soupy fog. To the confident Allies, it genuinely seemed like the absolutely perfect place for a bit of quiet. Absolutely no one expected Adolf Hitler to violently strike there, but Hitler had specifically chosen that exact location for that very reason. His grand, highly secretive plan, officially codenamed Operation Watch on the Rhine, aimed to violently smash a massive hole straight through the Ardennes with heavy armored divisions, successfully cross the Meuse River, and ultimately capture the absolutely vital deep-water port of Antwerp. By successfully achieving this, he deeply hoped to physically cut off the British armies from the Americans, completely fracture their political alliance, and violently force a negotiated, desperate peace settlement in the West, which would finally allow Germany to turn the absolute entirety of its military might against the advancing Soviets. It was an incredibly audacious, deeply desperate plan, heavily fraught with monumental risk. Germany's natural resources were already stretched dangerously thin, their vital aviation and tank fuel supplies were incredibly scarce, and their ranks of highly experienced veteran soldiers were severely depleted. Yet, Hitler absolutely demanded that the operation go forward, and his top generals, despite being deeply doubtful of success, obediently followed their orders. On the freezing, pitch-black morning of December 16, 1944, the massive German offensive violently kicked off. Moving under the cover of the freezing pre-dawn darkness, well over 200,000 German troops and nearly 1,000 heavy tanks surged aggressively forward, heavily supported by a massive earth-shattering artillery barrage. The quiet, sleeping forest suddenly erupted into a blinding wall of explosions. Isolated American outposts, completely caught off guard by the sheer scale of the assault, were rapidly, violently overrun. The incredibly thick, freezing fog completely grounded the Allied aircraft, instantly removing their absolute greatest tactical advantage from the board. Elite panzer divisions composed of battle-hardened veterans who had survived years of brutal warfare drove relentlessly westward, easily crushing the incredibly thin American defensive lines. Total paralyzing confusion reigned across the battlefield. Individual units were quickly cut off and surrounded. Vital communication wires were physically severed. German commandos, who were deliberately dressed in stolen American military uniforms, quietly infiltrated deep behind the lines, deliberately spreading terrifying rumors, physically changing the directional road signs, and successfully sowing absolute widespread chaos. Crucial bridges were rapidly captured, quiet villages were violently seized, and the stunned American troops were forcefully pushed into a series of desperate, bloody retreats. Within a matter of days, the massive German advance had successfully punched incredibly deep into Allied territory, physically creating a massive, highly visible bulge in the map of the front lines, hence the battle's famous name. For the young American soldiers, many of whom were completely green and brand new to actual combat, the massive surprise attack was a waking, freezing nightmare. At places like Bastogne, St. Vith, and countless other small, unnamed villages, they fought like absolute lions just to slow down the German advance. At the vital crossroads town of Bastogne, the legendary 101st Airborne Division rushed in specifically to hold the town, only to quickly find themselves completely hopelessly surrounded by the enemy. They were entirely cut off from their vital supply lines, literally freezing to death down in their snowy foxholes and running dangerously low on basic ammunition, yet they held on to the town with a grim, unshakable determination. When a formal German delegation confidently arrived to demand their immediate surrender, General Anthony McAuliffe famously issued a defiant, one-word written reply: nuts. That single sarcastic word quickly became absolutely legendary, serving as a towering, beautiful symbol of pure American defiance right in the middle of utter desperation. The brutal, freezing weather proved to be just as much of a lethal enemy as the German army itself. Heavy, blinding snowstorms completely blanketed the Ardennes forest. The daily temperatures violently plunged far below the freezing point. Exhausted soldiers huddled tightly together in icy, waterlogged foxholes, their combat boots completely soaked through with severe frostbite routinely claiming their fingers and toes. German soldiers wearing white camouflage cloaks seamlessly blended into the blowing snow. Heavy machine guns literally froze completely solid in the night, and vital transport vehicles constantly stalled out in the bitter cold. The daily visibility was incredibly poor, which made sudden close-quarters ambushes incredibly terrifying and exceptionally deadly. Many of the men who survived the ordeal later recalled that the bone-chilling cold, The gnawing hunger and the sheer mind-numbing exhaustion were actually far worse than the incoming enemy fire. Yet, as the freezing days slowly passed, massive fatal cracks finally began to appear in the grand German offensive. Severe, crippling fuel shortages completely plagued their rapid advance. Without the necessary gasoline, the mighty, terrifying tanks were reduced to nothing more than idle steel targets. Brave American engineers deliberately blew up vital bridges and massive fuel depots, aggressively denying the Germans the exact resources they desperately needed to keep moving. The American resistance slowly began to stiffen at several key strategic choke points, effectively killing the German momentum. At the town of Saint-Vite, an incredibly stubborn, bloody defense mounted by severely outnumbered American units successfully delayed the German armor, crucially, fatally disrupting Hitler's rigid timetable. Every single hour that was lost slowly, methodically weakened Hitler's grand gamble. By December 23rd, the freezing grey skies finally cleared. The massive Allied air power, which had been frustratingly grounded by the thick fog for days, suddenly roared back to life with a vengeance. Sleek fighter planes and heavy bombers mercilessly strafed the exposed German convoys, violently smashed their vital supply lines, and relentlessly pounded the advancing armor from above. The freezing paratroopers trapped inside Bastogne were finally, joyfully resupplied from the air. The great tide of the battle was visibly turning, and then, riding to the rescue, came General George S. Patton's legendary Third Army. Moving with absolutely astonishing, record-breaking speed, he brilliantly pivoted his entire massive force directly toward the north, executing a grueling forced march straight through the snow and ice, specifically to relieve the men at Bastogne. By December 26th, Patton's heavy tanks violently broke through the German encirclement, successfully linking up with the exhausted, freezing defenders. Bastogne had miraculously held, and with that massive victory, the entire German offensive rapidly began to unravel. The brutal close-quarters fighting, however, continued to rage well into the month of January. The retreating German forces fought back with a fierce, bitter desperation, completely unwilling to yield an inch of ground. Tiny, shattered villages violently changed hands multiple times. The pristine, snowy forests were left completely littered with the burned-out husks of heavy tanks and thousands of frozen, lifeless bodies. The human casualties mounted at a truly terrifying rate on both sides of the line. In the very end, well over 80,000 American soldiers were listed as killed, wounded, or missing in action, officially making it the absolute bloodiest single battle fought by the United States Army during the entirety of the war. The ultimate German losses were even more staggering. They lost well over 100,000 irreplaceable men, thousands of tanks, and hundreds of aircraft that their crumbling industry could absolutely never replace. From a purely strategic standpoint, the Battle of the Bulge was a completely catastrophic final disaster for Germany. Hitler had foolishly gambled the absolute very last of his armored reserves and highly trained manpower on this desperate offensive. Once those resources were lost in the snow, Germany had absolutely nothing left in the tank with which to mount any major attacks in the West. The long, bloody road leading straight into Germany now lay completely, incredibly open. Over in the east, the massive Soviet army was quietly preparing its very own earth-shattering winter offensive, getting ready to press aggressively toward the capital of Berlin. The grand, delusional dream of physically dividing the Western Allies had completely, utterly failed. Yet the battle ultimately revealed far more than just military strategy. It beautifully, powerfully showcased the unbelievable raw resilience of the perfectly ordinary soldier. The young, terrified GIs who stubbornly dug their boots into the frozen, unyielding ground. The exhausted, freezing paratroopers who completely refused to even consider the word surrender. The brave tank crews who fought relentlessly onward despite facing completely overwhelming mathematical odds. it also served as a profound ultimate test of Allied unity. Although they were initially caught completely by surprise, the Allied forces recovered their balance incredibly quickly, brilliantly coordinating massive reinforcements and devastating air power to successfully launch a massive counterattack. Far from physically dividing them as Hitler had intended, the terrifying German offensive actually strengthened their mutual determination. For the innocent civilians living in Belgium and Luxembourg, the freezing battle was simply another tragic, agonizing chapter of human suffering. Quiet villages were bombed into dust, historic homes were completely destroyed, and entire families were permanently displaced in the freezing, bitter cold. Many of these brave civilians actively aided the Allies by passing along vital intelligence or offering quiet shelter, while others were forced to endure horrific, bloody reprisals from the bitter, retreating Germans. Towns like Bastogne, Malmedy, and Uffalise quickly became globally synonymous with both unspeakable tragedy and towering, undeniable courage. At the crossroads of Malmedy, dozens of captured, unarmed American prisoners of war were brutally massacred in cold blood by ruthless SS troops, a horrific, undeniable war crime that deeply shocked the entire world and instantly, permanently steeled the Allied resolve. The historical legacy of the Battle of the Bulge was deeply, profoundly immense. For the United States, it permanently cemented itself as an immortal story of pure, raw endurance, a legendary tale of young, ordinary men who were violently thrown into absolute chaos, yet somehow managed to stand firm against the absolute final fury of the dying Reich. For Germany, it officially marked the total, absolute death of hope. The massive offensive completely drained their final reserves, leaving the entire Western Front dangerously, fatally vulnerable to the upcoming Allied advance across the Rhine. For the continent of Europe, it left behind yet another deep, bleeding scar. Ancient forests absolutely filled with unmarked graves, shattered villages slowly trying to rebuild from the rubble, and the permanent haunting memories of a freezing winter defined by pure fear. When the smoke finally cleared, the exhausted survivors spoke quietly of the pristine white snow being deeply stained with bright red blood, of the eerie, silent forests entirely littered with burning wreckage, and of their dear comrades sitting frozen solid exactly where they had fallen. They warmly remembered the overwhelming, tearful relief of the grey skies finally clearing, the deafening, beautiful thunder of the Allied planes returning overhead, and that miraculous, unforgettable moment when Patton's heavy tanks finally broke through the lines to relieve Bastogne. They remembered the single word, nuts, echoing loudly as a defiant, beautiful joke laughed right in the face of death. And they remembered that even in the absolute coldest, darkest winter, when the ultimate outcome of the entire world seemed deeply, terrifyingly uncertain, sheer, stubborn human determination had somehow carried them through. The Battle of the Bulge was Adolf Hitler's absolute last, desperate gamble, his final, bloody attempt to magically change the inevitable course of the war in the West. It failed completely, and falling right along with it were the very last fading illusions of a Nazi victory. From that freezing, snowy forest, the bloody path led in only one possible direction, straight into the heart of Germany, across the waters of the Rhine, and ultimately straight to the ashes of Berlin. The fall of Berlin and the collapse of the Reich. By the early months of 1945, the German Reich was teetering right on the absolute edge of total, unmitigated destruction. Pushing hard from the west, the massive Allied armies had successfully crossed the Rhine and were aggressively pushing their way deep into the vital industrial heartland of the Ruhr. Crashing in from the east, the massive, vengeful Red Army thundered relentlessly toward the banks of the Oder River, sitting just a few short miles away from the city limits of Berlin. Major German cities lay completely in jagged ruins. The national transport network was entirely collapsing, and terrified German civilians frantically fled in endless, chaotic columns of refugees, desperately trying to stay ahead of the advancing armies. The glorious 1,000-year Reich that Adolf Hitler had so loudly promised the world was completely disintegrating after a mere 12 years, and its violent, apocalyptic final act would completely play out in the shattered streets and deep concrete bunkers of Berlin. The true story of the fall of Berlin is absolutely not just a dry recitation of military maneuvers on a map. It is the deeply tragic, terrifying tale of an entire nation in total collapse, of innocent civilians hopelessly caught in the middle of a firestorm, of exhausted soldiers fighting an absolutely hopeless battle, and of delusional leaders clinging desperately to complete fantasy. It is a dark and heavy story defined by brutal vengeance and violent justice, of raging fire and absolute ruin, and of an apocalyptic ending that would permanently define the entire century. Adolf Hitler, growing increasingly deeply isolated inside his subterranean Führer bunker buried deep beneath the Reich Chancellery, absolutely refused to face the reality of the situation. He frantically issued military orders to ghost divisions that simply no longer existed, loudly commanded massive counterattacks from combat units that had been completely shattered weeks prior, and screamed with absolute rage against his own generals, wildly accusing them of treason and betrayal. His once proud inner circle, now completely stripped of any lingering hope, continued to either blindly obey his commands or cower quietly in the corners. All around him, the claustrophobic bunker was tightly packed with nervous secretaries, sweating officers, and exhausted aides, all living in a bizarre, surreal twilight world defined by flickering electric lights, stale, recycled air, and the deep, distant, terrifying rumble of Soviet artillery that was growing louder and closer by the day. Meanwhile, up on the surface, the city of Berlin frantically prepared, if such a word could even be used, for its ultimate fiery fate. The grand city, which had once proudly boasted of massive, sweeping boulevards, vibrant theaters, and towering monuments, was already deeply, heavily scarred by years of relentless Allied bombing raids. Entire, sprawling neighborhoods lay in jagged, gray rubble. Access to clean water and electricity was incredibly sporadic. Basic food was terrifyingly scarce, yet now, with the vengeful Soviets rapidly closing in, the crumbling Nazi regime loudly demanded even more blood and sacrifice from its people. Elderly men and young, terrified boys were forcefully conscripted into the Volkssturm, a desperate ragtag people's militia. They were handed bolt-action rifles left over from another era, or occasionally armed with single-shot Panzerfausts, despite receiving absolutely zero actual military training. Brainwashed members of the Hitler Youth, many of them barely even teenagers, were ordered to stubbornly hold local street corners to the death. Exhausted civilians frantically dug deep trenches and erected crude barricades out of rubble, knowing deep in their hearts that they were about to face the most battle-hardened, utterly ruthless army in the entire world. On April 16th, 1945, the absolute final apocalyptic Soviet offensive officially began. Positioned right along the banks of the Oder River, Marshal Georgy Zhukov unleashed one of the absolute greatest, most terrifying artillery barrages in the entire history of human warfare. Thousands upon thousands of heavy guns thundered all at exactly the same moment, physically shaking the earth for miles in every direction. The massive Red Army surged violently forward, their ultimate objective completely clear: Berlin. The German resistance was incredibly fierce at the Seelow Heights, which served as the absolute last natural defensive barrier standing before the capital city. The desperate German defenders fought like absolute lions, inflicting incredibly heavy, bloody casualties, but the sheer, overwhelming Soviet tide was completely unstoppable. Within a matter of days, the Soviet forces poured violently across the river and pressed relentlessly westward. Simultaneously, other massive Soviet armies swung heavily up from the south, completely encircling the doomed capital. By April 25th, the city of Berlin was entirely surrounded. The Soviet noose was pulled tight, and trapped inside, more than 2 million terrified civilians braced themselves for the incoming storm. The brutal battle for Berlin was absolutely unlike any other engagement of the war. It was fought street by bloody street and shattered house by shattered house. Soviet soldiers advanced carefully through the rubble while heavy tanks rolled slowly down the grand avenues, their massive main guns violently blasting entire apartment buildings into dust. Hidden snipers lurked quietly in the shattered windows above. Heavy machine guns rattled endlessly from the darkened cellars below. The German defenders purposefully turned every single intersection into a lethal fortress, using the jagged rubble as heavy barricades, burying explosive mines deep down in the city sewers, and unleashing jets of fire from flamethrowers in the narrow, choked alleys. For the advancing Red Army, men who had been thoroughly hardened by years of unimaginable brutal combat in places like Stalingrad, Kursk, and Leningrad, this was the absolute final reckoning. Many of these soldiers were actively seeking brutal personal vengeance for the unspeakable atrocities the Germans had previously committed into their own homeland. The civilian population suffered absolutely terribly during the fighting. Terrified women deeply feared the horrific wave of violence and assault that inevitably swept in right alongside the conquering troops. Exhausted families huddled tightly together in pitch-black basements, desperately praying to somehow survive the endless bombardment and the violent infantry assaults going on right above their heads. Massive, uncontrollable fires completely consumed block after city block until the entire skyline of the city glowed an angry demonic red against the pitch-black night sky. Deep inside the Führer bunker, Hitler's tiny, delusional world rapidly shrank. Grim reports arrived hourly, detailing completely lost city districts, shattered defensive divisions, and high-level betrayals. He screamed at his remaining generals, ruthlessly sacked his top commanders, and bitterly cursed his very own people, claiming they had ultimately failed him and deserved their fiery fate. Yet he absolutely refused to flee the city of Berlin, loudly declaring that he would die right there in the capital. His remaining companions, Eva Braun, who had been his devoted mistress for many years, the loyal secretaries who still dutifully typed up his manic orders, and the few remaining ministers who still desperately clung to the illusion of power, all lived together in a heavy atmosphere of complete, surreal denial. Formal dinners were eaten while heavy Soviet shells physically shook the concrete walls. Strange rushed marriages were legally performed as the artillery thundered relentlessly right overhead. In one absolute, final, bizarre gesture of loyalty, Hitler officially married Eva Braun on April 29th. The very next day, with the Soviet troops fighting just a few short blocks away, he quietly dictated his final political testament, once again venomously blaming the Jewish people for the entire war, bitterly condemning his top generals, and absurdly urging the German people to keep fighting on. Then, on April 30th, 1945, Adolf Hitler officially took his own life with a single pistol shot to the head, while Eva Braun swallowed a lethal cyanide capsule right beside him. Their lifeless bodies were quickly carried up the stairs and burned in the ruined Chancellery garden above, completely consumed in the smoking wreckage of the very Reich they had proudly built. Even with Hitler officially dead, the brutal street fighting raged heavily on. Joseph Goebbels, Hitler's infamous propaganda minister, very briefly assumed leadership of the crumbling state, but cowardly killed himself and his entire family just a few days later. Other high-ranking Nazi officials desperately attempted to either flee the city or blindly negotiate a surrender. But the city of Berlin had completely dissolved into pure, unadulterated chaos. Soviet troops aggressively pressed their way right through the city center, proudly raising the red Soviet flag high over the shattered dome of the Reichstag on May 2nd, a deeply profound, monumental moment that was perfectly captured in one of the absolute most famous, iconic photographs of the entire war. The ultimate towering symbol of Nazi power had officially fallen. The city of Berlin was entirely in Soviet hands. The ultimate human cost of this final battle was deeply, unimaginably immense. Nearly 80,000 Soviet soldiers were killed in action, and well over 250,000 were severely wounded during the final bloody assault. The German military losses were completely staggering, with hundreds of thousands of men listed as killed, captured, or missing in the rubble. The innocent civilians suffered in numbers that are practically impossible to accurately calculate. Tens of thousands of people were killed instantly in the heavy bombardments. Countless others became tragic, silent victims of rampant starvation, random violence, or absolute crushing despair. The once mighty, shining capital of the German Reich was now nothing more than a shattered, smoking ruin, its grand streets entirely littered with corpses, its historic monuments deeply scarred by fire, and its surviving people completely psychologically broken. For the nation of Germany, the total fall of Berlin marked the absolute end of the line. On May 7th, high-ranking German officials officially signed the documents of unconditional surrender at Reims, France. The very next day, on May 8th, the surrender was formally ratified inside the ruined city of Berlin itself. The horrific war in Europe was officially, finally, over. Massive, jubilant crowds completely filled the streets of London, Paris, and New York, ecstatically celebrating Victory in Europe Day, VE Day. Yet inside the ash-covered city of Berlin, there was absolutely no celebration to be found. There was only a deafening, heavy silence and profound, suffocating grief. For the exhausted survivors, the fall of the city represented a deeply confusing mixture of both total liberation and absolute devastation. Some people felt an overwhelming, tearful relief that the long nightmare was finally over. Others, deeply terrified, feared exactly what was coming for them next. Millions of desperate refugees streamed slowly across a continent that had been completely broken by the war, endlessly searching for childhood homes that simply no longer existed. Shattered families openly mourned for their loved ones, those tragically lost in the heat of battle, those murdered in the death camps, those crushed in the bombings, and those quietly buried in the shadows of Berlin's ruins. Advancing Allied troops slowly began to uncover horrifying, undeniable evidence of systemic crimes that deeply, permanently shocked the collective conscience of the entire world. They unlocked the gates of the concentration camps, exposing the brutal reality of the final solution and the cold, industrial machinery of genocide. The physical, military defeat of the German Reich was completely absolute, but the deep, heavy moral reckoning of what had happened had only just begun. The haunting, ash-covered image of Berlin in 1945 remains permanently, deeply etched in human history. A grand city totally engulfed in flames, exhausted soldiers proudly raising flags over the jagged ruins, and terrified civilians slowly emerging from their dark basements into a world that had been completely, violently transformed. It marked the absolute bloody end of one era and the violent, terrifying birth of another. The 1,000-year Reich was completely gone, its cruel leaders either dead or being actively hunted down, its dark, grandiose dreams permanently turned to blowing ash. Rising up from those very same ashes would eventually come not only new, divided Germanies in the east and west, but an entirely new modern world order permanently shaped by the war's terrible, unimaginable cost. The bloody fall of Berlin was absolutely not just the end of a single military battle. It was the absolute end of the Second World War on the European continent. It was the beautiful, quiet moment when the heavy guns finally, permanently fell silent on the very same continent where the horrific conflict had first begun. It served as the ultimate, undeniable proof that dark tyranny, built entirely upon a foundation of fear and violence, can absolutely never endure forever. and it stands as a permanent, chilling warning carved deeply in stone and human blood of exactly what happens when absolute power goes completely unchecked and basic humanity is entirely abandoned. Hiroshima, Nagasaki, and Japan's surrender. The heavy artillery of Europe had finally fallen completely silent in May of 1945. But far across the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean, the war continued to rage with an absolutely terrifying, unyielding ferocity. The Empire of Japan, despite being severely battered, bleeding, and hopelessly cornered, absolutely refused to surrender. Entire sprawling Japanese cities already lay in smoking, charred ruins, heavily decimated by relentless firebombing campaigns orchestrated by the American military. Their once proud, supposedly invincible navy had been completely, utterly shattered in massive clashes at Midway, Leyte Gulf, and countless other bloody naval engagements. Their exhausted armies had been violently pushed back from the jungles of Burma, driven out of the Philippines, and completely expelled from the vital islands of the Central Pacific. Yet, the leadership in Tokyo remained stubbornly, fiercely defiant. To truly understand exactly why the final apocalyptic days of the war in Asia unfolded with such unbelievable intensity, one must look not only at the dire military situation, but also deeply into the complex ancient cultural mindset that ultimately shaped Japan's fatal choices. For many centuries, the proud Japanese warriors had deeply embraced a strict, unyielding code of honor that was firmly rooted in the ancient samurai tradition. The very concept of surrender was viewed as profoundly, unspeakably shameful. Death was always considered infinitely preferable to the disgrace of capture. This ancient martial ethos, dangerously fused with a rabid modern brand of nationalism, meant that even when staring directly into the face of absolute certain defeat, the national leaders aggressively urged their people to resist until the bitter end. Japanese soldiers literally fought to the very last bleeding man on remote volcanic islands like Iwo Jima and Okinawa. The civilian population, too, was heavily drawn into this desperate, suicidal struggle, armed with sharpened bamboo spears and actively, formally trained to violently resist the massive expected American invasion. The Japanese high command quietly, grimly prepared for an apocalyptic final battle on the home islands themselves. They deeply, cynically hoped that they could inflict such massive, unacceptable casualties upon the invading American forces that the leadership in Washington would finally be forced to negotiate a peace treaty rather than continuing to demand an absolute, unconditional surrender. The American leadership, however, had absolutely no intention of ever coming to the negotiating table. President Franklin D. Roosevelt had tragically passed away in April, leaving Vice President Harry S. Truman to suddenly step into the role of president. Truman, a blunt, incredibly decisive man, had just inherited a massive, bloody war that seemed perfectly poised to drag on indefinitely. The massive, complex blueprints for the ground invasion of Japan, officially designated as Operation Downfall, were already being planned out in meticulous, terrifying detail. The very first stage, codenamed Operation Olympic, was scheduled to violently target Kyushu, the southernmost of Japan's main home islands, in November of 1945. The second massive stage, codenamed Operation Coronet, would then strike the main island of Honshu, landing perilously close to Tokyo itself in the spring of 1946. The cold, mathematical military estimates predicted hundreds of thousands of American casualties and perhaps even upward of 1 million dead and wounded. The projected Japanese losses, counting both the military and the civilian populations alike, would be absolutely, incomprehensibly staggering. For an American nation that was already deeply, thoroughly exhausted by years of total war, such a bloody prospect was incredibly daunting. But right as these massive invasion plans were taking final shape, a completely new, terrifying weapon quietly entered the stage. a weapon absolutely unlike anything the world had ever seen before. Operating in absolute, total secrecy for years, the United States government had been actively developing an atomic bomb. The massive, sprawling effort known as the Manhattan Project, brilliantly led by theoretical physicist J. Robert Oppenheimer and the pragmatic General Leslie Groves, had successfully brought together the absolute brightest, most visionary scientific minds of the modern age. Working endlessly inside hidden, highly classified laboratories located at Los Alamos, Oak Ridge, and Hanford, they had successfully managed to split the atom, learning how to harness its absolutely devastating elemental energy. By the hot summer of 1945, the terrifying weapon was finally ready. On July 16th, out in the remote, barren desert of New Mexico, the very first successful test took place. The crude device, affectionately nicknamed the Gadget, violently exploded in a blinding, terrifying flash of light. A massive, churning mushroom cloud rose miles into the atmosphere. The intense, unimaginable heat literally melted the desert floor into smooth green glass. The brilliant scientists who witnessed the blast stood paralyzed in a mixture of profound awe and absolute creeping dread. Oppenheimer would later famously recall a chilling line from ancient Hindu scripture bouncing through his mind: "Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds." President Truman, who was currently attending the vital Potsdam Conference in Germany, quietly received the encrypted word of the successful test. For him, this terrifying new weapon changed absolutely everything. The heavy, agonizing choice currently sitting before Truman was incredibly stark. He could either use the bomb to instantly, violently force Japan's surrender, or he could launch a massive, bloody ground invasion that would cost countless lives. American military leaders fiercely debated the complex morality and the actual tactical necessity of utilizing the weapon. Some men strongly argued that the ongoing, relentless conventional bombing campaigns and the suffocating naval blockade would soon, inevitably starve Japan into submission. Others firmly believed that only a sudden, completely shocking, apocalyptic blow could finally break the political deadlock in Tokyo. Ultimately, Truman made the heavy decision that the bomb would be used. He believed it would end the long war quickly, successfully save countless American lives, and serve as a towering, terrifying demonstration to the rest of the world, particularly the watching Soviet Union, of the absolute unrivaled new power that the United States now possessed. On the morning of August 6, 1945, the historic mission was finally carried out. A silver B-29 bomber named the Enola Gay, piloted and commanded by Colonel Paul Tibbets, lifted heavily off the runway from the small island of Tinian. Its primary target was the city of Hiroshima, a location of definite military significance, but also a bustling, highly populated civilian center home to over 300,000 people. The heavy bomb, codenamed Little Boy, was a highly complex uranium-based weapon. At exactly 8:15 in the morning, the bomb was released from the bay doors. It fell silently through the air for 43 seconds before violently detonating exactly 1,900 feet above the city center. What followed in the next few milliseconds completely defies human description. A blinding flash significantly brighter than the sun itself entirely lit up the sky. A massive churning fireball, burning hotter than the actual surface of the sun, instantly consumed absolutely everything within hundreds of yards of the hypercenter. Traditional wooden homes burst into flames instantly. Heavy reinforced concrete buildings simply collapsed into dust. Everyday people casually walking down the street were literally vaporized in a fraction of a second, leaving nothing behind but their dark shadows permanently burned into the surviving stone walls. A massive, invisible shockwave rushed outward, violently flattening nearly 5 square miles of the dense city. Within a matter of mere moments, tens of thousands of human beings were instantly dead. Massive, uncontrollable fires rapidly spread in every direction, quickly turning the entirety of Hiroshima into a roaring, inescapable sea of flame. Those who somehow miraculously survived the initial terrifying blast were immediately faced with unimaginable, horrific nightmares. Skin literally hung in loose, peeling strips from their bodies. Their eyes were completely permanently blinded by the intense flash of the detonation. Severe radiation burns covered their exposed flesh in grotesque, bizarre patterns, specifically where their clothing had managed to shield some parts but not others. Dazed, terrified people stumbled blindly through the smoking ruins in absolute silence, their bodies completely blackened by the heat. And then came the radiation, the silent, invisible killer. Days later, many of the seemingly uninjured survivors suddenly developed soaring fevers, rapid hair loss, and violent vomiting. Countless people who had initially appeared to be perfectly fine ended up dying slow, incredibly agonizing deaths. In the blink of an eye, the vibrant city of Hiroshima had completely ceased to exist as a functioning human settlement. Just 3 short days later, on August 9th, a second atomic bomb was dropped from the sky. The designated target this time was Nagasaki, a busy port city packed with massive shipyards and heavy military industries. The original target for the morning had actually been the city of Kokura, but heavy, thick cloud cover forced the bomber crew to divert at the last minute. At exactly 11:02 in the morning, the heavy plutonium-based bomb nicknamed Fat Man violently exploded. The natural rolling terrain of Nagasaki, its deep hills and steep valleys, did somewhat limit the absolute sweeping range of the destruction. But the results were still completely, unimaginably catastrophic. More than 40,000 people died instantly in the flash. Tens of thousands more perished in agony over the following weeks. Between the attacks on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, well over 100,000 people were killed outright in the initial blasts. By the end of 1945, the lingering effects of radiation and severe injuries pushed the final death toll to well over 200,000 souls. The vast, overwhelming majority of these victims were perfectly ordinary civilians, men, women, and small children who had absolutely no voice whatsoever in their nation's fateful military decisions. For the surviving victims, deeply respected and known in Japan as the hibakusha, the terrible ordeal continued for decades. A great many suffered from aggressive cancers, severe birth defects in their children, and deep, painful social stigma within their own country. Their incredibly brave, heartbreaking testimony became a permanent, haunting reminder of the true, unfathomable human cost of nuclear war. Yet, incredibly, even after these 2 apocalyptic bombings, Japan's top leaders still heavily hesitated. The hardline military factions still aggressively urged the nation to resist, desperately hoping they could somehow secure better, more favorable terms of surrender. But then, on August 8th, the massive Soviet Union officially declared war on Japan, immediately launching a massive, overwhelming ground invasion straight into Manchuria. The massive Soviet armies easily swept aside the depleted Japanese forces, openly threatening to violently occupy the northern half of Japan itself. Now facing total, instant atomic destruction from the sky and a massive, crushing Soviet conquest on the ground, the Japanese government simply could not delay any longer. On August 15th, 1945, Emperor Hirohito officially addressed his weary people over the radio, marking the very first time the vast majority of Japanese citizens had ever actually heard his voice. Speaking in incredibly solemn, formal tones, he officially announced the nation's surrender. He carefully avoided using the actual word itself, instead poetically speaking of enduring the unendurable. For a deeply traditional society that had been raised for generations to view the emperor as a literal living god, his spoken words carried absolute final authority. All across the nation of Japan, people openly wept in the streets, bowed deeply to the ground or simply sat in stunned, heavy silence. The long, bloody war was finally truly over. The formal official surrender ceremony took place on September 2nd aboard the deck of the mighty battleship USS Missouri, anchored quietly in Tokyo Bay. High-ranking representatives of the Japanese government silently signed the documents as the Allied leaders looked on in triumph. General Douglas MacArthur, who was officially overseeing the historic ceremony, proudly declared into the microphone, "We are gathered here to conclude a solemn agreement whereby peace may be restored. It is my earnest hope that a better world shall emerge out of the blood and carnage of the past." With the stroke of a pen, the Second World War finally ended. The heavy decision to use the atomic bomb remains one of history's absolute most fiercely debated, highly controversial moments. Staunch supporters strongly argue that it ultimately saved millions of lives by successfully avoiding a massive bloody ground invasion, forcing Japan's surrender swiftly and decisively. Passionate critics firmly contend that the nation of Japan was already teetering right on the edge of total collapse, and that other, more traditional diplomatic means could have successfully ended the war without ever having to unleash the horrors of nuclear fire. Some historians view the dropping of the bombs as a massive, deliberate geopolitical demonstration aimed squarely at the Soviet Union, just as much as it was a lethal military strike against Japan. The intense emotional debate continues to this day, but the one thing that simply cannot be debated is the sheer, overwhelming human cost. The terrifying apocalyptic images of Hiroshima and Nagasaki remain permanently seared into our collective human memory. Entire sprawling cities completely erased in a matter of seconds, and the weary survivors carrying deep physical and emotional scars for the rest of their lives. The bombings also violently ripped open an entirely new, terrifying chapter in human history, the dawn of the nuclear age. Within 4 short years, the Soviet Union successfully tested its very own atomic bomb. The massive global arms race officially began, instantly casting a dark, heavy shadow of total global annihilation over the entire world. Hiroshima rapidly became not only a towering symbol of pure destruction, but also a vital, urgent warning to the future. The brave survivors, the Hibakusha, dedicated the rest of their lives to the pursuit of global peace, constantly telling their heartbreaking stories and desperately urging all nations to permanently abandon nuclear weapons. Their quiet voices, frail yet entirely unyielding, continue to ask the world to promise that August of 1945 will absolutely never be repeated. For the nation of Japan, the bitter pill of surrender marked both absolute devastation and a profound, remarkable rebirth. The entire nation lay in smoking ruins, its grand cities totally destroyed, millions of its citizens completely homeless, and its economy totally, utterly shattered. Yet, operating under the Allied occupation led by General MacArthur, Japan slowly, methodically rebuilt itself upon brand new democratic foundations. The emperor officially, publicly renounced his divine status. A brand new constitution strongly guaranteed fundamental human rights, and the weary country proudly embarked on a new path that would eventually transform it into a massive, peaceful global economic power. But the dark, haunting memories of Hiroshima and Nagasaki remained planted right at the very core of its national identity, permanently shaping its deep, unshakable pacifist resolve. For the rest of the world, the final official end of the war brought an overwhelming wave of both joyous relief and profound, heavy grief in equal measure. Massive, ecstatic crowds celebrated VJ Day, victory over Japan, dancing wildly in the streets, passionately kissing total strangers and proudly waving their national flags. But resting just beneath all of that explosive joy lay a deep, bottomless sorrow for the tens of millions of people who had died over the course of 6 agonizing years of global conflict. The war had finally ended, but it had completely, fundamentally changed humanity forever. The blinding flash of the atomic bombing stands as both a monumental victory and a profound tragedy. They successfully ended the absolute deadliest war in recorded history, but they simultaneously kicked open the door to terrifying, entirely new dangers. They clearly demonstrated the incredible godlike power of modern science and the absolute existential peril of its misuse. They raised massive, lingering questions of human morality that still echo loudly today. What is the true acceptable price of peace? What is the absolute limit of acceptable war? What is our ultimate shared responsibility to humanity? Hiroshima and Nagasaki were absolutely not just the final bloody battles of World War II. They were the very first terrifying battles of an entirely new world. The nuclear world, where humanity now literally held the power to completely destroy itself in the palm of its hand. And they remain as powerful, chilling reminders that in war, even in the glow of ultimate victory, there are always costs far too great to ever measure, deep scars far too profound to ever fully heal, and vital bloody lessons that must absolutely never be forgotten. The Nuremberg trials. When the heavy guns of the Second World War finally fell completely silent in 1945, the continent of Europe lay in absolute smoldering ruins. Historic, sprawling cities had been completely flattened into dust. Millions of terrified people were permanently displaced from their homes, and tens of millions of souls were dead. Yet, standing right amid the jagged rubble, an entirely different kind of monumental task loomed on the horizon. A task that was not about laying new roads or rebuilding shattered homes, but about directly, aggressively confronting the absolute moral catastrophe of the war itself. Never before in human history had the world witnessed crimes committed on such a staggering industrial scale. The horrors of the Holocaust, the massive mechanical executions, the blatant waging of aggressive war, the casual, systematic slaughter of innocent civilians, and the wanton, gleeful destruction of entire sovereign nations. The massive looming question arose: exactly what should be done with the surviving leaders of Nazi Germany? The very men who had actively conceived, coldly ordered, and meticulously overseen these absolute horrors. In the aftermath of past wars, the victorious nations had very often simply executed their defeated enemies on the spot, or quietly exiled them without the benefit of a formal trial. Following the end of the First World War, the victorious Allies had loudly called for strict accountability, but had ultimately achieved very little. Now, with the photographic, undeniable evidence of systemic genocide and horrific war crimes sitting right in front of them, an incredibly bold, new idea emerged. Justice achieved entirely through the careful application of the law. The Nuremberg trials were absolutely not designed to simply, blindly punish the guilty. They were meticulously designed to create a permanent legal precedent. They intended to formally establish that high-ranking national leaders could, and absolutely would, be held personally, legally responsible for massive crimes against humanity. It was an incredibly ambitious, completely unprecedented legal experiment on the world stage. The specific city chosen to host the trials carried a massive, undeniable symbolic weight. Nuremberg had previously served as the grand theatrical stage for the massive, terrifying Nazi party rallies, where Hitler's manic, screaming speeches had successfully whipped the massive crowds into a violent frenzy right beneath towering blood-red swastika banners. It was exactly here, in this very city, that the infamous Nuremberg laws had officially, legally codified their vile racial hatred. Now, in a moment of absolute poetic reversal, Nuremberg would serve as the exact place where the surviving Nazi leaders would face the ultimate crushing weight of international judgment. The International Military Tribunal, or the IMT, was formally established by the four primary Allied powers: the United States, the United Kingdom, the Soviet Union, and France. Top judges and brilliant prosecutors from every single nation gathered together in the courtroom, completely united in their ultimate purpose, even though they were frequently deeply divided by their own differing political ideologies. Together they officially agreed upon 4 major overarching charges: crimes against peace, actively planning and waging illegal wars of aggression, war crimes, blatant documented violations of the established laws and customs of war, crimes against humanity, the systematic murder, extermination, enslavement, and other horrific atrocities committed against civilian populations. And finally, conspiracy, actively participating in a shared common plan to commit any of the aforementioned crimes. The men sitting in the defendant's dock were the absolute highest-ranking surviving figures of the Shattered Reich, men whose very names had recently been whispered in absolute fear all across the European continent. There was Hermann Göring, who was once the boastful head of the mighty Luftwaffe and Adolf Hitler's officially designated successor. Joachim von Ribbentrop, the slick foreign minister who had eagerly signed dark pacts with fellow dictators. Wilhelm Keitel, the obedient, rigid chief of the Wehrmacht High Command. Rudolf Hess, Hitler's deeply bizarre deputy, who had mysteriously flown a solo mission to Britain back in 1941. Hans Frank, a man famously terrifyingly known as the Butcher of Poland. Ernst Kaltenbrunner, the highest-ranking surviving officer of the ruthless SS, and Albert Speer, the brilliant architect and armaments minister who had kept the war machine running. In total, 24 men were formally indicted, although a few were notably absent from the room. Adolf Hitler, Heinrich Himmler, and Joseph Goebbels had already cowardly killed themselves to escape justice. Others were simply missing in the rubble, or presumed dead. The historic trial officially began on November 20th, 1945. Inside the grand, imposing Palace of Justice, sitting under heavy armed military guard, the infamous defendants sat quietly in the wooden dock, wearing bulky headphones over their ears to hear the simultaneous translations of the proceedings. The world's press corps crowded tightly into the packed chamber. Large, flashing cameras meticulously recorded every single moment of the proceedings. For the very first time in human history, the top leaders of a completely defeated regime were forced to face a public, legal trial for committing crimes against humanity. The sheer volume of evidence presented was absolutely overwhelmingly undeniable. Horrific films shot directly by the Allied soldiers during the liberation of the concentration camps were projected onto a screen right in the courtroom, showing towering piles of emaciated corpses, skeletal, hollow-eyed survivors, massive gas chambers, and the cold, industrial crematoria. Brave, traumatized witnesses sat on the stand and testified. Heartbroken survivors of Auschwitz and Dachau, exhausted victims of brutal forced labor, even former Nazi officials who had managed to escape the regime stepped up to the microphone. Massive stacks of captured documents were read clearly aloud. Meticulous, undeniable Nazi records detailing the massive deportations, the systemic executions, and the chilling, calculated extermination orders. It became crystal clear to the entire world that the Holocaust was absolutely not the result of random wartime chaos or a rogue military commander gone mad. It had been meticulously planned, flawlessly coordinated, and coldly executed by the absolute highest machinery of the German state. Yet, this unprecedented trial was certainly not without its controversy. The German defense attorneys forcefully argued that the tribunal represented nothing more than victor's justice, claiming that the Allies were unfairly punishing the Germans for actions that were not technically clearly defined as illegal at the time they were committed. They heavily leaned on the excuse that the defendants were simply obediently following their military orders. Some lawyers even boldly pointed to the massive Allied firebombing of cities like Dresden, or the horrific Soviet massacre of Polish officers at Katyn, arguing that the victors were guilty of their own massive war crimes, but the tribunal firmly, aggressively rejected all of these arguments. The sheer, unprecedented scale and the cold, calculated intent of the Nazi crimes the judges ruled completely transcended the normal, accepted bounds of human warfare. Hermann Goering, acting fiercely defiant and leaning on his old dark charisma, desperately tried to mentally dominate the courtroom. He openly mocked the witnesses on the stand, aggressively argued back with the judges, and continuously sought to publicly justify the actions of the regime. He stubbornly insisted that absolutely everything Germany had done was strictly in defense of its own people. Yet even he could not wave away the mountain of photographic evidence. Joachim von Ribbentrop openly wept in the dock when he was confronted with the damning execution documents bearing his own personal signature. Wilhelm Keitel, playing the role of the strict obedient soldier, quietly admitted to signing the lethal orders that directly led to the execution of thousands of innocent people. Rudolf Hess, acting deeply unstable and erratic, sometimes sat in a completely catatonic silence, and at other times loudly ranted incoherently to the room. Albert Speer, who attempted to craft an image as the good Nazi, smoothly accepted a degree of broad responsibility, although he continuously, falsely claimed absolute ignorance regarding the full horrific scale of the Holocaust. The massive prosecution team also faced its own unique set of internal challenges. Trying to perfectly coordinate 4 entirely different nations, each bringing its own distinct legal traditions and political agendas, was incredibly difficult. The Soviets stubbornly insisted on heavily emphasizing the German aggression in the East, while desperately trying to downplay and hide their own dark actions. The Americans and the British focused much of their energy on the horrific crimes committed against civilians and the undeniable mechanics of the Holocaust. The French delegation primarily sought global recognition for the specific atrocities committed during the brutal occupation of their country. Yet despite all of their internal differences, they successfully presented a completely united, ironclad case that fully exposed the absolute unfiltered horror of the Nazi regime to the world. For the victims and the survivors, the trials offered a profound, necessary measure of historical acknowledgement. Their unimaginable suffering was officially recorded into the ledgers of history, and their brave testimony was permanently preserved for future generations. The world could absolutely no longer deny, minimize, or look away from exactly what had happened. Millions of innocent souls who had absolutely no graves, whose voices had been violently silenced, were now, at the very least, officially remembered and validated in the eyes of international law. The final heavy verdicts were handed down on October 1st, 1946. Out of the 22 men who physically stood trial, 2 were ultimately deemed mentally unfit or were tried in absentia. 12 of the men were officially sentenced to death by hanging. Goering, Ribbentrop, Keitel, Kaltenbrunner, and several others were ordered to face the gallows. Hermann Goering, however, managed to cheat the hangman at the very last second. He swallowed a hidden cyanide capsule in his cell the exact night before his scheduled execution. Rudolf Hess was sentenced to life in prison. Albert Speer was handed a 20-year sentence. The others were given various lengthy terms behind bars. A tiny handful were actually acquitted of their charges, although their personal reputations were completely, permanently destroyed. The executions officially took place on October 16, 1946, inside a small prison gymnasium that had been hastily converted into a gallows. Ribbentrop went first, loudly declaring his absolute loyalty to Hitler right up to the very end. Keitel went next, followed by the others. Their bodies were quickly cremated and their ashes were quietly, secretly scattered into a river to ensure that their graves could absolutely never become dark shrines for future Nazi sympathizers. The grand pursuit of justice at Nuremberg absolutely did not end with the conclusion of the main tribunal. A series of subsequent highly focused trials actively prosecuted the twisted doctors who had conducted horrific medical experiments on prisoners, the corrupt judges who had eagerly enforced the vile racial laws, the greedy industrialists who had heavily profited from utilizing forced slave labor, and the ruthless SS leaders who had meticulously organized the extermination camps. Working together, these lengthy proceedings built a massive, undeniable historical record of Nazi crimes and permanently established vital principles of human accountability that firmly endure to this very day. The ultimate lasting legacy of Nuremberg was absolutely immense. It officially created the legal concept of crimes against humanity within the framework of international law. It permanently established the rule that just following orders is absolutely no legal defense for committing atrocities. It clearly demonstrated to the world that top leaders in suits, not just soldiers in uniform, can and will be held accountable for their actions. And it introduced the profound, beautiful idea that even in the absolute darkest depths of war, there are universal moral limits that simply cannot be crossed by anyone. Of course, vocal critics still remained. Some people strongly argued that massive Allied actions, such as the atomic bombings of Japan or the devastating mass fire bombings of German cities, were completely, unfairly left unexamined by the court. Others deeply feared that any trials conducted entirely by the victors could never truly be considered fully impartial. Yet the towering achievement of Nuremberg remains completely undeniable. It laid the absolute concrete foundation for later modern tribunals in places like Rwanda and Yugoslavia, and ultimately led to the creation of the International Criminal Court. It also broadcast a loud, clear message to the future that systemic genocide and wars of aggression would absolutely never be forgotten, even if perfect, flawless justice was practically impossible to achieve. For the German people themselves, the trials forcefully demanded a painful, unavoidable confrontation with the horrific crimes that had been committed in their name. Many citizens had previously claimed absolute ignorance, but the mountain of evidence was now entirely public and completely undeniable. Slowly, and incredibly painfully, the nation of Germany began the long, agonizing process of reckoning with its own dark past. For the rest of the world, Nuremberg quickly became a towering symbol of justice, returning after a period of unspeakable horror, a bright sign that the rule of law could actually be stronger than raw, bloody vengeance, and that historical memory could be permanently enshrined not just in human grief, but in the halls of judgment. The historic Nuremberg courtroom still stands today. Modern visitors can quietly step inside and see the exact wooden dock where Göring once sat, the small witness stand where the brave survivors testified, and the endless photographs and documents that have been perfectly preserved. It is a quiet, heavy place of deep memory and profound warning. Because inside that very chamber, standing right amidst the smoldering ashes of the war, humanity actively tried to draw a firm line in the sand, a line that boldly stated, "Never again." And even though human history has sadly shown that atrocities absolutely did not end in 1945, the core, guiding principles of Nuremberg still strongly remain. Every single time a dictator faces trial for war crimes, and every single time the heavy phrase "crimes against humanity" is invoked in a courtroom, it is the echo of Nuremberg speaking. The tribunal certainly did not heal all the deep bleeding wounds of the war, but it successfully gave the world a shared language to name them, a legal framework to confront them, and a powerful reminder that even in the absolute darkest of times, true justice is always worth pursuing. The Nuremberg trials were absolutely not just about punishing the guilty men in the room. They were about firmly defining the moral future. They were about proudly declaring that humanity, even when deeply scarred, would absolutely not let such horrific crimes pass quietly into the silence of history. They were about ensuring that the millions of innocent victims of the Holocaust, the millions of souls who perished in the freezing camps, the walled ghettos, and the muddy battlefields, would never vanish into the void without ultimate recognition. And above all, they were about the profound hope that out of law, undeniable truth, and shared memory, a brand new, better world could finally be built. The birth of the United Nations. The Second World War had finally ended in a mixture of deafening thunder and absolute silence. The thunder was found in the falling bombs, the crashing artillery, and the heavy steel tanks rolling through the ruined capitals of the world. The silence was found out in the mass graves, inside the abandoned concentration camps, and within the shattered, empty homes, where familiar voices no longer answered the door. More than 70 million human beings lay dead. Entire sprawling historic cities, Warsaw, Dresden, Tokyo, Hiroshima, had been violently erased from the map, completely reduced to charred, smoking skeletons. Massive families were permanently scattered across distant continents. Millions of desperate, starving refugees wandered aimlessly down the dirt roads, possessing absolutely no country left to call their own. From the shores of Asia to the rubble of Europe, humanity looked around at the absolute apocalyptic devastation and quietly asked itself, how do we keep this from ever happening again? That desperate question was not a new one. Decades earlier, right after the bloody conclusion of the First World War, a remarkably similar cry had arisen from the ashes. Out of that earlier catastrophe came the creation of the League of Nations, an organization specifically designed to preserve global peace. But the League had ultimately proven to be far too weak, far too politically divided, and far too easily ignored. When Mussolini violently invaded Ethiopia, when Hitler boldly marched his troops into the Rhineland, and when Japan aggressively occupied Manchuria, the League had issued sternly worded letters but absolutely no physical action. By the late 1930s, the organization was completely, totally irrelevant. The entire world had just painfully learned the absolute horrific cost of that failure. If a brand new organization were ever going to rise up and take its place, it would absolutely have to be much stronger, far broader in its scope, and heavily equipped with the actual physical authority to act. The brilliant idea for exactly such a body actually emerged long before the war was even won. In August of 1941, President Franklin D. Roosevelt and Prime Minister Winston Churchill secretly met aboard a rocking naval ship just off the foggy coast of Newfoundland. Sitting together, they carefully drafted the Atlantic Charter, a bold, beautiful vision of exactly what the world should look like after the ultimate victory was secured. The Charter loudly pledged that there would be no more aggressive territorial gains, strongly affirmed the fundamental right of all peoples to freely choose their own governments, demanded the absolute freedom of global trade and the open seas, and called for massive international cooperation to permanently maintain the peace. Although it was somewhat vague in its details, it served as a profound, hopeful blueprint for a completely new global order. The actual phrase, United Nations, was personally coined by Roosevelt back in 1942 when 26 Allied countries officially signed the Declaration by United Nations, formally vowing to fight the Axis powers to the death and promising never to make a separate, cowardly peace. The very name perfectly captured the deep, burning essence of global alliance, shared unity, and collective human struggle. As the brutal war slowly ground on, world leaders began to realize that this massive wartime coalition might easily form the perfect nucleus of a permanent peacetime institution. In 1944, high-level representatives of the Big Four, the United States, the United Kingdom, the Soviet Union, and China, gathered together at Dumbarton Oaks in Washington, D.C. There, they fiercely debated exactly how a brand new, powerful international organization would actually function in the real world. The political debates were incredibly intense. The smaller, more vulnerable nations deeply feared total domination by the massive global superpowers. The paranoid Soviets aggressively demanded absolute veto rights just to protect their own national security interests. The Americans pushed hard for universal global membership while also demanding highly practical functioning mechanisms for action. Out of these long, exhausting talks came the rough architectural framework, a massive General Assembly where absolutely every single nation had a voice, a powerful Security Council composed of the major powers holding real, undeniable authority, and various specialized agencies designed to address immediate humanitarian and economic needs across the globe. By the blooming spring of 1945, with the German Reich teetering right on the edge of total defeat, the political momentum was building rapidly. Delegates from 50 different nations gathered together in San Francisco in April for the United Nations Conference on International Organization. The brutal war was technically not yet over. Bloody fighting was still actively raging in the islands of the Pacific, but already the delegates were desperately seeking a way to prevent the next great conflict. They met together in crowded, echoing halls, they debated passionately in small committees, and they carefully hammered out incredibly fragile compromises word by agonizing word. The entire atmosphere of the city was heavily charged with both deep urgency and profound hope. Brave survivors of horrific war crimes stepped up to give their testimony. Exhausted, displaced refugees crowded the city sidewalks. The suited delegates walked directly past massive, colorful posters proudly proclaiming, "Peace is the new victory." By far, the absolute most contentious issue on the table was the structure of the Security Council. Would the world's major heavily armed powers ever truly, honestly cooperate with one another? The United States, the Soviet Union, Britain, China, and eventually France would all hold permanent, highly coveted seats on the Council, with each nation wielding absolute veto power. A great many of the smaller nations loudly, bitterly protested this arrangement. Was this not simply enshrining the old, corrupt concept of great power dominance into a brand new law? But the harsh reality was that without this massive compromise, the great superpowers would simply never agree to join the organization at all. The bitter, humiliating memory of the League of Nations' ultimate weakness was still incredibly fresh in everyone's mind. Without the absolute, undeniable military and economic weight of the world's strongest nations behind it, the new body would instantly collapse under its own weight. So, the controversial veto was reluctantly accepted, a deeply necessary flaw built directly into a very fragile, hopeful design. On June 26, 1945, the United Nations Charter was officially signed into history. Its beautiful opening words perfectly echoed the deep, burning determination of war survivors everywhere. We, the peoples of the United Nations, determined to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war. It proudly pledged to aggressively reaffirm fundamental human rights, actively promote social progress, and peacefully practice global tolerance. The Charter officially created 6 principal organs: the General Assembly, the Security Council, the Economic and Social Council, the Trusteeship Council, the International Court of Justice, and the Secretariat. It officially granted the UN the real physical ability to deploy armed peacekeepers, authorize collective military action, impose crushing economic sanctions, and highly coordinate massive global humanitarian aid. In October of 1945, after enough nations had officially ratified the Charter, the United Nations formally, officially came into being. Its massive, iconic headquarters would eventually rise up in New York City, a towering glass structure looking out over the waters of the East River. But its true beating spirit belonged entirely to the world. The colorful flags of all the member nations would eventually fly side by side in the wind, serving as beautiful, towering symbols of fragile, hard-won unity, following the absolute greatest storm of the century. The early, vital work of the UN was absolutely immense. Millions upon millions of displaced persons desperately needed food, warm shelter, and permanent resettlement. Entire sovereign nations lay in smoking grey rubble. The United Nations Relief and Rehabilitation Administration, or UNRRA, which had actually been established during the war, seamlessly transitioned into brand new UN agencies that successfully fed millions of starving people, distributed warm winter clothing, and successfully repatriated lost refugees. In 1946, UNICEF was officially created specifically to aid innocent children, providing fresh milk, vital medicine, and a glimmer of hope in deeply devastated lands. The World Health Organization, formally established in 1948, aggressively fought massive disease outbreaks across the globe, fully recognizing that public health and global peace were permanently, intimately linked. But perhaps the absolute most ambitious, soaring early achievement was the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, officially adopted in 1948. Brilliantly drafted under the steady, passionate leadership of Eleanor Roosevelt, it boldly proclaimed that absolutely all people, regardless of their race, their religion, or their nationality, inherently possessed fundamental, undeniable rights to life, liberty, personal security, education, and basic human dignity. Even though it was not a strictly legally binding document, it immediately became a massive, shining moral compass, constantly cited by passionate activists and developing nations alike in their ongoing bloody struggles for true justice. Yet the birth of the UN was absolutely not without its dark shadows. Even as the hopeful delegates were signing the charter, the deep political tensions between the United States and the Soviet Union were already rapidly deepening. The freezing chill of the Cold War heavily loomed over the horizon. The very same veto power that had been specifically designed to keep the peace very often completely paralyzed the Security Council in times of need. In rapidly unfolding crises stretching from Berlin to Korea, the UN quickly found itself being both absolutely vital and deeply, frustratingly limited in its power. Still, the simple, beautiful fact that heavily armed nations were actively debating with words rather than fighting with bullets under its roof was in itself a fragile, monumental victory. Symbolism truly mattered. The iconic image of brave soldiers wearing bright blue helmets standing peacefully between two warring sides rapidly became a towering global emblem of modern peacekeeping. Even though these missions were frequently imperfect, they absolutely saved countless human lives in volatile conflicts where outright apocalyptic war might have otherwise easily erupted. The UN also rapidly became a massive, highly visible stage for brand new nations that were finally emerging from the dark shadows of colonialism. As regions across Asia, Africa, and the Middle East proudly gained their independence, they eagerly joined the massive assembly, permanently turning it into a truly, authentically global forum. The birth of the United Nations marked a profound, undeniable turning point in the timeline of world history. For the very first time, humanity actively attempted to create a permanent, functioning institution for true global governance. An organization that beautifully, seamlessly combined international law, careful diplomacy, vital humanitarian work, and collective military security. It was certainly not flawless. It could not completely erase human conflict from the earth, but it perfectly embodied the heavy, bloody lesson that had been carved directly into the rubble of World War II. That global peace could absolutely never be left to pure chance, that open dialogue was always infinitely better than absolute destruction, and that humanity's ultimate survival required deep, unshakable cooperation. The lasting, profound legacy of 1945 was not only the absolute military defeat of fascism, but the fierce, burning determination to build something lasting and beautiful entirely from its ashes. The United Nations became the fragile, imperfect vessel of that profound determination. In its echoing halls, the entire world would passionately argue, loudly accuse, and bitterly clash. But they would also carefully negotiate, brilliantly compromise, and occasionally successfully prevent absolute catastrophe. Every single resolution passed, every peacekeeping mission deployed, and every passionate speech delivered perfectly echoed the deep, bleeding memory of the war that had birthed it. For the weary survivors, the UN served as a solemn promise that their unimaginable suffering actually held true meaning, and that the world had finally truly learned its lesson. For the member nations, it was a priceless, fleeting chance to actively shape the future together. For humanity as a whole, it was a towering, concrete reminder that even in the absolute face of total destruction, global cooperation was the one and only viable path forward. The United Nations did not completely erase human conflict, nor could it ever hope to do so. But in its hopeful, fragile founding, the world finally glimpsed a beautiful possibility that even after surviving the absolute greatest, bloodiest war in human history, and even after staring into the abyss of systemic genocide and nuclear fire, humanity could still, ultimately, choose hope. And with that, our journey through time comes to a quiet close for tonight. Thank you truly for staying with me all the way to the end. If you found a little peace in tonight's story, please feel free to leave a soft like or share it with a friend who might enjoy a quiet escape into the past. I always love reading your comments, so let me know where you'd like our next historical journey to take us. And if you haven't already, consider gently tapping the subscribe button to join our Sleeptale Histories family. There are plenty more calm, forgotten chapters of history waiting for you right here on the channel whenever you need a place to unwind. But for now, it's time to let the day fade away. Take a slow, deep breath, let your mind wander, and drift into a peaceful rest. Good night, my friend, and sleep well.